You seem a decent fellow. I hate to kill you.
You seem a decent fellow. I hate to die.
Well, no one's dying today, hopefully. Jeez, you two chill out. Welcome, everyone, to this episode of Cheap Seat Critics Podcast in Season 8, Decades, covering the 1980s of The Princess Bride.
Hey, we made it.
Claps.
Love this movie.
Woo! Cocaine!
With me today, on our left, we have...
Hello, everybody. I am a geeky writer.
I'm Crimson Maroon.
I'm a character called Sinister Boy.
And I'm Sprinks. And let's go with the runner-ups as we have with the Decades of what we had left in the 80s. I will say the 80s was the hardest one for me to decide, as Ryder and Crimson can attest to. I think I had 30 choices on my list or something.
It was a lot.
Oh yeah, this is Back to the Future, Star Wars, Indiana Jones. There's a lot that happens in the 80s.
There's a lot. We don't have Princess Bride. I will point out here, because I don't know if that supplemental content will be released at all of us deciding our votes, but I was the only one who said anything about John Hughes. Just put that out there.
That's fair.
But in second place, we had Big Trouble in Little China, and third place was Changeling.
Works. I think Big Trouble in Little China is very similar to this movie as far as style.
I
Not
think so.
something I would have
think-
thought of.
Yeah, Crimson would probably attest to it more. He's seen probably Big Trouble in Little China the most out of all of us.
I just mean that it's sort of like a... What's the word? Kind of a... what's it? Crimson... not Crimson. Geeky Right, help me out here. What's the... Like a stylized... Is that the...
Was this for me?
Like I'm trying... Like something... Yeah, well,
That's
no,
a
I'm just trying to...
word.
Like, it's a word. I'm trying to get it, and I'm blanking on it. Like, when something is, like, sent up, what does that mean? Like, when you're sending up, like, I don't know, like a B movie, what would you call that?
Ascending? Maybe.
Okay, whatever. Anyways, whatever.
Upscale?
I'm just saying... No, like, okay, whatever. That's...
Inconceivable.
The audience know what I'm talking about, but I was... Like, okay, so it's just like a genre picture or something, right? You know, like, Big Trouble in Little China is kind of not... I wouldn't say that's like an A movie aesthetic, right? It's kind of a B movie aesthetic, but it's an A movie. Or, triple A movie or something.
Okay.
That's what I mean. And this is, like, I don't know. Watching this, I was like, they're sending up all those old, pirate romances and, old fairy tale stuff or fantasy, back in the day. Your Errol Flynn's and the like, if you will.
Yeah. Well, I'll go down the social list here we have. We are at Cheap Seat Critics over on Instagram and TikTok, but remove that last S, so just at Cheap Seat Critic on Twitter. We're also Cheap Seat Critics Podcast on Facebook and youtube.com/at Cheap Seat Critics if you want to see the movie slideshow we do and the PNG tubers that we have. We also have a LetterBox if you're interested in that as well. Now, before we go down the facts, let's actually go over history of the film, starting with Ryder.
All right. So this is a movie I watched a lot, many times growing up. So my history is very, very long. I've been drip-fed facts over the years. Let's see. One of the main things, because it's such an iconic movie, but I think one of the things that I've taken, I guess, into writing in my own romance work, I like to use As You Wish as a bit of a nod to The Princess Bride. So I have characters who are in love with each other occasionally say that, at least once whenever I'm writing a romance between them. Just to kind of signify the level of influence that this film does have on me. And I think growing up, Inigo Montoya was my favorite character. As an adult now, I don't think I have one. I think I like them all, just generally a lot. So, that's it. It's long history. Watched it a lot.
All right. Good to know. A little unorthodox here. We're going to cut over to Sinister with history.
Oh, damn it, I flunked history. Oh. No. I probably watched this movie. I didn't watch it a lot, but I always remember liking it when I did watch it growing up. I can distinctly remember, I think I one time watched it on a long car trip with one of my friends. And I remember really, that was kind of like the moment I think where it clicked that I really liked the movie a lot. And I think I'd seen it like maybe once before. It's weird because I think now I'm a little. I was probably about 10 years ago when I saw it then, but I'm a little bit older and I've watched more movies, so I can kind of pick up on a little bit more of the references, or not even direct references, but just kind of like the style that they're going for, like that they're sometimes like the thing they're making fun of, or that kind of thing. So it was interesting watching it now, having a little bit more, both I think literary and movie kind of vocabulary to work from. Kind of see it a little bit more.
Got an expanded palette now to.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and
to compare to and contrast.
Yeah, and it makes it. I think it's a little bit more special that way too. Is you can. It's kind of like you're in on the joke, or you're in on like the thing, and you don't feel like it's just like somebody being very clever, or that sort of thing. But yeah, and I think growing up, I really liked Wesley a lot, but I think now I can kind of agree with the writer in that I think all the characters I like, and not that I like the villains, but I like the I like all the little characters in it.
All right. I'll go next with my history. Saving Crimson for last year. My history, I grew up with this film a lot. It was one of those films that I could watch in the realm of fantasy at the time, because I believe when we covered Willow, I talked about my history with Lord of the Rings, not able to watch that. So I was able to watch Willow, I was able to watch this, and a handful of other stuff. But really enjoy it. It's actually, I guess for its runtime, it's a nice kind of like, here's a movie right after lunch, like to fall asleep to nap to kind of thing. As a kid, I like all the characters. I think as a kid, my favorite was Vicini. I think his mannerisms and attitude was eccentric and funny. Yeah, I really enjoy. At one point, I was very close to almost going to a book signing of As You Wish by that Carrie Elways wrote, but unfortunately my schedule did not line up to do so. Yeah, I've seen it countless amount of times. And let's go with Crimson last here.
All right. So I've seen this maybe 4 or 5 times. Something that I watched with my sister here and there. I always enjoyed it. It wasn't like a big thing, though. It's not like, hey, we haven't watched Prisoners and Bride. Let's watch that again. It's just sometimes it popped up. As for like favorite characters in childhood, since that seems to be something popping up, I didn't really have one. I don't think. I think they were all on a level playing field. I always found Humperdinck's name funny, and that sticks to this day.
All right. Well, that goes over history then. We'll go into facts. And I have, we got 8 fun facts and then the general list. And I've been informed that if I don't go over a fact that others have, they'll pipe in. Please take these all with a grain of salt. They were found variously on the internet. So who knows how much truth or lie they hold. Release date of the film, October 9th, 1987. The runtime is 1 hour and 38 minutes. Its budget was 16 million USD with a box office of 30.9 million USD. Its rating is PG. Its genre, funny enough, it's listed differently some places, so I actually tried to find sites that match genres to match up, because there's a lot that this film's covered. So matching genres on other sites, I found romance, adventure, fantasy, comedy, and it is directed by Rob Reiner, who did Stand By Me, 1986, When Harry Met Sally, 1989, and A Few Good Men, 1992, to name a couple. Now into the fun facts here. I have 8. First one is, it was Cary Elwes' idea to dive headfirst into the quicksand. That particular fire swamp stunt was accomplished by having a trap door underneath a layer of sand, below which was foam padding for both the actors to fall onto. Originally, the direction called for Wesley to jump in feet first after Buttercup, but Elwes argued that this wasn't particularly heroic. Switching up the direction was a risky move, because if the trapdoor wasn't open the exact right instant, Elwes could have risked banging his head or even breaking his neck. After the stunt double successfully executed the dive, Elwes tried it himself and nailed it perfectly on the first take.
Awesome.
Wow. I don't think they would allow that now. Too dangerous.
No.
Okay.
Well, tell it to Tom Cruise.
Well, he's his own thing.
He's got his own insurance he made because of that.
Yeah.
So did the Mythbusters, actually. The Mythbusters had these
that's
insurance
true.
companies.
So does Jackie Chan.
Oh, Jackie Chan too?
Yeah, his well, when they work in like Asia and everything, they don't really have to worry about it. But when they're in America, they have to pay a different form of insurance.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Fact number 2, one particular on-screen injury wasn't faked. As soon as Wesley recognizes Count Rugen as the six-fingered man, the script calls for the Count to knock our hero unconscious with the butt end of his sword. In filming, Christopher Guest, who played Count Rugen, was naturally reluctant to really hitting Elwes of fear of hurting him. Unfortunately, his resilience was reading on... That doesn't make sense. Sorry, my notes are mistaken. Anyway, it failed to look convincing. Finally, Elwes suggested that Christopher Guest just go for it, at least tapping him on the head to get the reaction timing right. The tap came in a little too hard, however, and Elwes was knocked legitimately unconscious. He later awoke in a hospital emergency room. It's that take with Elwes actually passing out that appears in the film.
Damn.
I didn't know that you could actually knock somebody out, though.
I know.
yeah.
It didn't even seem that hard.
Yeah.
Fact number 3 that you might not know: director Rob Reiner auditioned over 500 women for the role of Buttercup, including Courtney Cox, Meg Ryan, Uma Thurman, and Whoopi Goldberg, to name a few.
I can see
I
the
know
Meg
those
Ryan.
names.
I could see Meg Ryan in this. It's kind of a similar, I think what she did in the 80s. Yeah.
Fact number 4: William Goldman, who wrote the book and the screenplay for The Princess Bride, was on set at the time and screamed, "Her dress is on fire," during the fire swamp scene, which ruined the shot. Even though he's the one who knew it was going to happen. He wrote it.
I don't know.
That's kind of funny.
Fact 5: Neither Cary Elwes or Mandy Patinkin, who plays Inigo, had any sword fighting experience before the filming. Both trained rigorously, and every frame of Inigo and Wesley's sword fighting on the Cliffs of Insanity is actually the 2 actors.
Yeah, that's true.
And I believe filming took about a whole week for that one scene.
I mean,
Looks really good, though.
payoff definitely worthwhile. I think it holds up the same way that I think Ewan McGregor's and Hayden Christensen's fight from Revenge of the Sith. Like, that's the 2 of them at the end of the movie. Like, it's actually them, so they do a good job.
Next fact: 6 weeks before filming, Cary Elwes broke his toe riding Andre the Giant's ATV. His careful walking is especially noticeable in the scene where he confronts Buttercup about her fiancé as the Dread Pirate Roberts.
What, you mean Wesley wasn't the Dread Pirate Roberts? They were the same person?
Well, yes, they're the same person. I didn't
No!
necessarily find out if his toe was recovered by the end of shooting, or if the whole film he had a injured toe.
I don't know if you
How
have a
long did
broken
you say
toe.
before?
A week?
6 weeks before filming.
6 weeks? It was probably okay.
I mean, I don't think he could be doing the sword fighting stunts. If he
No.
didn't.
With an injured toe?
Yeah.
Probably.
No. That's all about footing.
Second to last fact, in The Princess Bride, Wesley poses as the Dread Pirate Roberts, as we know. You might be surprised to know that this figure was actually based on a real-life pirate, Bartholomew Roberts. Widely regarded as one of the most successful pirates of all time, Roberts' career saw him take over 400 prizes, including ships, equipment, and of course treasure, and he was known for dressing in outrageously fine clothes whenever he did battle. Roberts was buried at sea with much of his treasure after being killed by British Admiralty? I
Admirals.
don't know.
Admirals?
So,
British Admiralty?
Admiralty,
Yeah,
thank you. That's how that's
Admiralty.
pronounced. In 1722, similar to the Dread Pirate Roberts of The Princess Bride, it was theorized that the name Bartholomew Roberts may actually have been passed from pirate to pirate in order to utilize the fearsome legacy of the original.
Didn't know any of that.
Huge, if true.
I like it. I like it.
And the last fact I have here, the torture machine, otherwise referred to as the machine, is a giant part of Count Rugen's plot in The Princess Bride. It was a huge and unwieldy prop and properly would have needed a considerable chunk of props budget to be made in the first place. Fortunately, the Princess Bride team was able to retrofit a torture device from Never Say Never Again, the James Bond film. The huge set piece had to be altered in order to make it more accurate to the book, and so the original huge spikes and bones were replaced with cogs. The recognizable suction cups were also added, which had to be secured with tape in order to keep them in place during shooting.
That's funny. You expect me to beg? No, Mr. Bond, I expect you to die. I don't know if that's the right one, but still funny.
I mean, it's in one of them. Look,
Is that Never Say Never Again? I can't
I've
recall.
never seen any James Bond.
I haven't seen anything before like Pierce Brosnan.
So none of the Sean Connerys.
No.
And that's all the facts I got. I know I could have had 40 plus facts, but I didn't want the pod to be only facts.
That's fair.
Yeah, we would have had to change the name of the podcast to Just Facts Podcast or something. I don't know. It would have been.
I can save my. I do have a couple facts, but I can save them for as we go along in the film. So
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's do that.
Anyone have anything last before we dive into the film?
Nope.
No.
Sweet. We'll be going linear scene by scene.
oh boy.
Scene 1, starting with the grandson being visited by his grandpa before he
Who
begins
is-
the story.
Who is who in this scene, though?
I mean, who's the grandpa and who's the son?
Yeah.
The son's the one in the bed.
No. Ha 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 ha. You know what I mean?
They're famous. Louis Peckinpah
Yeah.
and Fred Savage.
And Fred Savage, who was in The Wizard.
Which we have not covered yet, but maybe one day.
I have before we dive right into the film, I actually have a general question for all of you. What were your days like when you were sick at home? Because my mom never let me play video games when I was sick at home missing school.
Yeah, I just generally lied in bed, I guess.
Yeah.
Played my Game Boy.
Yeah. I slept.
Yeah, if there was any gaming on my end, it would have been Game Boy. Otherwise, it was just movies.
Yeah, I did watch movies, but I was not allowed to play video games while I was sick at all. Usually.
Funny enough, I probably watched Princess Bride when I was sick at one point.
Yeah, me too. It's definitely one of those movies.
I don't know. My mom wouldn't let me go home and wouldn't let me stay home from school unless I was throwing up or something. And then generally in those cases, I didn't really want to do anything other than lay in bed.
I guess to bring it back to the movie now, I actually really like the quick dialogue between the mom, who's not really a character outside of this scene at all, and the grandson in the bed. Because it's very, very quick character building that happens, and I appreciate it. They even talk about Grandpa, so we get more character perspective on Grandpa before he's properly introduced.
Which is about a minute, which is short and flows.
Mm-hmm.
That's something this movie does very well. The pacing, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, it feels pretty well. I think they do a good job of splicing in the real world stuff with the grandpa. and the
I
child
remember.
throughout.
I remember it being like really heavy on the grandpa grandson stuff, but rewatching it, it was pretty small. I was
Yeah.
surprised.
That's one thing that I'll definitely talk about as we go forward. I think they utilize the two of them very, very well as a tool in the actual overall story, and I think that the movie's actually better for it having them there. So
I think the theme and I guess message of the film cutting in the grandpa and grandson works better in what they're portraying than if they didn't, because it cuts the tension of immersion of the book, the side of the book and fantasy going far too in depth of being captivating to cut back to show that it is a story the whole time.
yeah,
It's just a story.
kind of a little bit on that. I think at least what I noticed the most of is they're actually used to break up cliches. You know, that thing that would be considered overly dramatic or cliche, then they're utilized as like a break from that, so the film doesn't jump the shark or the story that's being told. And I think that's a good idea. That's kind of
Grandpa,
the phase of what I thought. Yeah.
Grandpa, is this a kissing book?
Precisely.
What is it? A kissing story or something? I can't
Yeah,
remember.
kissing book.
Is this
A
kissing book?
It's a kissing book.
Yeah, it's got fencing, fighting, torture, revenge, giants, monsters, chases, escapes, true love, and miracles.
Yeah, I didn't bother writing all that down.
You didn't? I can't believe it.
Oh, that was a lot. I did have a question for you, Sprinks, because I never noticed this before. How's this ranked on your Christmas movies?
Shut up. I wrote that on my notes. I went,
Shut
yeah.
up.
No, I went, there's the neighbors have Christmas lights up, and there's a little Christmas tree in the hallway of the
He's
house.
got a little snowman on his desk.
It's a pretty good Christmas
does.
movie. I like it.
I think
Christmas.
it takes place in December.
Still a Christmas
Okay.
I
movie.
don't think it takes place on Christmas Eve or Christmas Day. It could. Not saying it's not. It could. But there's nothing really shown of saying, "Oh, you're missing Christmas, like you're sick on Christmas." I feel like that would be a line thrown in if it was, or, what do you want from Santa? Oh, I don't want to be sick anymore. That could be said, but it wasn't. I think it just takes place in December.
Yeah, but
So we all agree it's a Christmas movie.
I'm just no. That's
vote's on no.
That's what Sprinks' original argument when we talk about what makes a Christmas movie was, and now he's walking it back for the public.
What do you mean I'm walking it back? If
it's got Christmas in it, it's a Christmas
film. If it
film.
states that this day is Christmas Eve, December 24th, or Christmas Day, December 25th, I will likely consider it far more and lean into it is a Christmas film. But it's not stated.
So any Christmas film that isn't Christmas Eve or Christmas Day
Your biggest fight
is not
here
Christmas?
with me is Die Hard, which takes place on Christmas Eve and Christmas Day.
Yes. Yeah.
That is a Christmas film. One of the biggest factors is if it takes place on Christmas Day, which we should not be fighting about because that's a Christmas talk.
Yeah. Don't worry. We'll talk about this again.
We will.
Okay. Anyways.
One thing.
Did you have anything else to point out, Crimson, or was that it?
Before the story starts, not really.
Okay.
I have
my answer is more than likely not to answer the question.
I have one more thing in the scene before the story actually begins. When he's pitching the book, there's plenty of hints that the grandson will actually grow to like the story over time, even though he's resistant to it. In just what's behind him, like there's a Captain America figure. I spotted a pirate,
He-Man.
a lizard, yeah, a He-Man. There's also an Empire Strikes Back cup in the background. So the kids loves this this super adventurous kind of stories. So I like that they, in the background, they built his character to where like when he comes over to like the film, there's already set up for that. Like, so he's not going to be consistently hating it or whatever.
Yeah, I do like that. I guess to help on that with the grandpa, that true love is one of the last things mentioned of the story.
Mm-hmm.
So he says things to draw in the grandson first, rather than the stuff he doesn't like.
Also set in Chicago.
I guess so.
He's
With
wearing a Bears jersey. He's got a
the
Cubs.
Bears, there's Cubs. It's a real Thunder Force vibe.
Well, there's the
Okay,
fridge.
let's not bring those two movies together. Let's not do that.
It's already happened. It's too late.
Well, yeah. I don't have anything else for this scene, unless anyone else does.
No.
There's a small, it's a blink and you'll miss it thing, but there is a Judge Dredd T-shirt on the chair that the grandpa sits on.
Oh, he's too young for Judge Dredd.
Your version of Judge Dredd, maybe.
True. I am the law.
No, it's not. It's probably not Carl Urban's Dread.
I
No,
guess.
Actually, this is 80s. No way it is.
Well, yeah. Well, the movie hadn't even come out yet for that
Yeah.
one. That was 1995.
I guess I got.
But
Yeah, I guess I got. The kid is kind of snarky. He's like, "Well, okay, I guess I can try to stay awake for the book." And then the grandpa is just like sarcastic and
Oh,
says,
thank
"Oh,
you,
thank
thank you,
you,
thank
thank you."
like, yeah.
Grandpa gets a lot of sass in this film, but man, he loves his grandkid though.
Oh, he does. He knows how to take it.
Yeah,
He's gonna pinch me on the cheek. He's not gonna do that. Does
instantly
it in the
does
first-
it.
Instantly does. This, I will say before we go into this, I think this movie might have some of the best age up makeup I think I've seen.
Oh, well, did they?
There's
I
only
don't
two.
know.
There's only two scenes that have age up makeup. and
Yeah,
it's just
I don't
like
think
the,
the grandpa had any. Even though the actor did request it because he thought he looked too young. He was 60 at the time.
he's definitely aged up a little bit because I don't think Peter Falk looked like that
Yeah, I think
every day.
I read that he wanted prosthetics, but
He's a little. He's. I think they probably just didn't dye his hair or something, or drag Peter Falk through the mud on that one. But I'm talking more of the Miracle Max near the end.
oh yeah. Well, Billy
That's-
Crystal, another little fact, he wanted Miracle Max to look like a mix between his grandmother and I think a Yankee manager. Something.
That's kind of funny.
Okay. Well, there you have it.
Onward to the story.
No,
Yes.
we're not in the story.
What's
What's going on?
Unless Sinister, you had another thing to share
Oh,
at the beginning.
No.
Okay. So the next scene of the introduction of Wesley and Buttercup up to the interaction of, is it a kissing book?
Is it?
I would,
Yes.
well...
It's better than the top 5 kisses of all time. Of course, it's a kissing book.
Well, yes. I'm just trying to think. I feel like a kissing book would have more kissing than just 2 characters.
There's a bunch of kissing in it, though. I mean, there's like 4 or 5 scenes, and it supposedly
of
goes on for
only-
like 2.
But of only Buttercup and Wesley?
Yeah, but it goes on for a couple pages because the guy flips pages.
It's
Oh,
a very
3
descriptive
pages of a
kiss.
Yeah. Is. And I'm not. Listen, our audience doesn't want to hear us make up what that could sound like, but needless to say, it's in there.
I think.
I
don't know what the
think
definition of a kissy book is.
I think kissing book
I
is
just took it as
just
a
You're-
romance.
yeah, it's just romance. That's
Your
what
what is that guy's name? Fabio. Your Fabio books.
Fabio.
That would be a
Yes.
kiss. Yeah, that would be a
That's a
kissing book.
That I agree with.
You know, that's like lonely 40s romance book. You know,
Oh, come on now.
All right, don't judge a book by its cover.
that's what everybody does with the Fabio books.
Exactly.
That dude is jacked.
Exactly.
guy.
In this scene, I think it works because it's in rules of 3s. I think if it was 2 or 4, it would be off of Buttercup asking Wesley to get the picture down, which she can easily do herself.
Yes.
Sure.
Well,
Because
At
it's the
the- at
third
that-
time
at that-
shown of asking
At
something.
that point, she's realized she loves him, and she just wants him to linger a little bit longer. Like,
Yeah, I don't know if you noticed, but when you walked in, she had like the loving eyes. The narration was talking about she's fallen for him, and then she started looking around, and then looked at the
picture.
picture. Yes, thank you.
But it's-
And then asked him to do it. So it's not something she needed done. She was just looking for an excuse to get him
Yeah.
closer.
I gotta say, every delivery of "As You Wish" is very, very filled with gravitas. It was good. I liked it. And tension.
That was Carrie
Eyes to die
Wilson's mom.
for.
Yeah, going off of maybe this is more of a recap question, but for you, Crimson, is this use of "I love you" quote unquote able to be accepted from your statement of Sound of Music?
Yeah, I think it fits.
Okay, now what
No,
if what if they've only known each other for a week? I'm curious.
Then that would be more sketchy.
Does the grandpa state how long?
Sound of Music, we actually have
Uh,
a time frame. This, we don't have anything.
He's-
He's her farmhand.
Yeah, so usually in this kind of what they're going for the era, usually they're a farm boy from like when they're like 6 or 7 or 5 or 6 or something, and yeah,
Sure,
Able
you should start
hands.
young.
yeah. So they probably know each other for a good 15, 18 years or something.
Her favorite
What's a
thing
Knights of
was
Columbus
tormenting him
called?
as a kid, like or giving him stuff to do as a kid. So
Yeah.
it's clear that they spend time together. So
Plenty of time.
What were you asking, Sprinks? You're gonna
Well, what's a knight's apprentice called?
a squire.
Squire. That's it. Thank you.
Wow.
Also around that age. I mean,
Yeah, they usually get him young. Yeah. Generally.
yeah, I think that's pretty much all I have to say for that. But I can talk immediately about the first interjection.
okay.
the
First
grandpa?
introduction of going back.
Yeah, if no one has anything else to say.
No.
Good for me.
No, I mean, this is a pretty compact scene.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
yeah.
Look,
It's-
if you want, if someone covers something you want to go back, it's easy to just go back and cover it. It's okay. So just flow it.
So yeah, I like that the kid interjects when it's getting, like I said, when it gets to the overly cliche territory and like they're kissing under the sunset, so which adds to that interjection, and it works as a wind down for the audience as a tool, and that's just something they keep throughout the rest of the movie. And I think this is just, I'm only gonna note this one, I think, because I'll be able to thin my notes out a little bit this way. But it works in a similar fashion for the rest of the film.
Yeah.
It's something I feel like we kind of miss now in regards to the kiss on the sunset. Where today could just be like an easy green screen or just digital if they wanted. But here they actually had to time it well and stuff. Like, at the kiss, the sun is like directly behind their lips, pretty well lined up. So this was a timed thing. I think they did well.
Crimson talking about setting. Interesting.
You act like this is weird. When I see something, I point it out.
That's true. It just seems like you focus on other things like writing or if things fit well or flow, and then when you go like costume design, just out of the blue, it catches me.
Fight.
If I catch it, I say
kiss, kiss.
yes.
I will say, speaking about costume design, every interaction of Wesley and Buttercup, they're in different outfits.
Here in the
Or
beginning,
slightly changed.
Yes, it's
Yeah.
it's to help indicate that time is passing. So, at least I think that's the main point of it.
I
No,
agree.
it was really just to give the costume director something to do. They were really just going to use the same outfit the whole movie.
Well, I mean, I could talk about the costume director's letdowns and other things, but
What the?
Oh, I guess it could go into history that I forgot to mention, or three of us forgot to mention. But Crimson, Sinister, and I have all seen costumes of this film in person.
That's true. I've also seen Deadpool.
Well, we saw a bunch of other stuff. I'm just, but
That specifically we did
No,
see.
I'm
yeah.
I'm talking about the recreated. Deadpool.
Oh,
Forgot to mention in the
yes,
beginning.
Deadpool 2 PG-13 version.
Yeah.
Sure, I guess that counts.
It's in the It's in the Princess Bride cinematic universe.
It's canon. All right, so he leaves the farm because he needs money for marriage. Marriage, which is a noble goal. I don't really know what
because
Buttercup's position here is a little interesting.
Well, she is technically a landowner. If she's because her parents own the farm, so technically you would need to have a dowry. So you'd have to pay up a certain amount of money to prove that you are able to provide and not just kind of slinking into the funds, right? Mm-hmm. So technically he would have to pay for it. Which is nowadays when the dowry is what you make, pay for like the actual wedding and not just, what you need to have. But so that does make sense.
Okay. Yeah, I don't really have much more to say on that.
I'll go over that.
There. Well, he gets attacked by Dread Pirate Roberts and is killed. Sure. So I guess that's kind of important, I guess.
No, that's not important. No, stop.
Let's leave them for you guys.
The interaction cut of the grandson interjecting, he asked, "Where's the sports?" And it was never promised or stated that there's sports in this book.
Yeah, he did. He did fencing.
Fencing, yeah.
Oh.
Fencing, sword fighting, torture. It's weird. He only really listed like 2 sports things and everything after. Yeah, fighting and torture.
Fencing, okay.
No, there's wrestling too. That's a sport.
Did he say wrestling?
No, but there's wrestling in the story.
He did say fencing, Frank. So
okay.
Yeah,
that was
which is a sport. Yeah. If you're in Europe.
Well, then in that case, it's a nice detail that the grandpa started by saying that the book covers fencing. Like that was the first of his list.
Yeah,
as a sport. To even hold the attention.
Because I don't know if you know this, but the kid is really into sports.
Oh.
Yeah. The movie starts with him playing baseball.
And wearing a Bears.
Yeah, he's got a jersey on.
And he's got the fridge poster. You think you could start a movie that way anymore of like playing an old game system or something?
Sure.
It's really weird. I was like, I don't remember it starting this way, but I like it.
Yeah, I think good.
That play on like
maybe not an old game unless.
Well, now
fitting to the situation.
Now an old game would be like a GameCube or PS2 or something.
It's true.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy.
So where do they go? What happens to the Dread Pirate Roberts and Wesley? Where do they go? Do they
get killed?
Wesley's dead. So moving on.
Oh.
Murdered by pirates is good.
Yeah.
As the grandson
says.
That's good.
And the Buttercup mourns and says that she will never love again.
She does say that.
5-year
word for word
time gap.
And then we skip 5 years ahead. Yes.
Which I'm glad is covered because even though it's one real quick line, it helps with Wesley's story, helps with Buttercup's, helps with Indigo.
Helps with everybody.
Here's a lesson for
other lines come up. That this 5-year little line helps.
Yes. Screenwriters, put in how long something takes. You don't have to show it, but you should at least say it.
That way I won't complain
about
it.
Yeah.
I mean, the only time
you'll still complain.
Well, Crimson will still complain, but he'll just be wrong. It's fine.
That's not possible. They couldn't have done that in a week.
Yeah, no. I think if it's short, if you want short time without stating it, day and night cycle. It goes to night, goes to day, easy. If you want lengthy, not exactly set amount of time, you age the character. Other than that, just give a time frame. You got nothing to go off of.
Just do a star wipe. Everything's fixed with a star wipe.
Nice.
I got my. I guess as we skip 5 years ahead and we're introduced to Prince Humperdinck, I had my first costume complaint.
Oh.
All right.
There's going to be a lot of these.
The chainmail looks like plastic.
How dare you?
Oh, it probably is.
Yeah, exactly.
Rob Reiner's cousin, Mel Reiner, spent weeks making that chainmail, and you're going to shit on it. Okay, fair enough.
Doesn't look good. This is all I'm saying. I'm, like,
No, you're right. You're right.
At least it's relegated to the background characters because I think the Gamisons all look good for the Count and the Prince. But
I mean,
yeah, the armor on the quote unquote soldiers and guards does not.
I guess it's okay. That's fine, just because they don't get used really that often. But yeah, that's a good point. It does look quite shitty.
I have a slight nag
Oh no.
at this. Humperdinck, maybe you guys can correct me if I'm not fully understanding it, but Humperdinck introduces Buttercup to, the low-life peasants.
Commoners, yeah.
Commoners, thank you. That's the word he used, commoner. That Princess Buttercup. Is she not a princess till marriage?
Princess to be.
They're engaged,
Yeah,
so I think that the ceremony makes sense. I mean, like if you're engaged, it's pretty famous. I don't keep track of the British royal family anymore, but I know Prince Charles married out of the family, and people refer to her as a princess occasionally. She didn't get a grand ceremony, but
Yeah.
The ceremony isn't the thing I'm problematic
It's the-
with.
it's
Just referring to her as a princess.
Yeah.
yeah, they're engaged. That's fine. I don't have a particular issue with that. At least for
It
me.
probably has. I mean, as they say that it has to do with like that the prince or whatever this land is can choose his, from the commoners, I guess, which is already a very weird arrangement. But whatever, we'll go with it.
Well, it looks
Yeah,
like he
I don't
didn't
know enough
wanna-
Sprinks, so
He didn't want to marry
Well, 'cause
into an alliance with Gilder. Is what I'm getting from this.
Yeah.
Probably.
I don't know, but they make it sound like it's a regular thing that they can only choose a wife from the common folk or something. Which
No, I think he personally chose to do that. So that way,
it was a weird.
Way nothing of worth is lost when he kills her or she is captured and dead.
I guess it was
That's
weirdly
true.
stated. It was really stated because they kind of combined it with like the anniversary of the kingdom or something, and then they
It's the
tag that on.
It's the
Yeah.
500th year
I
that
got
their
that
countries
quote.
existed.
Where is that quote I
And
have? Notes.
it's important for. I think he also chose Buttercup specifically because she is a commoner, and therefore she is closer to the common people. So that way, when he goes to war, his people are more outraged about her death.
I've got my country's 500th anniversary to plan, my wedding to arrange, my wife to murder, and Gilder to frame for it. I'm swamped.
Yep, I have that quote too.
It's a good one. It's classic.
since we kind of
Go ahead, Crimson.
since we have the whole 5-year blanket statement that can pretty much cover anything of development here, so I can't really complain about it. But how
But
do
I'm
you
glad-
reckon
you're gonna
he
find a
came
way anyway.
across
Yeah.
Buttercup?
If she's a landowner, she would have just been there in one of the. Because as a royalty, you actually have a. You would often meet with your like jurisdictional leaders, being your marquis, your barons, whatever, and then under them tend to work like the next higher level of people. So I'm assuming that's how they would have actually met. Is he was attending like one of his barons' halls and she was there for like a gathering.
Essentially, being a landowner is like the closest thing most like the common folk can get to being royalty. Because in what era they're kind of sending up here is, that's basically the same.
Okay.
Yes.
I was gonna ask, does it flow that it's believable? Well, we don't really see how far Buttercup travels and rides on her own distance from the castle.
No.
But would it make sense that being engaged and princess to be to Prince Humperdinck that she wouldn't be guarded?
Well,
Or at least,
that
stay with him?
that could be his choice, really.
Yeah, because how this all winds up in the
I mean,
end.
he's
yeah.
the one
It's
who
his
hired
plan.
Vecina's group, so I mean,
Yeah.
she could
So
explicitly.
no one questions Humperdinck's actions.
Well, it's not necessary. Like, he doesn't have to say, "Hey, specifically, you 3 guards don't, do this day or whatever." He can just be like, "Those guards never showed up" or something. Like, he doesn't really have to tell them not to do something.
Okay,
Yeah,
I
we
was just
probably have
curious
to
on-
imagine that's her normal route as well.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and especially back in the day, they weren't necessarily shadowed like right next to royalty and everything. There was always somebody there.
Yeah,
But,
my notes say it is the law of the land that gives Prince Humperdinck the right to choose his bride. So yeah, he obviously would have met her and chose her.
Mhm. But then she meets some carny folk or something, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
4 lost circus performers.
Did they say? Did it say poor or 4?
I think poor is what Vicini says.
Yeah. Okay. Because I was like, there's only 3 of them. Why would they say 4?
We are but poor lost circus performers.
It's a weird statement.
A
Is
little
there-
continuity error in this scene when Fezzik knocks out Buttercup, which I think it's a bit of an error. I guess you can believe how it goes about is fine, but she's side saddled to the left, facing
yeah.
them, and Fezzik comes up from her left, but in the scene to knock her out, his left hand comes around on her right. So it's not a big. I mean, I'm making it way more of a problem than it is, but it seems odd that Fezzik walks around the front of the horse to get to her right, then going straight at her.
Sure.
I guess. Yeah.
I've always just laughed at how she gets knocked out because it's so stupid looking.
That's
Just
I think
wraps
it's
his hand around her neck and she's like, knocked out.
He's got big hands.
He's got the Vulcan
He does.
pinch, neck pinch.
It's true.
He touched her neck and she got knocked out.
Yeah. It's the Vulcan neck pinch. One detail I do like is that Vicini is tearing a soldier from Gilda's uniform and putting it on her horse, helping set the stage for the false flag attack.
And showing that he's the smart one,
Yes,
supposedly.
supposedly.
Well,
Yeah. The
There's not really
overly
much
smart one.
yeah, there's not really much competition in the 3 of them.
The 3 amigos.
Yeah.
Uh,
No offense.
I did question, at least this time, with the objective mindset, is Wallace Shawn, who plays Vicini, that
Mhm.
short?
Well,
Or was it like...
one of the guys' names is Andre the Giant, so
Well, true, but seeing him standing next to Indigo, he's
He's
definitely
pretty
taller,
short.
but then Wallace
He's short.
Shawn standing next to Indigo of being shorter, I didn't know if it was, a Hobbit
you asking-
situation.
Are you asking if Inigo Montoya stood on a box to make Wallace Shawn look even shorter?
No,
or something?
not Inigo, but I didn't know if it was a forced perspective thing, so I did look it up, and Wallace Shawn is 5'2", so
Could be short.
Sm-
Yeah, very short.
Small man.
originally they wanted Danny DeVito to fit the role.
He's-
Yeah,
I think he's a
And,
little.
And original, just more facts I have. Originally, they wanted, at the time, which this film almost could have been a 70s film, to get
It's 70 pound.
not known actor Arnold Schwarzenegger for Fezzik. At the time of when the film was in production, Arnold made a name for himself and was too expensive.
Also, have you ever seen pictures of Arnold Schwarzenegger standing next to Andre the Giant, and he's still small?
So it's Andre the Giant.
Exactly. Cool. It's interesting. I think he could also do it, but I don't know. I think Andre the Giant
I
just
can't
had.
picture it.
I can
It was
picture
too
it just by.
iconic. Just
He's a
I can-
bulky dude, but he's not a big dude. In his bodybuilding days. Kind of like a giant.
Have you seen that Hercules movie he did? It's
No.
huge. Okay, well there we go. But no, I could see it. I don't think it would have been as, because Andre the Giant, he's not. I mean, he's big dude, but he's not like. He doesn't look really muscular, but he looks intimidating.
Don't even
regardless.
work out.
Don't even exercise. That's a terrible impression. I can't do it, but
I don't think any of us probably could.
no, he's got it's too deep. But no. I you know what? It's better it worked out that way. That's all I'll say.
Yep.
Even though
When
okay.
Even though
Vicini, like, kind of after he sends the horse off with the first clue, I guess, as to where the princess is being taken. I like after he lambasts both Inigo and the giant, yelling at them about being unemployed in Greenland.
in Greenland.
Yeah. And then I like that one he storms off on the boat and it's just Inigo and the giant. The script takes steps to endear us to them so that when they return later on we actually like the two of them.
Yeah, there's enough like building blocks there, for like
nice to show the bond.
Yeah, it shows the bond and it also kind of shows their kind of wit as well, even if it's just a simple word game that they're playing. So like they know they're not as smart as Vicini, but they're not as stupid as Vicini claims them to be. And they keep it private because, Vicini pays their money.
Yeah.
I think I would argue that he's smart in a different way. I think they're all, I mean, with the exception of maybe Fezzik. I think he's kind of supposed to be, definitely lower IQ than the other three, but I think he's just smart in a different way of he's a better planner, whereas none of them can really plan anything, and that's why they don't get anything done otherwise.
And even Inigo says later in the film, "I have no gift for strategy."
I have no gift for strategy. Yeah. You were saying, Sprinks, or somebody was?
Yeah, I would. Sinister, I'm not sure if you would agree with me on this, but these three did remind me of Phone, Phony, and Smiley Bone.
Yeah. Personality-wise, I could see it.
I guess Phone and Inigo don't mix, but Smiley for Fezzik and Phony for Vicini.
Yeah. That's the only thing. Like the personality's not quite there, but it's close. I can see it being. I feel like they're probably a little bit closer, like the Three Stooges or something, but a little bit smarter. Yeah. But yeah, it's a similar vibe. I'll back that up. Jeff Smith, please don't add us.
Yeah, Crimson, I interrupted you. You were gonna.
I don't remember what it was.
Rip. Okay.
It must not have been that important.
Must not.
It was the cure for cancer.
I've hired you to help me start a war. It's a prestigious line of work.
It's a prestigious line of work with a long, glorious tradition.
Yeah. Oh man, freaking Wallace Shawn.
Fezzik, are the rocks ahead? If there are, we'll all be dead.
Stop rhyming.
Does anybody want a peanut? I find it. I'm curious where. Well, so Vicini hired Fezzik from Greenland.
Yes.
And Inigo went back to where he started later on in the film, which is in Thieves' Forest.
No. That's not where he's from. That's where Vicini first hired him.
Well, that's where he found him.
Yeah, that's where he found him.
Yeah.
It's interesting that Inigo is totally fine being on a ship when he can't swim.
Well, he says, I don't swim.
Yeah, he says I don't.
Which doesn't necessarily mean he can't swim.
He's just not an expert at it.
Doesn't like to do it.
It's a choice of words there. I don't.
It is some wordplay where it can be played with.
Yeah.
I don't swim.
I don't swim.
It's important to also note that he is referred to as a Spaniard.
Yes, he is a Spaniard. So many times. It's defining character.
Yep.
The Spaniard. I've known too many Spaniards to take them with their word.
I don't recall when he said I don't swim. Was that before or after it was said it was eel infested waters? That was after, right?
Before.
It
It was before it.
Buttercup,
before,
Buttercup
yeah.
had dove off, and and Vicini was demanding they go get her. And that's when the eels show up, I think.
Yeah, that's when he.
That's when they show up. Didn't he bring it up?
Oh
when
yeah,
the
no.
ship was
Oh,
following.
yes, he did. Yeah, yeah. When the
Oh.
ship, yeah, he's like, what?
He
He's
says
just
it's
a simple.
Inigo.
No, he's like, it's just a simple fisherman on a midnight cruise in eel-infested waters.
Yes, he says it's Inigo.
Ah.
And I guess Buttercup does not hear.
Oh.
Because she immediately jumps off after that.
Yeah, but in Inigo, it's probably he's like, I don't swim.
Yeah, I don't want to swim in that. I don't swim.
Yeah, he could be lying, but he's not going in.
I'm guessing. I mean, just that Buscini also doesn't swim.
Well, it's
Well, that
eel-infested water.
or he's just smart enough not to. He knows what the shrieking eels are.
Shrieking eels. Those are so scary.
If I remember in conversation, Crimson, you said this was the scariest part of the film.
Yeah, if you were to pinpoint anything as being the scariest, I would say the eels certainly are.
Not the RUSs.
No, I don't know.
Rodents of unusual size? I don't think they
I
exist.
don't think they exist.
Comedic timing. It's a lost art.
Right?
I mean, it's short because Inigo does believe that they're being tailed and gained on by the ship behind them, but this timing of getting Buttercup out of the water also slows them down to get caught up on more.
Yeah.
Yes. And I can talk a bit about the ship designs when it's morning, but he was going to get
Good.
on
I was
them
gonna have
anyway.
a question about that. Yeah.
He doesn't. She doesn't get eaten. She doesn't die here.
Yes.
What?
You were looking
Another-
nervous.
Another good cut.
She doesn't get eaten by the eels this time. And
I
I
was
think
just nervous. I wasn't nervous. I'm more concerned.
Concerned, but that's not the same thing.
Good
You
tension.
read-
break
you read
for
that-
Grandpa.
yeah,
You read that part already.
a good wind down again for the audience. I agree.
I think it also fits with the flow, because if you took this out and it was just the scream of the eel and then just bonked, it wouldn't.
It would still work. It would still work. It would just be different. It wouldn't
I
have.
feel like
yeah.
it would be like a dud firework. No, the whole
Feels-
fuse
I
and then
agree.
nothing.
I think without the cutaway narration, that kind of stuff, this would be more like Willow.
Maybe. Yeah, I could sort of see that.
It would still. I think it would still have the comedic stuff in it. I'm not, because it's there's comedy kind of thing, but it would not have as much of that. I think what Springs has been talking about, of that sort of levity as it does in now. It would fit more along just like a normal movie or in a regular kind of movie.
And it also
Regular
does help
fantasy.
with the cut back and forth shows more of the, like, oh, that would never happen. Well, it's a story. It's
Yeah.
a book.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I do. I have a bit of a headcanon for how Wesley is here already chasing them. There's
Drop it on us.
yeah, there's a couple things because I thought it was very very it's convenient that he's here at all and he's chasing after them.
Very.
So
You never explain it.
they never explain it,
Oh, shut up.
but
No, it's a big point.
yeah, I have a couple headcanons, and I will admit that absolutely this is not in the film whatsoever. The first one being that Prince Humperdinck was originally trying to hire the Dread Pirate Roberts to kidnap Buttercup first. And that's how Wesley learns everything about her. And then at that point, he just monitored the situation. I think that one has
That would be a good fix if they did that.
yeah, like that fixes everything. The other one that doesn't fix everything because it's still convenient. My other headcanon was he was there searching for her. Like he went to her farm first. He came back with the dowry and then found out where she was, and pretty much arrived back to hear that she'd been kidnapped, and then set off on his own. Which that one was a little more inconvenient. So that's one's less my headcanon than the first one. But I think Prince Humperdinck.
That one's a little more harder because of Vicini saying his line of anyone from Florin wouldn't have caught them, and anyone from Gilder. He said something along like either side wouldn't be at them. But if Wesley was already in the water at that point, I think that fits.
Yeah. So
otherwise, it wouldn't make sense on Vicini's line.
Yeah. So obviously, my headcanon is that Prince Humperdinck tried to hire the Dread Pirate Roberts first for the job. You hire, specialists, and obviously with their reputation, they'd be probably among the first you try to go to.
Yeah. Generally.
War is good for business, after all.
You have to own all the bullets and bandages.
Nice. I like the Sherlock reference.
Thank you.
But yeah, so that's because it is very, very convenient that Wesley's already on their tail. So, I also fully acknowledge that it's not really in the film. So headcanon is a headcanon, but I still like it.
It's a good headcanon. But that was one of the big problems I had with this, because we literally get nothing on it. And if he was searching for Buttercup, like going to the farm first, still the odds of him stumbling across them kidnapping her in the woods is extremely slim.
Yeah, like I said, I label it as convenient in that more that he was, because there's clearly time that has passed since they got into the boat, so he wouldn't have heard it. He wouldn't have come across them in the forest. He would have overheard her kidnapping in the city.
When
in that
they come out of the fire swamp, and I don't mean to rain on your parade of headcanon, they come out of the fire swamp and Humperdinck's there after tracking them down. He never says anything about recognizing dreaded Pirate Roberts or.
Why would he?
Presumably, he would be wearing his mask or in a different outfit. He doesn't necessarily need to be wearing this outfit for the Dread Pirate Roberts.
No, but I mean, also, if he said that, then it would clue in that he knew that he hired him, and then she would know that he was going to kill her.
True. It just makes it to me that scene is they've never met before.
Yeah.
They might never had to meet before.
I agree. It's headcanon because it's not real, but I like the concept.
They don't have to have met before in order for him to be hired. He has a crew for a reason.
It's true.
Just defending the headcanon a little bit because
I'm going with what's in the film of their interaction.
Yeah.
Just so the audience knows, this was the moment the movie broke for Crimson, and then we can continue going along as this goes along.
It's just a problem. The eels, the shot where it opens its mouth at the camera, I love it. It's probably my favorite shot of the whole movie.
It's his background on his phone.
You know, it could be. I'll do it right now. No, I won't do that. But I really like it. The puppet they used for specifically that part. It's really, really good looking. Eels, I'm pretty sure, don't swim on the surface like that. That's more like a water snake.
It's a fantasy thing.
It's a fantasy thing.
Sir.
I even looked it up and I couldn't find anything definitive. But my knowledge of eels, they don't do that.
It's just because eels look really creepy. Eels,
Crimson, did you look?
It adds to it's like the shark fin on the surface. I know what they were going
standard eels, or did you specifically look for eel-infested waters?
Yeah, you know what? That's the problem. I just looked up eels, not the shrieking
eels.
Eels.
Do eels actually make sounds like that, or do they not have?
Well, I mean, they make like a humming sound underwater.
No,
but
Sinister, it may shock you.
Sound.
That's not true. They're not electroconvulsive, actually, are they? They don't actually conduct electricity. That's a myth, right?
There's electric eels.
Yeah, there's electric
But is
eels.
is it not? It's not as powerful as it's in where they shock a water around them and
it's not Spider-Man, Amazing Spider-Man levels.
Yeah.
It's like a touching contact with them. If you touch them, they shock you.
Is it like really deadly, or is it like kind of
Oh,
like
people have died to electric eels,
Okay.
yeah.
okay? But it's not like it's like a
Yeah.
big like field around them, and it's all.
I recommend watching the show River Monsters.
Why don't you recommend watching the show River Monsters?
He just did.
All right, I'll do it again. I recommend the show River Monsters.
Yeah,
The
see?
episode on electric eels. And not on the gator gar, because they do that like 10 times.
I like Gar. Gar are terrifying.
Well,
They should have been in this movie.
Well, if you like Gar, you might like this next thing about the film that I'll point out, which has nothing to do with the Gar, for the mind you. The wide shot of the Cliffs of Insanity that Vicini points them out. I paused it and looked everywhere. You can't see the rope. There is no rock face. It's a sheer straight rock face, and there's no little alcove of the turnabout that both boats use to get to the base of the rope.
Yeah.
So that's something I just went, okay, it's not seen, because at the top you do see the ruins, I guess, of where the fight takes place. So it is lined up. It's not just a general cliffside.
We're really trying to give this a 10 out of 10, but we have to find other stuff.
I'm
to
pointing
lower
some
this.
things out.
Second thing me to it.
Second thing is when they're at the base, which is, I mean, it's a wonderful looking set. I mean, the colors of the backdrop and the water, and I mean, it looks fine. What doesn't exactly look fine is the figurehead on their boat shaking like rubber.
Didn't think you'd catch that.
Oh, I caught it.
He watched for it. He was waiting.
I don't even know what caused it to wiggle so dramatically. It's like someone bumped it.
It didn't look like it bumped that rock or whatever that rock's made out of on the set, but
it was Andre the Giant's part. That's what Wikipedia.
Could have been.
I think this is. There's a line about. I think it's from Inigo. It's like, I wonder if he's using the same wind we are using with regards to.
Yeah.
with regards.
Would that not already be like a? Of course.
Which is, I just found it funny.
It's supposed to be funny.
Yeah.
And it is. It is funny.
But it's a nice introduction to the fact that Vicini's not immediately dismissing, the ship anymore. It's a chase now. He's come around to that idea fully.
Yeah.
Inconceivable.
Mm-hmm.
Also point out, they're right. Well, so Wesley's right behind them. They start climbing. When Wesley's boat gets there,
he's more to the left of them.
Their boat's gone.
Yeah, left behind.
Just vanished. He's left behind them.
He's left behind them, actually.
Okay, so that's starboard south.
Yes.
Sorry,
I just had to get that in there. You're good.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Crimson didn't. Crimson, is that correct? I know you know a lot of boats.
Oh. Sure.
Crimson the boat guy.
No, I'm always terrible with the four directions of a ship.
But you know how much they're worth? Isn't that true?
$7,000.
Okay.
This whole cliff has a whole bunch of continuity errors, including the ship just disappearing. When they look down, at him once they're at the top, they're like, inconceivable. His ship's gone. The little land area,
the landmass
is also gone.
The chase distance is inconsistent.
I don't care. I like that. It's funny.
The act of looking down and inconceivable, that's all fine and dandy stuff. I'm just talking about like the boats being gone.
No, I like that. Yeah, because it's a B movie.
Yeah, they didn't tie down the boats.
Yeah,
they got out of the boats and just started climbing. So
yeah,
the boats go off on their own, but it is at an incoved shore, so the waves would be pushing it towards the rocks. It wouldn't necessarily. I mean, it's very calm waters as well.
Maybe I'm just wrong. Okay, I'm gonna preface that with this.
No.
This will be funny. This will be funny when I'm finished. It'll be funny. Maybe I'm just wrong, but I liked that because I was like, it's ridiculous. Of course, like you see that big painted cliff edge. It's because it's not a real set until they get on it, right? It's just a painted thing.
Yeah.
And there's no rope. all that stuff is not there. Then they get on the thing. There's stuff missing. There's continuity error. I think it's funny. I like it because it's like, oh, I read it. I read it as this, and that's why I'm saying I could be wrong. Putting that out there. What I like about this might be total bullshit, and it's not actually intentional. But I like it because it's just so obvious. Like, why couldn't you have the boat still there? It's totally a different shot. Like, it's all this other stuff, but I like that because it adds to that thing of like all those old like B movies and stuff of like those obvious like that punch was from a week ago and it didn't even go through or something, or that's a totally, he's punching a totally different guy. You can see the hair is different or something. I like that. But like I said, I'm reading it as intentional. I can be wrong.
I
So you
think
can
it's
continue.
intentional with the budget they had.
This is a big
All
movie.
right. It sounds
Come
like
on.
regardless of the budget, it sounds like he's saying it was intentional.
Yeah, regardless of the, but yeah, I don't know. There's like, I feel like especially in the scene, there's almost too many things that have to get past before it just becomes like it's just all a bunch of coincidence or something.
Now, this might be not a difficult thing to answer forward because of your rating of things sinister, but would you say this fits on the objective of it was designed to be such, or would you fit it on subjective of enjoyment because of such?
My added reasoning for why I think it's intentional is because when I was watching it and I was looking at because every scene has a set, right? Pretty much. They don't really go beyond that. There's
some location shots, but mostly sets.
Each scene is relegated to that set. So the fencing thing happens in that one spot. The giant fight happens in that one spot. It just keeps going. Mm-hmm. It almost felt like one of those old teleplays, like with the swashbucklers. It's again, I have a feeling I know what a lot of the stuff they're referencing, and so I'm like, it looks really cheesy, and it's 84? 85?
87.
87. Yeah, there's no way you could get away with like having it look like this unless you were going for it. So it looks cheesy, but that's the point. It's supposed to look cheesy. It's supposed to look kind of, it's like Young Frankenstein. Why is it in black and white? Because all the movies that it's referencing were in black and white, so you can't do a color movie of that, right? So that's why I'm saying, yeah. Well, you could. You could. It would not really look like it, but teach their own. I'm not gonna knock any points off there, but so that's why I'm like, I'm sure there's some things in here that are not intentional. I'm sure there's some missed shots or whatever that are not intentional. I'm not going to say that every single thing is on purpose, but for the most part, I think a lot of it is on purpose, and I like that, and I think it's funny. So that's where I'm going with it. I'm not gonna, some of it I'm not gonna go. I'm gonna be like, yeah, that's a missed shot. That's not correct. But for this one, I think a lot of it was done on purpose.
As part of the
Crimson, you don't have to go off of my rating, okay? You can have your own rating. It's fine. We can disagree. It's okay.
Yeah, that's one where we will. In terms of like, I guess like the campy feeling that you're describing, I definitely feel it when they're climbing with the voiceover and the puppets on them or whatever.
Puppets on them.
Yeah, you can definitely tell they're puppets.
Yes, it's quite cheesy, but it's also kind of limited to the scenario because just gonna have some guy climb a whatever distance is cliff face, sure. With
unless you're Tom Cruise,
3 people holding him.
Before we get too far away, there's something positive to say about the boats. They are intentionally designed different. Wesley's is lower to the ground and designed to go faster than the bigger boat that the other group is in. So, little minor detail that I liked.
Words from our naval expert.
That they are different boats.
Yep.
So.
They are different boats, and they are different boats. And honestly, I think it's better that Wesley has the faster, lower to the ground one because he's a pirate. It makes sense. They need to get in fast and leave fast. That is what she said. Okay, so We can move on now.
Another continuity error.
Yay.
Once they get to the top, and actually, I don't remember which person pulled her, but Buttercup got pulled up by her back, and then we get a shot from the cliff on top, and she's getting pulled facing forward. One little minor thing there.
I didn't catch that.
My notes keep resetting. God damn it. I
Stop
keep having to scroll all the way back down to where I was.
That's why you do handwritten, my friend.
Yeah, I would, but I don't want to kill trees as much more than I already do. My books are going to do that enough.
Crimson, I have seen, in the background here of what you just said, I don't exactly catch it as you did, because Inigo pulls her up from the front because her hands are tied, and then leans her over to the steps and puts her down.
Well, her back is up against the cliff when he pulls her up, and then when we get the shot on top of him actually getting her up, she's not on her back.
Well, while you're searching for that, I will...
Oh, I see what Crimson means. Okay, correct. Crimson is correct here. She does 180 her body in an instant.
Yay.
Listen, if Crimson took pen to paper and wrote it down, it usually is correct.
I would hope at least.
So they cut the rope. Wesley catches himself. Good job. And
good on him for paying attention, I guess.
Yeah, that's true.
Felt the
And
rope getting cut.
I think Vizzini shows off his wits of automatically knowing a plan to go off of. Inigo, you stay here. Fezzik, you come with me. Kill him off. You'll meet up with us.
If he falls, fine. If not, the sword. And then, the Spaniard wants to kind of have fun, so he's like, all right, well, I'm going to use my left hand because I, be over too quickly. And he's like, the hurry we're in.
Yeah, it was so fun.
So I like that because it implies a lot of history between them. Like, Inigo's done this before.
That's true.
So
yes,
killer.
Does that show a history of
this is not their first
being
group
their
together.
first?
Yeah, this is not their first grouping together.
Okay,
they're very explicit about that. And then
Inigo.
You want to say it on the top?
No.
Did you say amigo?
Inigo. Yeah, I did not say amigo. Inigo peers over, asking Wesley or the man in black to hurry up.
Yes, that's a very good. When he's Dreadheart Roberts, he's Man in Black.
Yes.
Not Wesley. Yes.
And I don't know, there's something I like about this movie is just the respect everyone has for each other.
It's very charming, very gentlemanly.
The honor.
Yeah.
Well, except for what 2 characters? Oh,
Well,
one character, I guess.
The pure bad people, yeah.
Yeah,
Of
so
This Humperdinck.
pure bad.
I mean, even Count Rugen has some charm to him of he wants to test out the machine. He wants to, evaluate.
Yeah.
Well, he's
Remember,
that's
this
the
is
thing.
for
He's
posterity,
evil.
so be honest.
Yeah.
How do you feel?
Yeah. He is so far. He is evil, but evil with a purpose. Whereas Humperdinck's just kind of evil.
Pretty much.
He has a principle. Yeah.
Well, Humperdinck wants to start a war. Expand his territory.
Well, okay. I guess evil without principles. whereas the Christopher Guest character is evil with principles.
That's fair.
I guess I got a question for you guys. How evil or bad is Wesley? He's taken on this
I don't think it's
pirate
evil.
facade for years. And
see, that's the thing.
The whole thing with that pirate is he doesn't let people live, right? So he's had to have killed innocent people to keep on the facade of Captain Pirate Roberts.
No,
I think
see, that's the
being
thing,
around
yeah.
the other pirates, yes. Right now, he's by himself.
Well, that's not the argument.
So it doesn't really change his character, is what I'm asking.
I think, though, so at least from the gist I get, right, there's a different Dreadpart Roberts every 5 or so years, right?
It's been the pattern.
They don't really need to back up the legend because they already do that with the crew, right? So he doesn't have to go out and kill a bunch of random people. random innocent people to prove the legend, because it's technically already been backed up by 15, 20 years or something.
Well, as the captain, he'd be spearheading the missions, right?
Yeah, but he
The
can just be like,
raids.
yeah, but he can just be like, I don't have to go.
But we also see that Wesley is an excellent planner, so he could probably plan missions where he doesn't have to necessarily kill people.
Well, that wouldn't really fit with the whole legend of
So what you're
Roberts.
arguing is not whether he kills people, or whether he's involved with killing innocent people.
Whether or not directly or orders or sets up situations, he would have to be responsible for innocent people's deaths.
Story.
No. That's not the question you asked, though. You're asking, how evil is he?
Sure, yeah. I mean, that kind of goes hand in hand with what I just said.
Well, no, it wasn't. You were like, how responsible is he? Not how evil he is. He's as evil as the president.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm just saying, because no, not as a specific president, but as the general president or leader of any country or whatever. You go to war. Technically, you're responsible for killing people. But would you consider that evil? Is the question? How evil do you consider that?
Well, a pirate where they do whatever they want, and a president where they have to look out for a country, whether or not they have motives starting a war, as you might say in a scenario. I think those are two different scenarios, a pirate and a president.
No, because a pirate has to keep his crew safe, so he can't choose anything that specifically would endanger them more than they need to be, and same with the president. The president doesn't go to war unless, it's necessary or what have you.
They're similar in their roles as leaders, yes.
Yeah.
But in the position they are to act is different.
I'm just saying, my thing for it is that technically a president doesn't actually go out and kill a bunch of people, right? But he does order a bunch of people to go out and kill people, and that's the same thing. If we're going in the situation what the Dread Pirate Roberts
would you say with a mob boss sending out his gang to kill people, are you saying that's the same thing? He's not guilty?
No, I'm not saying he's not guilty. I'm just asking you, under that same umbrella, how evil does that make the person if he's ordering it versus he's actually doing it? Is there an actual difference?
Yeah, I think there's a difference depending on the position.
Oh, so okay, so it depends on the position. Okay, all right. So a mob boss would be more evil than
in Crimson's eyes.
In Crimson's eyes, than I don't know. Like the guy who orders I don't know. Let's say
Ulysses S. Grant orders soldiers to charge.
yeah. There you
Fight
go.
a war. There we go.
Yeah.
My bit on this is that, well, I don't really necessarily know, but I imagine there's a bit of a gray area. What I'm imagining is, based on Wesley's story, the Dread Pirate Roberts induct people they quote unquote capture or leave alive. So that's how Wesley got the job, more or less, was pleading for his life, and they just let him stay on. So the crew, which might be small enough to where they purposely just absorb people, so the myth is that no one survives, but really they're just joining their motley crew or fleet of ships. And then there's the other facet of it. There's the Edward Kenway, where you have the option. Sometimes they join the crew, sometimes they're spared, and sometimes they're free to go, and sometimes they're not.
I was thinking kind of on the lines of Sinister's point of view of the president, of what Wesley could have been, made me think of like Barbossa. During the attack on Port Royal in the beginning of Black Pearl, Barbossa's not out there slaughtering people, stealing, attacking. He's not exactly a name, because the name's the ship, and everyone's like, oh, it's the Pearl. But Barbossa isn't, being active. He's just on the ship, waiting, which could possibly be what Wesley's doing. He's on the ship, waiting. It could also be that no one knows exactly what Dreaded Pirates looks like. It's a tale, so the legend goes around. It could be a man in a mask. Who knows if all of his crew wear masks? If, maybe one member of the crew wears a mask, and they think that one person who's on land is the Dreaded Pirate Roberts, because it's all legend. And it's all say. We never see the crew. We never hear. We never see a backstory on anything shown. It was just all word of mouth out of Wesley. So I think each dreaded pirate Roberts could act differently depending on, who's the bearer at the time. One could be, a murderous psycho on a rampage. One could be like Wesley and not kill a soul. But being that it's handed down and down, the legend sticks to every single one.
He was captain for 5 years, yeah?
No, it would be less than
No,
that.
1 year.
Probably
Two
One-
to
1
1
to
year.
2.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because he was begging for 3. He said for 3 years.
Well, no.
No, he said he was like his captain was threatening to kill him at the end of every night for about 3 years as he was learning all these other skills.
So that's a 3-year time where he's not captain.
Yes.
It's him just a member of the ship.
Well, a year or two max. I guess it just boils down to culpability for Wesley, because with the legend with Pirate Roberts is he's ruthless. He even said he kills everybody, but he didn't kill him because of the story and whatnot.
Again,
So
though,
him going a whole year without doing any of the Roberts stuff would start weakening the legend.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though, right? Especially in pirate times, there's a lot of rumors, of like people, man, they scout people or and everything, and then like, oh no, we just like went on board and killed people or something. There's always that the myth gets created whether you actually do that or whether you don't. It just becomes, and it spreads. We don't know how.
You can be a very, very successful pirate without having ever killed anybody, but still people will spread rumors about you because you're a successful pirate. Is that what you're kind of leaning sinister?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like it's again, we have nothing to go off of as far as that. He doesn't directly say, oh no, that wasn't true or whatever. He's just saying he wasn't always the Dread Pirate Robert. That's all he's saying.
Crimson, question for you. When the dreaded pirate Roberts before Wesley, Ryan, I think was his name,
Ryan.
stepped down and gave the title to Wesley, he stayed and remained a member of the crew for some time before the crew
A year.
believed that
he was his
Wesley,
first mate for a year.
Yeah, until Wesley was now the new dread pirate Roberts. How do you believe that time frame of the real one stepping down to crewmate and then Wesley being adopted in goes with Legends?
Don't know if I fully.
He doesn't. That's
question.
his point.
Like, do you think Ryan now being a crew member helps spread tales? Because
Yeah.
In point of his life, he is the dreaded pirate Roberts. So how do you think he assists and gets things onto Wesley, or what actions? I mean, you've stated what actions the dreaded pirate Roberts needs to do to maintain his mantle of the legend. But if Wesley's just starting out with the one prior, how do you think that flows? Do you think he just like watched him and said, no, you got to kill 10 more people before we can leave? Or, what's your example? Do you think that helped or that time?
I don't know. We don't know anything on that. All we know is he's his first mate. He gets an entire new crew, which I think is a good thing.
Yeah.
And Ryan's his first mate, so he could be telling him stuff to, you got to do this, and that to maintain the legend, but we don't really know.
This is a hard one because I don't want to let this argument go, because then you just feel, if I just say like, oh, it's not in there or whatever, you'll be like, well, that's a problem, it's not in there. But if I keep arguing on it, you'll be like, but where's the evidence?
I go, I'm leaning on the side that Wesley can do as he wishes. Funny, as he wishes.
You didn't plan that at all, did you?
No, I did not. Can do as he wishes because there is no set rule he shares with Buttercup of what has to be done to be the Dread Pirate Roberts, rather than just take up the mantle and name. So
I guess to wrap up this
alive
Pirates
is fine. I mean, like he has full choice.
Yeah, I guess to wrap up this whole Pirate Roberts thing, do you think he did anything bad in his reign then, at all?
My answer would be yes. I mean, he even tells Buttercup he's killed people. I mean, he killed Vicini. He knew Vicini would die.
Yeah.
But he was also a bad guy. I guess that's the thing. You were assuming that he only goes after like they would only go after innocent people, whereas they could go after like I don't know the
Prince Humperdinck's of the world.
yeah. It's
Could.
true.
Generally,
I think you just have. I think
pirates
you just have
kind
a
of just
negative
go
view of
after
pirates.
whatever.
Yeah, but he can be whatever pirate he wants to be.
Yeah, but he's Roberts. That's kind of
Yeah,
what I'm
but
stuck on. Is the legend of Roberts?
You're saying yeah, but they don't say. And Dread Pirate Roberts, he never leaves a single soul alive on any innocent, cruise ships or something. That's not the legend. The legend is just he doesn't leave anybody alive. You don't know who those people are.
That would fall under anybody, including innocents.
Oh, come on.
I got a question.
Anybody's
Crimson.
including anybody.
Crimson,
What?
do you think Inigo's evil?
Huh?
Do you think Inigo is evil?
He kills like 5 guys.
I think evil's strong. I was just saying bad.
Or okay, is
But
Inigo a
yeah,
bad guy?
I'd say he's bad. Yeah, if he's as we said, he's clearly killed people before. So sure,
I think
we get to see them all in
wait a
positive
second.
lives because
I
they're
was trying
fun
to go with
personalities.
another
Wait a
example of
second.
because Wesley passes it to Inigo to be the next Pirate Robert. So
Is this because of All Quiet on the Western Front? Are you trying to get at something?
No,
Oh, okay. I just thought it was similar.
nope, didn't cross my mind at all.
Oh, now it does, though. Now you'll be like, you know what? This is actually a good topic for a recap. Let's move on.
Yeah, we've spent a while here.
sure, let's go to
All right,
Ryder here because I'm sure Ryder would like to
actually,
comment
hold on.
the. Okay.
Let's see. Hold on. We talked about that for about 20 minutes. We have to move 20 minutes ahead in the movie to
Okay,
get to where
no,
we
no,
were
no,
at.
no.
I'm
We
doing the
don't gotta
grandpa
do
here.
that.
We're skipping ahead. Come on.
No, it's fine. I'm sure Ryder would like to comment on the backstory shared of Inigo to Wesley, on how that's written.
Wait, how do you get there?
Yeah, Inigo helps him up. After they have a bit of back and forth, Inigo ends up swearing on his dead father to help him up, and that's how some brief trust is formed. And we see that Inigo really wants an honorable duel, in the fact that he's going to wait until Wesley's ready, and Wesley sits down and starts getting rocks out of his boots. The backstory from Inigo is he started fencing for most of his life, and he's after the six-fingered man who killed his father, who was a
When
swordsmith.
he was 11,
When he was 11.
and it's been 20 years since then.
He's 31.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just for timing. I'm
What-
just
yeah,
Father was a
Yes.
sword maker. The six-fingered man left 2 scars on his face.
because he lost
There's a
his
lot of
duel.
numbers.
Yeah.
He was 11. It's been 20 years. 6 fingers.
And I'm just giving
I know. I'm
hint,
just.
time
yeah.
frames and everything to help.
Took his father a year to make the sword.
It is a beautiful sword. So, at least
I think it's a little bit too ornate, but
well, it might have been that sword was originally supposed to be the Count's sword.
well, yeah. That's weird though, because why did he? If he made the sword and he killed him, why didn't he just take the sword?
That was something I had written down. I was a little confused on.
Unless he didn't show him the sword.
Yeah,
I
he
don't
might
know.
have refused to show him the sword. So,
Yeah.
For a third of the price.
yeah.
Tenth of-
Yeah,
no, tenth of the
at that
price.
point, he
Oh, a
wouldn't
tenth
even-
of the price?
Yeah, at that
Yeah,
point,
tenth
he
of
wouldn't bring
price.
it out at all.
Yeah. Anyways.
Okay.
And then we have our fencing match, I guess.
Very good one.
I like to point out Inigo did say he'd go left-handed, and Wesley copies and starts also left-handed.
This is true. They're both going easy on each other and kind of testing each other out. One of the things I like about the fight for sure. Another
Well, they start shouting out the strategies of fencing techniques.
Are
Yeah.
those real?
How-
and those people are real. Yes,
Okay.
they are from those people are from our world.
So is Socrates and
Yeah. So
No,
Socrates
No,
and
those are
Aristotle.
that's fake, but the fencing stuff is real.
Let's see. I'm going through my notes now because my notes
Yeah,
keep
just-
resetting. I like the sound
Just
design a
screenshot
little.
them.
I like the sound design at the beginning, with the way like there's that tightening of locks or like a it's what I call a tightening sound. I don't really know how to describe it. It feels like tightening, like a lock mechanism when they're just testing each other out.
like a turning or
Oh, just the dink dink swipe.
the bolt.
Yeah.
Like the
and
bolts?
then the ding ding swipe, and then the clicking sound that happens in the background instead of a
the
soundtrack.
ding ding swipe.
Well, it's what happened. It's a
No, I like it.
3-point try.
Yeah, that's gonna be a T-shirt.
An
Ding,
on
ding, swipe.
guard or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyway, unfortunately, I hate to leave at such a wonderfully choreographed scene, but I will have to dip out. I will be back shortly.
Okay.
The ding ding swipe.
Yeah. Do either of you have anything to say about the fighting scene specifically?
I mean, I liked it. It's probably one of my favorite like choreographed scenes. I tried to when I was watching. I tried to see if when they kind of subbed in like stunt people, and I mean it is kind of obvious the times when they do, but
No, that is all them.
I don't think they did. Yeah,
That is all them.
that was all them.
oh, it's all of them, even with the gymnastics.
That I don't know. I don't know if that counts as part
I
of the
think
fight.
that would be the only time, but I think for the most part it is entirely them.
I know that
Yeah.
the actual sword fights.
Yeah,
them.
no, the actual sword fighting is yeah. That's the only thing I was talking about.
The
Was, like,
gymnastics,
gymnastics.
that I don't know.
Yeah. I think maybe Inigo Montoya might be Rio, but I don't know about the Man in Black. I'm not 100% sure.
At least for the stunt of like spinning around the rope or the sword fighting
spinning,
itself.
Yeah.
There's no the spin,
The spinning.
not the sword fighting. I believe you that the sword fighting was all real.
The thing I like about the sword fight
It
was
is a
that it felt
dance.
like a dance. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what
Yeah.
I
It
jumped
is.
out ahead on my own thought.
It is one of my favorite fight scenes because it feels like a dance. I think it feels very, very like fairy tale-ish, which I think adds to the aspect of the film.
Well, it's very big. It's very big for a very kind of small scale thing. So they use like the whole set.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they move everywhere.
I
They
was
got
a little
very flimsy swords.
Yeah,
This is
well, that's
true.
it's fencing. Yeah, I don't. That was always I.
Well,
I
those
don't
aren't
know.
fencing swords.
No, they're not. But they're rapiers.
Yeah.
I think I don't even know. Are they rapiers? They're a little bit thicker to be rapiers.
Yeah, I'm not a sword guy. I don't know.
Uh,
I think it's safe
well,
to say that it's at least
Yeah.
close to a rapier. If not.
yeah, a rapier. It's style, whatever. But I don't know. I was always so disappointed when you like learn medieval history. This is not really medieval, or a little bit less than medieval, but
It's a mix of fantasy with medieval.
it's kind of it might be Renaissance because the puffy, I don't know, maybe pre-Renaissance, but whatever era. Let's say 15th, 16th century, right? Roughly,
Sure.
roundabouts. Obviously, with
Seems fair.
fantasy mixed in, so it could be medieval and what have you. But I was really disappointed when you learn about medieval history and like, oh yeah, knights hardly ever used their swords or whatever. It was mostly all like, that is mostly just for show because their armor was too heavy to actively,
Swords are expensive, so
Yes. So it was always like when you saw like a really good sword fight in a movie or whatever, it was kind of like, but this is realistic because they actually did duels with rapiers because that actually happened.
let's see. I like Inigo's bright smile as the duel begins in earnest, realizing he actually is going to have a bit of a challenge.
Yeah, he did that pretty early on. And
Yeah.
you're like, oh, this is a real fight.
Yeah. I think actually one thing I did skip over when they were talking just before the fight.
6 man.
I like the six-finger man, yeah, but the fact that Inigo pulls out his sword and hands it to Wesley, which Wesley could have just fucking killed him, but I think it adds to the bit like honorable like repertoire that they now have because obviously Wesley trusts him not Wesley trusts him not to be unfair to him after letting him rest and stuff like that. So it kind of makes sense that he wouldn't also take advantage of that at that point.
Yeah. It is a lost art. The character respect another
Yes.
character.
Yeah, there's only one part where I think the respect thing kind of doesn't fit, and that's when the Man in Black goes against Vicini. And Vicini's like, "Oh, look over there!" I'm like, "Okay," and now he stabs him.
Yeah.
Because that would have been the opportunity to do that, but he didn't.
Eh,
But I am jumping ahead.
well, yeah. Well, also though, he's not really a fighter.
No, but we see he has a knife and he's kind of a snake, so I think he would have taken
Yeah, but
that chance.
if you stab, you're leaving yourself open for. He could have. You're right.
Now what if? And hear me out here. Vicini is
yeah.
just arrogant in his intelligence, so that's why he chose not to do that.
Yeah, like
I mean, that's the only thing you could argue for it.
Yeah,
Yeah, but I mean, I think there's enough there to argue that, though.
Yeah, I think you could. Yeah, because it's at that point, it's not about winning the battle; it's about proving, that he's correct. That's it has less. His ego has been sufficiently milked at that moment.
Yeah, especially because Wesley built him up to that as well, with his small comments of like, "You're just stalling now,"
Mm-hmm.
Let's see.
But anyway, back to
the fight. I like that the polite banter just continues until they both switch hands.
I have a confession to make.
I like that once. I like how Wesley disarms him quickly once he switches hands. Like, it illustrates like that Wesley is better. Because Inigo's also a good fighter enough to know that Wesley's better than him. This has happened. That he remarks as much when they're fighting with just their left hands.
Yeah.
But once Wesley switches hands, he gets disarmed, and then Wesley does a little bit of flash with the whole twirling over the spinning over the rope thing. That's when Inigo wants to know his name.
Really?
Yeah.
And I guess I just have to be used to disappointment.
Yep. And then
I loved Inigo's reaction where he's like, "Okay."
And then the fight continues.
He seems so disappointed to not get an answer.
Yep.
Great.
And I like that once as the fight continues, the blows that they have on each other start to get a little heavier. And when Inigo gets disarmed again, you can tell he's been backed into a corner even when he catches the sword. So like you can feel that the fight is clearly turned against him long before like that last area where they fight, and it's
I do like though that they don't have him just like except in that last moment give up, because you can tell like when he keeps getting his sword disarmed or whatever that he's just he's recovering, but it's obvious that he's going to lose, but he doesn't like just be like, all right, kill me now or something.
Yeah, he doesn't do that until like he is properly disarmed for the last time.
Yeah.
Yeah, the final little fight at the end there, he gets very frantic and desperate, going two-handed and just swinging wildly. I think was a pretty good indication of his headspace at this point.
Yeah.
And then he gets his hair cut off, I guess, I think is what that was.
Brushes him with the sword without cutting him.
Yeah. All in all, pretty solid.
Pretty solid fight overall. And then I like that Wesley doesn't want to kill him because he earned his respect, more or less.
What's the thing he said? I kind of missed it in the movie. But,
I would sooner destroy a stained glass window than an artist such as yourself. However, since I can't have you following me either, punch.
Love the knockout.
Yeah.
Now, was that a real knockout?
Yes, that one
already happened once.
And then I like that once he's knocked out, Wesley says, "Please understand, I hold you in the highest respect." And I think the backstory that he got about Inigo as well probably helped him lean on that side of not wanting to kill him.
He had a noble cause, just like himself.
Mm-hmm.
I guess the only nitpick I have for the fight itself is when the Man in Black lands. You can tell there's a mat there. So I don't know if I would have preferred just like that cropped out or just covered by like a rock in the foreground. Something, because it seems a little off compared to how the rest of the fight went.
I want to state beforehand, I agree with you, but also it made me laugh because I was like, That's like a movie thing. That's like I'm watching a movie. Take that out.
I'm no
You're
longer
correct.
immersed.
Yeah,
I like the idea that the grandpa just read that into the story.
Yeah, he was just like.
And the man in black lands on a dirty mat.
What?
Oh, and the
It
ships
says he's landing on
disappeared.
Worked it into the story.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Somehow Wesley returned.
Somehow the man in black wasn't Wesley.
Well, I just thought of a very, very definitely not real, so don't apply this at all. But I thought of a potential like takeaway with the film. This is all the kid's imagination. So because the ships are no longer relevant to the story, they left his imagination. If that makes sense.
You know what? That's not real, but that's
Oh,
a good.
I know
It's
it's
a good
not real.
workaround.
It's not
It's
real
I
at
like
all, but
that.
I know someone walked away with this movie with this takeaway. But it's his imagination, so because like the ships are no longer relevant to his story, they sort of leave his imagination. If that
You
makes
know what?
sense.
That's not. Yeah, that's not real,
Prince
but I
would
like
eat
it.
that theory up.
Oh, I'm sure. That's why I'm bringing it up now. Let's see. And then I think we cut back to Vicini saying inconceivable now that Wesley's coming after him.
Yes.
It's just,
Beat him your way. What's my way? I don't know. Hit him with a rock.
made him sound like Patrick.
Who are you people?
Ooh. That's something that they never did SpongeBob Princess Bride. That would be interesting.
Oh,
Yeah, they could
another
do that. They got the
SpongeBob episode
characters.
that I won't watch. All right,
Oh, come on.
dude. If
That'd be good.
I haven't started yet, I'm not gonna ever start.
No, that's not
Hey,
true. But go,
Never say never.
Look,
Anyways.
I watch the origins for the memes. That's pretty much it. I'm good.
You ruined it. But anyways, yeah, we got the Giants. The Giant comes to play.
Yes, I did that on purpose. I didn't have to miss. You mean you'll put down your rock and I'll put down my sword and we'll try to kill each other like civilized people?
That's funny.
Yeah, one of the best lines of the of the movie.
I can't help it that I'm so strong. Don't even exercise.
Why'd you wear that mask? Did your face get burned by acid?
Are you just toying with me? I want you to feel like you're doing well.
So many quotes.
There's
I will comment on something in this scene.
Again. Come
Well,
on.
I got something as well.
No, this is just an observation. It's not
Okay,
anything. During specifically the burned face part, it is a brighter point of day, so maybe they filmed that in a different time of day or a different day entirely. Because the rest of the scene it's daytime, but it's kind of like a darker, like a cloud is over the blocking the sun a little bit. That specific scene, it was pretty bright.
You've just touched on why directors like shooting on sets now more than on location.
That is true. Ryder, you're going to point out something?
I was. Then my notes reset.
Just take a screenshot of them, and then you can just
Is
go.
this on
"Okay,
your
we're
phone or
set."
your laptop
This is on my phone.
or computer?
Yeah,
Just hold
take
your
a
finger on the screen.
Just hold your finger on the screen.
Yeah, problem solved.
No, just take a screenshot of it, and then
I
you
do
won't
like
have
that
to-
Wesley takes a hit, even if it's not direct, from Fezzik.
Yeah,
Like when he slammed against the wall, or
No, before that.
3 times.
No. Wesley does take a hit before he gets
Yeah, he does. He gets like a.
before he gets the idea to just choke him out.
Yeah,
It's just one small thing, and it's not a direct hit because if it was directed, I'm pretty sure Wesley would have lost.
he hits him though.
I like the conversation over the mask. Like, he thinks it's fashionable that everyone will be wearing them one day.
He's right.
Yeah, look at
He was right.
cosplayers.
Who's gonna say COVID?
different kind of mask, but yes.
Both, yes. And then
I don't know, out of the 3 encounters, this is probably the least memorable.
Yeah,
this is the weakest
Yeah.
one.
it just because it's so short. But I knowing Andre the Giant's physical ailments, it's understandable why it was so short.
I do like the soundtrack in the scene. It reminds me of
It's
John
really good.
Williams. Like it provides the tone for the scene. So the music is helping to
It's
imply
right.
your feeling. You know.
I thought you were going to say it's right within the realms of non-copyright infringement.
Sure.
It's more unique than that.
It's more unique than that.
Yeah, it is.
But it does this. It accomplishes what most John Williams scores do, which is that it helps give you the tone of the scene, and it helps it's writing your feelings essentially.
And they have the hits on the hit, the hunk when he hits the wall.
Yes, that's true.
I love that.
Dream of large women.
I do not envy the headache you will have when you wake up.
You can tell a bit during the scene that Wesley's arms aren't really around the giant's neck, but not hurting your fellow actor. The stone breaking against the stone, sugar stone. Just pointing it out. It's not real.
Yeah.
Wait, that wasn't
They
a real
didn't
rock?
chuck a real rock at him?
Yeah, I know. It's obvious, but it's fine. It has its charm.
Yeah, it's old movie magic.
Yeah. And then I think I have one of my favorite scenes. We're introduced to the prince and how we're shown
It's
that
a
he's a good
good.
tracker.
It's a good scene.
Yeah.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, so we're shown that he's good at tracking with him moving, his footsteps back and forth.
The loser is inconsequential.
Pretty much, because he doesn't. I think this prince does a really good job at acting subtly here, because he knows something's gone wrong, but he still thinks it's his group because for all he knows, it's his group that won. It's not until someone's beaten the giant that he realizes that his group is in trouble and there's a third party involved. You can see the subtle change in his acting ability, and it's quite nice.
Mm-hmm.
It is interesting how he says beat the giant, and I don't know how he would be able to.
The huge spot in the grass where a giant man was.
I guess it's just one of those things where that could be if you're trying to find at what point did you know that he was evil or something, it could be one of those things. I don't know.
Yeah, he has prior knowledge that there was a giant in play. I will say, another continuity error. I usually don't catch this many. That's usually a Sprink's job, but I seem to keep catching them in this one. When Wesley knocks him out, he's in one spot, and then we get another shot of him rolling him over.
Yeah, that's no.
He's in a different spot.
Well, the only reason you caught that one is because it's a big one that everybody catches.
Oh, good.
Yeah, a lot of people bring that one up. Which, again, is one of those ones where I don't think was intentional. I think that one's on accident.
Yeah, and he didn't move that much, but yeah.
I got one. How did the horses get up there with the prince?
Well, we don't know if they went up the cliff.
Yeah, no, like I said,
really,
the assumption, obviously the assumption is they took the long way around and they got there up another way. But
I was going to argue that we don't know the geography of this place at all, because somehow they took the princess from the whatever riding path, and then went a day's. Again, I think that's a big problem we always talk about is we never know the geography of these places.
Yeah.
We definitely don't. So, like I said, the assumption is obviously they took the long way around and got here, but they're remarkably close behind.
Well, it helps when you know something's going on.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Like, he had it down to the hour. Probably it's like, okay, now we just wait for the horse to arrive with the gilder tearing. We're ready to rock. Let's go.
There's also the aspect of his men. I would imagine they find him a bit suspicious on finding them in the first place, because they traversed a body of water. We don't know how big it is. And theoretically, he tracked that.
No, remember, they have the direction. They already have the gilder uniform.
Yeah, so they're going towards
but there's a lot of places they could have docked.
Yeah, but they know but they have the sense of direction though already, is what I'm saying. So, assuming that they are following in that sense of direction, they dock somewhere else that's not the Cliffs of Insanity. This might have just en route to that, and they stopped here because the prince caught something.
Because if you're planning something like this, you have to have a general layout so that it doesn't become suspicious. So it has to be within reason, but it also has to be plannable. And I again, that's up to interpretation of how much you think of that, because it doesn't really out and out state that. We don't have a scene of them planning this out to make it all make sense, I guess, is the one thing.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know how he would play it off to get to
Well,
where the sword fight was without being suspicious that
The thing is
he stumbled across that.
He's the king. What are they going to do? He's going to murder them if they say anything else.
Send him
That's
home.
Yeah.
It would have been nice if they had like faces in the background, but
Faces in the background.
well, them reacting like was a little fishy.
I think that would have been too much. Less is more in this situation, I think.
Yeah. I think there's enough justification for them to be here. I'm just curious as to how they got here so fast. Other than the obvious one, if they just set out immediately, which they could have, but
Yeah, because they really don't. Yeah.
Let's see what else happened. I like in the scene that when it's him and the Count, he's talking just a little bit quieter, just, when they're alluding to their plan, more or less. And then he speaks louder for all the other soldiers to hear, like, this is clearly the work of Gilder.
Yeah.
It's subtle.
Building up the
I like
story.
it. Yes, it's subtle, but I like it.
It's good. It's nice.
Let me guess. I
Yeah,
missed
we
the
did.
whole fight.
You did.
Yes, you did.
We're already-
You also-
we're already at
the-
you already passed the
we're at
giant,
the-
too.
Yeah.
So,
Oh, in Fezzik's fight? Oh man,
Yeah.
I'm way behind.
so
We were pretty fast in the physics fight.
yeah. So I guess catch us up, Springs. if
What you
any
got?
notes.
If anything I got on this, let's see. Notes, where am I? The choreography of the fight I thought was wonderfully done, and it focuses far more on the skill of fencing compared to what it was similar and reminded me of, which, funny enough, I've already covered a little. Will and Captain Jack's fight in Black Pearl when they're in the blacksmith shop. But that had a lot more camera jumps and other set pieces to use, for example, like the donkey and the rafters. And this didn't focus on much of that at all. It actually had the aerobatic twirl that Wesley uses, and the different form and hands of the sword of left and right. Especially after Inigo switches to right, and then it's right and left fighting against each other until Wesley swaps. So just, I think it's very well done. That not a lot of movies do nowadays. Both show off their strategic intellect of different movesets, offensively and defensively, so to be more even with each other, which is Inigo's original conversation, like take your time, rest up until you're ready, to make it more honorable, which I think shows more of Inigo's character. The stone, when Wesley throws his sword into the patch of grass, I don't know if you guys cover this one, with the stone pillar in the way of where the acrobatic beam was, Wesley would have had to throw his sword upward in order for it to land at such an angle versus the downward flick he does, where it would have gone, at the way it's shown in the film, flicking his sword downward into the grass at such an angle, that stone pillar wouldn't have been there. So that doesn't match up. The fight with Fezzik, the rock freaking exploded, showing what power Fezzik has, believing that, in the film it's a real rock.
Yeah.
Um,
Did no damage to the boulder behind it, but yes. So it's the power.
yeah, not even as. I did laugh at the line, everyone will be wearing one of these in the future, to masks. Comical.
Went to COVID, and Sinister went to COVID, and I went to cosplaying. So same thing, but different.
Oh, same. And I don't know if you've gotten there yet, but I was curious, how did Humperdinck start his search at the top of the cliff where the fight took place?
That's what I kind of covered as a potential issue, but Ryder and Sinister didn't think it was too much of an issue. Ryder's
Presume-
issue was how fast he got there.
Yeah.
Because it's the next day.
Yeah.
But also, why? Well, I guess he's there because the people would understand missing, so it's more of a show than an actual attempt because he hired them.
It's I think we decided
well,
like
the idea
there's-
is
just
that,
to get this thing.
sorry,
You
go
go.
on. Sorry.
No, you go. I'll chime in the end.
Okay, so the idea obviously is that they are tracking the Gilder. They're going towards Gilder already because of the evidence, quote unquote, that Vicini left on her horse when she returned to the castle. So that's why they're here. I think we're just introduced to them being here to know that they're to see them in a familiar location. They obviously would have set out the moment they found that she was missing, and the prince wants to make a show of Gilder being responsible. So
Yeah, obviously, like we figure out later on that he's in on the whole thing, so he probably has a way of like getting there just in the nick of time, and all he has to do is just figure out all that he has to get is the evidence, and then he can just start going, and they'll just follow him because they'll just be like, "Oh, the king's a great tracker," or some. It's. I feel like that's very easy. I still think it's a little up to debate of how they got there so quickly, regardless. But there's a lot there that we're not wary of. So I grain of salt.
yeah, because obviously they couldn't get the horses up the cliff. So
No. I figured they just crossed their normal route to Gilder and then just went down the cliff, the edge until they found evidence of where it took place, is my best guess, because Humperdinck shows off quite skilled in hunting and tracking.
Yeah.
Which I don't think is fake by his use of it.
no, he's good hunter and tracker. That's that's an acknowledged trait.
Yeah. And I believe it's stated later about his hunting in one scene in the future.
Yeah.
I think Buttercup compliments her prince with regards to that as well.
Now, when it comes to also a scene or a line, I guess, helps here of Humperdinck knows, and I'm sure Count Rugen knows because he's his right-hand man, that
Six-fingered right hand.
yeah, six-fingered right-hand man. Humperdinck tells the guards this was all planned by warriors of Gilder, so the guards to believe him, even though him and Count Rugen already know.
Yeah, I talked about I talked a bit about the subtlety and I guess the way the actor's portraying him is that he speaks quieter when he's talking just to the count when it's potentially something regarding their plan, and then he speaks louder for all the other to include all the other guardsmen on the Gilder being under suspicion. So, and then I also like the fact that because the actor plays this very subtly, which I like. He doesn't know if it was his group that lost or the third party. And he doesn't know which group actually has or is losing more or less until he realized the giant went down. That's when he's more certain of like, oh, my group is under attack by a third party.
True. What I'm curious on is how, I mean, it flows with the story, but when he says, don't worry about the loser, the princess is all that matters, how does he not know, A, which tracks to follow, to find from Inigo's and Wesley's here, but also which one could the princess be with?
Oh, see, that's where he gives it away a little bit that he knows which area the winners are going because he planned the route.
Well, presumably
there would also be footprints of everybody else's leaving,
yeah,
as well as the men in blacks.
Oh, Vicini and Fennec.
Yeah, they go in a group, so they're probably easier to find as far as their footprints are concerned.
Okay, one set of footprints versus... Okay, that makes more sense, rather than 1v1.
Yeah.
Okay, that fits more. Even though he never comments on another set of footprints, it's just the winner and loser.
Yeah.
Yes. And then Wesley arrives to speak with Vicini. I have a small continuity error. He runs up the hill with his sword drawn, and when we see him next, it's put away. And then it's out again.
I didn't catch that.
Yeah, and then it's out again when he approaches the table.
Another one. The alkene powder is visible on his belt, but not during the rest of the film before. Just pops up for this encounter.
I
And I went back to
that-
check that.
that is
Yeah.
true. That I knew. That I did catch the iocane powder. Something I caught in this scene, which I think is intentional, with what Sinister's thing of intentional or not stating. So I believe this fits with what you have, Sinister. In this scene, being that Vicini's the last one, you can see hair now coming from the back of the mask, whereas before every prior scene it is tucked up behind. So this is the first instance of showing off hair color, which could be more of hinting to the audience that this is Wesley, in a way.
A strong possibility.
All right.
Or even in the sense of that his true identity is coming further out.
Gradually.
All right. I have a question for all of you. So in the start of this conversation, Vicini mentions Plato, Aristotle, Socrates, calls them morons. Florin and Gilder are fictional, obviously. Within this scene, we have a reference to Sicily. We have a reference to Australia. We have references to actual fencers, like in real life, when they're fighting back and forth. And we also have reference. Did I ever say we have a reference to Australia?
Yes.
Okay. Is this a world building problem that they're bringing in so many things, aspects of the real world here, and yet they're in a fictional place?
I don't think so.
Within the realm of this world, there could be an Australia. There could be a Sicily. This is just somewhere on Earth.
Yeah, I don't.
And then remember, we also have the fire swamp, which is fictional. We also have the eels, which are also, or the shrieking eels, which are also a fictional fantasy monster.
Yeah, so this could just be like a fake country added or something. Who knows?
All right.
So I don't think it's.
So are all the fencers then just fake?
That's what I was going to ask you. Them, since you know they're real, were they of this time or later? I don't know who any of them are, so
let me look them up.
I think that could be potentially problematic.
What is the time now?
Because
what did we say? 15, 1600 something.
Bartholomew Robert, the original
Capoferro
that based on was passed in 1772.
Capoferro is 1610. Agrippa.
I know there's other stories.
Agrippa is 63 BC.
I know there's other stories of everything's real except like one place where the film takes place or story takes place is fictional.
Yeah, that's going to be leaning on this one, especially since it sounds like all these sword fighters are pretty old. So.
Because I don't think anything breaks.
Benedetti's defense is School of Arms was established in London in 1576. So that's three. So we have a range of dates, but
none of them knew that recent though. So I'll just say this place is a fictional land within our world, I guess.
Right. Yeah. So you don't. So it's not a world building problem then in your eyes.
No, because we don't really have anything that contradicts it in any way. Just fits in there, I suppose.
I'm also in agreement. I don't see anything world breaking since it doesn't connect in a way to adjust the world. Like there's nothing they've said or stated that isn't shown that's inaccurate, and no actual time period set is given. Just like time jumps.
All right. My next one would be iocane powders from Australia, but that's fictional, isn't real.
Yeah.
And that's part of this world, quote unquote.
True, but the Shrieking Eels probably aren't in this one section of the world, or the USs. There's probably other locations just a set individual. I guess a good example. Well, maybe not the greatest example, but a good example is like Hogwarts and Harry Potter. I mean, it's a fictional place in the real world.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they don't really make that many references to like the actual stuff in the world, but it's just a given that it's coinciding with real stuff.
And that's probably not the
same with like the MCU
magic,
as well. Like Wakanda's not real, but it takes it's in our world, right?
Yeah, there's a UN
So
you can recognize by. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't think Wakanda's world building is great whatsoever. But
Well, yeah.
oh, I agree, but I'm saying it's just
But
a similar
an example.
situation where it's a fictional place within the real world. That's what I'm seeing this as.
I guess it helps make it feel a little bit more legitimate, if anything. I don't think it breaks it, but it makes it feel like, oh, okay, so this could be real. It's not, but it feels like it could be.
And I think it also helps a little, I guess, a little more connection to the cuts between the grandpa and grandson, since that is real as well. It's not all fake and back and forth. It's not like, I guess, like Narnia, because Narnia is,
distinctly
own
real
world and
world,
all
distinctly fake. Yeah.
from
Yeah.
London, and it's literally just the beginning and end of the film is the real world, and everything else is in Narnia. There's no cuts in between, and I think that would loosen it up. I mean, for example, with Narnia, I think it would loosen it up, cuts in between of something so fictional to real life. Whereas here it's a story that's intertwining things being said that are real life to also cutting to real life.
All right. Well, I guess I get my bit on it. I'm 50-50 on it still, of it being a problem or not. Because what little we have, I think it's a little bit inconsistent. I don't think it's a huge problem. I don't mind them setting a fictional place in our real world. It's essentially what, as you said, the MCU does, and Harry Potter to an extent. So yeah, I'm just kind of 50-50 on it, just because I don't think they're fully consistent with it. Obviously, being the
No, they're definitely not. Yeah.
Well, writer, is there anything they've said so far, like throughout the whole film, in the world of Princess Bride, that contradicts something they state to actual events
in real life, you mean?
Yeah.
That
is being used? I mean, as we said, Aya Kane Power from Australia, fictional in set, but it's not. It's not like taking something that's already established in the real world.
I don't think they're. Okay, I think
warping it.
if you're asking a question like if they're changing things actively about history, no. I have no idea where Florin and Gilder is either, but that's fine. I presume somewhere in Europe.
That's my best guess.
But no, I don't think they actively change major historical events.
The only thing I could see on it is maybe you could argue it's kind of immersion breaking. Just I could see that. But as it being damaging potentially the world building, I think it's safe from that.
Okay, and I think that sense of immersion breaking, because of it, helps aid the cuts to the grandpa and grandson.
I don't really see a connection to that, but sure.
Right,
just more realism sprinkled in then.
Just curious. So that was my question. So.
Gotcha. Remsen, I know you're probably the only one here who's done it. Sinister, you may have, and Ryder, I doubt. But in a game called King's Quest, this scene is very much stolen for a portion of that game. The character is even voiced by Wallace.
Oh yeah, this scene is also stolen for the first episode of BBC Sherlock as well. A bit.
I don't recall that.
Yeah, King's Quest. What a game. Yeah, that was one of the challenges at the castle, right?
Yeah.
That they had to do.
The scene is
definitely some parallels.
A little bit, just a little bit.
Now, we all know that Vicini believes the drink in front of him is the one that's poisoned.
Yes.
Which is why he swaps glasses.
Yes.
Or goblets. Did any of you go back and re-listen to what he said with that knowledge in head?
Like his whole monologue? Or?
Yeah, because his whole monologue of like deciding which one to just go, what's that, flip him. Did you go back and think with what he believes the poison then, if it is in front of him, what he's saying to Wesley?
I mean, he contradicts himself several times because he's like, you bested my giant, which means you're strong, which could imply you think you're strong enough to beat the poison, so you put it in your own cup. But you also beat my Spaniard. So you want to be far away from death.
You've also clearly studied fencing, and in that, you would have learned Man is Mortal, that sort of thing.
And for me, that line is Vicini complimenting onto Wesley that he believes he's more smart than strong. That's because he believes that the glass is in front of him.
Oh, I see. Okay, I didn't understand your question.
I don't know if his decision's based off of that point.
Okay, because I believe Vicini, it never crosses Vicini's mind that the poison's both.
Well, absolutely not. He wouldn't have drank it.
No. I think he kind of realizes that he can't outthink it, so he has to go with his gut, which is obviously, well, most of the time, I think if you have if you put yourself in a position where out of two people, you're going to either harm yourself or you're going to harm somebody else, you're going to make it so that you're kind of out of it, just, naturally, natural instinct. So he uses that, and then it ends up backfiring on him regardless.
I guess a question I have for you guys is, well, we know he's very full of himself and arrogant, but do you think he would have accepted this particular challenge? Because this is less a battle of wits and a battle of chance, because he doesn't really know the Man in Black very well. So I find it hard that any smart person would accept this battle of wits, because it's hardly a battle of wits. What do you guys think?
I'm trying to think what other ways, with what is shown here, could they have gone about a test of wits? And not to copy, but, riddles in the dark wouldn't have worked. I guess it could have, but I don't know. I mean, Wesley had the iocane powder, which, not specifically for this against Vicini, but it's just something he had on him. And also, it's interesting that he uses it now where he gives mercy. Well, he gives mercy to Indigo because he intentionally knocks him out. Fezzik, he checks, so he could have killed Fezzik. But Vicini purposefully poisons.
Well, he judged everybody's character while encountering them.
Okay, I guess that goes on to Wesley's thought here. Do you think Wesley could have thought a possibility out of Vicini is don't drink either?
I mean, that's a potential. I don't know if he thought that, but he could have. He's pretty smart.
At that point, he's at that point he's at the table. So if Vicini eventually decides not to drink them, he's close enough to stop him from drawing his knife and finish him.
Yeah, because he's not a threat if he says, "I'm not drinking anything." So
I'm just trying to think that Wesley's test here for the three has not been intended to kill. He's not gone in to just kill them to get to Buttercup.
yeah, because Inigo, he had a one-on-one. He talked about his whole character motivation in life, and it was all about honor, respect. So he let him go. Him fighting Fezzik brought up he fights groups for charity. I don't remember what the specific line was, but it said charity. So, and they had a nice interaction, so he let him go as well. But his little interaction here, before mentioning the game of wits, he kind of has a good judge of the character of Vicini. So, kind of how I read it. He judges them individually and then disperses whatever justice he sees fit.
And Crimson, do you believe that also went into his role as Dread Pirate Roberts? For his evil doings that you state?
Potentially. Well, like I said, we don't know. I just think he had to live the legend, which would have been a lot of bad stuff.
All he had to do is kill bad people to maintain the legend.
I guess that's true.
We don't know.
We don't know, but,
Does anyone really know?
There's also the aspect I wrote towards the end of my notes, but might as well bring it up now. During the Inigo fight, do you think he thought of him as a candidate for Roberts at that point?
I don't think so.
At that point, no.
No, I don't think Wesley's thought at all was, I got to look for a new Dreaded Pirate Roberts. I'm sure it's a
Well, he brought that
thought
up with
because of
Buttercup. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I
'Cause he
think at
knew
the time he brings
going
it
for
up to
Buttercup he would have to give up the position. So
Yeah, I think Wesley's too determined or too tunnel vision to rescue Buttercup at this moment to think of who a next candidate would be. But that's my thought on the matter. I mean, it's definitely something on his mind from the beginning of, once he finds Buttercup, he's got to pass it on to someone else. So, but it's also when they're in the fire swamp, he doesn't bring it up of like, I got to pass it on to someone else to be with you because, I love you. That's not something he tells her. He just tells her the story of the Dread Pirate Roberts. And she never brings it up to him, saying like, if you're to be with me, will you remain? Or do I have to go with you as, as you're the pirate or something? Which I think is a little more, maybe emotional, but a little more of a hit of kind of out of the blue. Because looking back, you can see, the wheels turning, but it's a little more when Wesley offers it to Inigo at the end because it's never brought up of he has to find someone. It's just something of the legend.
I guess for me, we just know Wesley knows if he gets Buttercup, he probably won't be a pirate anymore, right? So it would be something he would at least be thinking about, his replacement, if he was to successfully rescue Buttercup or just return to Buttercup.
I agree. It's probably on his mind when he rescues Buttercup. Up to the point of getting to her, I don't think he's thinking about it.
Okay.
But I think it's
just a
nice
question.
that
I didn't know either way.
I just think it's nice that it never brings up Wesley saying, I got to look for a candidate or look for someone. And just says it to Inigo at that point when Inigo says, I don't know what to do with the rest of my life. I like sound design in this scene of the violin strings as the, movements match the movements of them drinking.
Tension ratchets up.
Yeah. I guess it also went with the cuts when they're climbing the cliff of insanity, that the music would rise a little when it cuts between Fezzik climbing and Wesley.
Mm.
But it's nice now it's not just background, it also fits with, I guess, choreographed.
Yeah. That's something. I think I did the same thing with the fight with Fezzik. Yeah, where it was, the music was like basically choreographed for the scene. It wasn't like just a little added background or something. It was good.
It shows directional approach onto the composer as well, rather than just send me a piece of music.
Send me a piece of music, why don't you?
Now, I guess this is a question for you, Sinister, because, musician. Would this show that the music was composed after the film?
Well,
to go along with the scenes.
You kind of have to.
It's very rare that it's ever before. In fact, there's a story with I can't remember the composer, but the composer for, I believe, Aliens. It's either Aliens or Alien. Pretty sure it's Aliens. Where he composed the music for the fight scene, specifically with the loader bot or whatever. And when you're doing that, you have Final Cut, essentially. So the cut of the movie has already been made, because it has to fit that specific runtime. It can't be like, 3 seconds off or anything. It has to be done. And he finished the music, and then the John what's the name of the director of Alien?
Ridley Scott?
No,
Ridley
that's
Scott?
the first one. No, that's the first one. Aliens is
James Cameron.
James Cameron. I want to say John Carpenter for some reason. I know that wasn't right. But yeah, James Cameron changed it like the last moment, or changed the scene. So I think he cut some time off of it, like 5 or 10 seconds or whatever, which is huge, especially for music. And the guy had to rescore the whole scene because it had to fit the beats of the fight, and he had to rescore the whole scene in like a month, like a few weeks or something. And he said he would never work with him again.
Interesting.
Yeah, so you have to do it after.
Okay, because I can't remember. I don't know if it was a fact brought up when we covered the Batman, but I believe Michael Giacchino did this, at least the theme, I think, before the film.
But the theme is one thing; it's not the whole score. You could never do a whole score.
But it's a score in the film. Or something.
Yeah.
So I just didn't know the difference of like the entirety of the score, how much is implemented. But I feel like a scene like this, to go with the beats with the violin, that the scene would have to be filmed beforehand.
Yeah, you couldn't with
Unless
that
it's
kind
like,
of stuff.
Yeah, storyboarded, and it's like, okay, I need the violin hits here, and then while acting. Because aren't there some films where they play the music in the background for the actors to like match up to?
Sometimes, if they have like, it's usually not orchestra pieces. That's very rare because that's really, really expensive and it's really, really time consuming, and movies have to be done on in a certain amount of time. If it's incidental, if it's like an actual song, that's one thing. Like if it's a pre-existing song, that's a lot easier you can do that to it because it's going to be as long as whatever that scene is. But something that has to be made, you really can't do that, and it's very rare that it does happen. And it's usually a big headache to film it if it is in that way. But for like something like it, like in Guardians of the Galaxy when they sing "Come and Get Your Love," that's one scene where you can do that because it fits for it and the song already exists, so you can just plan for it. But anything else, you'd have to make it.
Yeah, because I think especially, I mean, that example, dance numbers, the actors kind of need to know the song to, choreograph to it, or I guess, I mean, that's a whole other discussion of choreographed dance numbers, but how much comes from the actor themselves or how much is, plot. But
yeah, it's a whole, it's a very complicated thing, and I don't, I don't know as much about that as a bunch of other stuff.
Okay, I just figured with your musical background that you might have some insight on it.
I all I know is a few little things, but yeah, it's a very complicated world. The world of soundtrack, movie soundtracks and stuff. Everything is, like I said though. Most of the time, the movie's been finished ostensibly, so they usually just everything has to be this long and has to last for this amount of time. Very rarely is it the other way around. And if it is, it's usually a little bit more complicated, but it happens. It does happen.
Gotcha. Does anyone have anything else on the Vicini Duel of the Wits?
Never get involved with a land war with Asia.
Yeah.
I just found that amusing.
Was it Asia or India?
Asia.
Asia.
Okay. I think Wesley knows that he switched glasses, but he doesn't care because, they're both poisoned. So I think he actually just did that to humor Vicini.
Oh, yeah. He was definitely playing that up. What? Where? Huh?
I mean, he riled him up and then made him feel smart. It's very, feeding into that arrogance. I like it.
He was also just smirking the entire time.
Yep.
He knows everything. Yeah.
He knows he's won.
Well, actually, he breaks his smirk when Vicini dies.
True.
And we know that he just built up an immunity to one of the deadliest poisons in the world. Thumbs up, I guess. Don't know how it works, but sure. I'm okay with
Ryan
that.
taught him.
Oh, that happens.
Yeah, that is a real thing.
Yeah, that's why I said that's cool. I don't have an issue
Oh,
with that.
I think it was just being like, don't know how that happened.
I'm just saying that it happened.
Yeah. And then we have the arguments between the Man in Black and right after this. It's right
No,
now.
we have one more Prince scene.
Okay.
A little track.
Oh yeah, that's right. There's a Prince scene. Yeah.
Because I guess they're on the trail of Fezzik leaving, which is also interesting. I mean, it doesn't seem that long that Inigo, wakes up and leaves before he gets tracked, and then Fezzik wakes up and leaves before Humperdinck arrives, which I think is less time on Fezzik's part from the tracking and everything than on Inigo's, because Inigo's, I think, has more time of not exactly knowing beforehand of when Humperdinck and his men arrive. But with the pace of Wesley going one by one up to Buttercup, kind of know the time it takes from one point to another. So.
Mm-hmm. And Prince is on horses, so it kind of makes sense that he is catching up a little faster.
That is true. That's actually a good point. That means like Fezzik was out for maybe what, 2-3 minutes?
I mean, that's usually the average time of
Well-
knockout.
I mean, we don't know the time between those two fights, though.
Points, yeah.
We don't, but
All we know is it's still day.
yeah. I view it like I have to view it like this, otherwise it kind of breaks things down. But I view it like how the timing works in Dunkirk from Christopher Nolan, where one person's story takes place over the course of an hour, another person's story takes place over the course of a week, and then another person's story takes place over the course of a couple days, but they're all interspliced together to almost go in sequence. But by the end, they're all happening at the same time.
Yeah. I'm trying to think when they're in the swamp, the fire swamp, is it nighttime? Or is it just like
No.
the canopy covers it, so it's
They enter during day, leave during day. I don't think they were there overnight.
okay, so that's still all in one daytime. Okay.
Well, if that's true, that's a bit of a problem, but sure.
I'm just curious because there's no sunrise or sunset shown.
Why would
the
that be a
night-
problem, Ryder?
Oh, geography.
Geography.
Like, the fact that it's not night. They spend most of their day up there. I imagine it took them a while to get through the forest. They obviously just didn't sleep when they went through while going through the forest.
So from Wesley, from being at the bottom of the Cliffs of Insanity up to Wesley being tortured or just being captured and talking to the albino is all in the span of one day.
That's what Crimson said, more or less. So
I mean, that's what we see.
that's why I'm content to believe that they're in the fire swamp at night.
Well, he's
Because-
also
because-
cleaning
because-
the
because
he's
at
also
that point
cleaning
this-
the wounds. Yeah.
Because
so,
at that point the sun is also setting when they're going into
The
the fire
sun's
swamp.
setting when they go into?
Yeah, they're about to go into
No.
the fire swamp. Yes,
Oh, it wasn't.
yes, it was.
Sprinks,
I
I'm
don't
sure
know.
you have it up.
I can get to it. Because they go down the hill.
It's
I
not
don't think
setting.
it ever-
Sorry, it's low.
well, it is later in the day. I just don't think it ever pans back up to the sky when they're in the
No,
not ravine.
it,
but the,
it doesn't.
If it's night in the forest, I don't think they lit it well enough because it doesn't seem like nighttime.
The last time we see the sun is him pointing out, "Ha, your prince's boyfriend is too late," and then they dive off the cliff or whatever. Anyways,
unless the
is Minnie in the
entire
chat? What's going on?
I'm looking unless the entire fire swamp is at night and the light coming through is moonlight from the lighting, then it's all in one day.
then I do have a problem. That's a lot of time. That's a lot of things happen in one day.
True, but it's not impossible because we don't know how big fire swamp is. I mean, they don't go very far from the start to the end. It's just when it starts, we can't see where they entered.
Okay, so
And then
we're
it
relying on
cuts-
this place being fictional then. Just
Is it big? Yeah. Is it small? No.
Yeah,
We don't really have a scale.
because it does cut and I believe fade when they exit.
then my world building problems with geography then. Like it's not it's not going to escape unscathed from this, unfortunately.
Willow syndrome.
Yep.
Willow syndrome.
Yeah,
At it
I'm just-
again.
So just going through it, yeah, it does look like it's all in one day.
And what we do with that information is what we do with it.
It sounds like it'll be knocked on the objective scale.
Sounds like this is a
When-
solid 6.5 to 7. I'm sorry, but
When Wesley is arguing, I guess, with Buttercup and like raises his hand to hit her, I believe he would have never hit her. That's me. I know Crimson, you said earlier that if he's in Dreaded Pirate Roberts, it's like he is this character of who he is, especially after years of being in, or 1-2 years of being in said character. I still am on the line of there is no crew or anyone around to see him act differently.
No, I mean I agree with that. I'm saying when he is the pirate doing raids, that's that's him being a pirate. Here, I'm fine with him being Wesley. That was
okay.
what my argument was.
Okay. I thought that was a touch or a point that you. Yeah, okay.
No, if he makes a point, he's going to yell about it.
Top of my lungs. No. Whether or not he would hit her, probably not.
No, I will point that she talks about what Wesley's eyes look like, like deep sea or something, and like how she knows him so much while talking to Wesley and not commenting on his eyes at all.
He's got a mask.
Yeah.
That they don't mask or
that shows
the
his
mask
eyes.
don't cover his eyes.
He's got a mask on though.
She's just a silly girl, as she says.
She's suffering from Batman syndrome.
I guess the only thing that could aid to it is that she hasn't seen him in 5 years.
No, but she remembers.
But it is true,
true
love. So.
Well, is she truly in love with his eyes, or is truly in love with him as a person? Let's not go crazy here.
She figures out that he's a member of the Dread Pirate Roberts due to his cruelty. I don't know if she was ever cruel to her. He might be verbally abusive in that, like, just chiding her constantly.
We never know.
No, I mean, for what their interaction is, he's bitter.
Yeah.
Does anyone else?
Wouldn't you?
I wouldn't,
mad
because
of
he was
the
dead.
marriage.
So.
I wouldn't. Crimson, the old digression. I wouldn't be.
And then this
on,
I guess goes into why do you think Wesley didn't remove his mask after Vicini died?
Because he wanted to figure out if she was truly faithful.
Yeah, he wanted to pick her brain a little bit.
Okay.
Also, to be fair, it's quite the reveal. Like, hey, not dead. He probably was thinking about how he was going to do it too.
Yeah, she was probably going to push him on the cliff. Either way. You bastard! As you wish.
I guess. Does anyone think that Wesley knew he was being tracked by Humperdinck?
Oh, that okay.
Yes, by the end for sure.
Yes.
I'm just thinking. There's nothing shown. I mean, at the end, they look up from the valley and see the horses, but
no, he sees the horses before he's pushed too.
Oh, out on the hill.
Yeah,
right.
That's what distracts him enough for her to push him.
To get pushed.
Before he sees them, I don't think he did, because I don't know how he would know.
Well, the only hint the only suspicion that he might have is because Buttercup is straight up tells him that Humperdinck's the best hunter and he'll find them. So he has reason to suspect. I don't think he knew for certain though.
Well, Springs was asking about the whole hunting him down the whole time, right?
Well, I don't know if it plays into why he didn't remove his mask at some point. If he, if the thought of him as being like, oh, I could be seen as Wesley, even though, Humperdinck wouldn't recognize, especially when they come out of the forest, it's like still not known of who he is. They could still think he's the Dread Pirate Roberts, possibly, but it's just the removal of the mask at the point. I mean, even pushed down the hill, the mask fell off the hill because he rolled down the hill. So I don't exactly know. My intentional question here is just why was the mask never removed to reveal who he was? Because even when he was pushed and said, as you wish, to give away that he is Wesley, it's still not his self-choice of removing the mask.
Well, at that point, the game is up. He would have taken it off at that point.
Yeah, I was going to say, once he revealed himself, I think he would have taken it off. Obviously, that opportunity was not provided.
Deep sea critics asking the tough questions. Just our motto. No, I'm
just saying she can't see his forehead or much of his hair. And a true love. I'm just trying to think how much this mask is actually covering her from knowing that it's Wesley.
He also didn't have a mustache.
The superhero rule applies. Springs.
Yeah. Oh, yes. The mustache.
The voice and eyes, I think, would be enough to give it away. But obviously, for the movie's sake,
she speaks about his eyes anyway.
Yeah, it's the same issue that you would have with Bruce Wayne, Clark Kent, everything. It's the same thing. It's just.
I mean, even if you look up the movie, like the Wikipedia page, it says the Man in Black instead of Wesley through most of the movie. Is there a movie still going on? Or are we still on the
Yo, we're
mask?
no, I was just on the mask thing, but
What happens next? Do they get out of the forest, or do they get sunk in quicksand or something?
Lightning
really
sand.
lightning sand.
Lightning sand, because it's even quicker than quicksand.
I think it's
quite
accurate
quick.
quicksand is what it is.
Oh, it's not accurate quicksand.
Accurate.
Well, I thought it was fictional. The whole quicksand of like, oh, it's taking
No, that's-
hours. I'm sinking.
No,
It's
well, it's real, but you'd never actually like sink. It's impossible.
It's like stepping in mud.
Yeah,
It's not. You just fall through the ground.
I think
like,
you just,
slowly,
I think you
yeah.
have a wrong idea of what quicksand actually is in your head, Springs.
it's not a
I thought quicksand was
like a sinkhole or anything like that.
no, quicksand is real, but it's not at all like in movies.
Not like Hollywood
yeah.
made it.
No, it's,
okay.
yeah,
That's what I was.
To
okay,
be
that's
fair,
where I was thinking.
to be
Yeah.
fair, I did think this is how quicksand was in real life, thanks to this film.
yes,
But
Yeah.
they took me a while to figure that out.
I guess that fits then. Okay, so lightning sand is not quicksand, but is
Well,
lightning
it
sand
is.
Lightning
Yeah.
sand is fictional in this.
is fictional. Is there such a thing in real life that resembles such that is accurate? Or
Yeah,
no?
quicksand.
Quicksand is the closest you're
Well,
going to
No,
get.
You just stated quicksand isn't.
Yeah, well,
I
'cause
think
I
a
was correcting
pothole.
you.
a pothole
Oh.
would probably be the closest thing, but it wouldn't get covered like that.
Okay.
Just the ground giving up into a pothole would probably be the closest thing.
Yeah, because even like in like South America and stuff, a lot of the towns and things are built on like big like piles of sand, or deserts and what have you, and even those just gradually sink over time. So and that's a lot of weight. So a person wouldn't really do the same thing.
Weight density and erosion.
Sure, yeah, science.
Science.
It's alive.
Lightning
So,
sand was the scariest part of the forest. For me, anyways. If the fire was not threatening, I think they could have done it better with the fire.
Oh, it had a sound cue to it.
Yeah.
I do
And the
like the
rodents weren't very scary.
I do like the look that Buttercup gives Wesley after he says, it's not bad. Just the fucking she looks at it just the
You said what?
yeah,
Said what?
yeah, just the look she gives him is like, are you crazy?
He's done worse.
I'm sure. But I just find it amusing.
Something a little amusing. I like the line earlier on of Humperdinck finding the iocane and saying he bets his life on it.
Um,
Oh yeah.
uh,
Well, it's poison. I
Florin,
mean,
the
Yeah.
the rodents in this, do you think they are as good, better, or worse than Neverending Stories, the wolf?
Oh, you can't even compare the two.
Oh.
Come on.
They're in a similar time frame.
oh, they
Neverending
are.
can't
Stories a
compare.
little bit
Oh,
older.
Yeah.
You can.
I'm saying you could. I'm just saying,
Well-
but like I'm going on Neverending Story side on this one.
It's I think 4 or 5 years older. Neverending Story.
Older.
Well, yeah.
3.
I mean, like whatever
that
before.
was 84.
Yeah, 84. That's what I meant.
Okay. Well,
Of course you meant it.
in Neverending Story, you never really see Gamork's full body. Kind of just his face most of the time. Oh shoot, that's a tough question because the RUS is you do see their full body. I'm gonna say slightly worse because I think the
rodents are
puppeteering in-
worse, or the
I think the rodents are worse.
Okay.
Because I think the facial, because the rodents just have the mouth and human costume crawling around. Gamork is puppeteering and not costume. And I think the puppeteering and the facial expressions on Gamork are better.
I agree.
On the
Also, Gamork is far scarier.
On the note of the fire swamp not being scary, I explicitly believe that's the fact that they deconstruct the fire swamp one, like, quote unquote terror at a time. Because I think Crimson and I kind of talked about this a bit last night, actually. Where you said the Shrieking Eel was your quote unquote scariest part of the movie.
I think it's depicted to be more scary. Yeah.
Yeah. And I kind of, one of the reasons I explained or talked to him about this was that it's because that the fire swamp spends its time deconstructing everything that's supposed to make it scary.
So yeah,
Fire, sand, and rats. Oh my!
Precisely. I was just about to make that comparison. It's like the Wizard of Oz, where the forest where the lion resides is supposed to be a scary forest. Obviously, we see a better scary forest, but later in that film.
There was nothing
But
but a single lion in that forest.
I know.
Nothing was shown.
So I don't think it's them deconstructing the scary stuff. It's just that they weren't scary in the first place. The lightning sand is pretty much the only thing I think could be scary in the way they depicted it.
I don't know. Fire that shoots out of the ground, quote unquote, randomly would be pretty terrifying, at least with your first encounter.
I would agree conceptually, but I'm talking about depictions. It doesn't look scary. The way it is shown doesn't look scary.
But it lit her dress on fire. That's pretty scary.
Terrifying.
All I'm saying is if
Okay.
Crimson was in that
All right,
forest, he would
okay.
be terrified. But in the actual movie, it's not that scary.
Yeah, it's all about depiction for me. I'm sure a person getting attacked by a giant rat is scary, but
I'm
the way
sure
it's
Crimson,
shown, it's not
Crimson
scary.
was watching and he was like, "Didn't they steal this from Dagobah? Come on!"
I don't know if we touched on this. Unfortunately, I want to say Lightyear, but I could be incorrect. There was something I touched
Yeah, it
on where
might
the
be.
music, because the music added makes it more tense to the audience perspective. And I believe Crimson, you pointed out, but the characters can't hear the music. So
that could be something I said.
believe it was said. I think it was said at some point in something we've covered. But for here, the music added on to them, like the triumphant when they're coming out of the sand music, or the fire going off and trying to put the fire out, and the tension there, or fighting the RUSs. I think add more suspense and tension to the whole scene. But to them, there is none of that. So, I mean, I guess it is scary that the rodent jumps out with no noise and is silent. There's no, branch breaking or pebble falling over. There's no noise to indicate that they're around. But, that's something portrayed to the audience to make it more tense, whereas to the characters, it wouldn't have that noise. Also, I think it's, I guess, kind of shown because you can hear the fire going off, like the clicks before it shoots out, that it's not a set time. It's completely random. Because during the whole fight with the RUS, there's no fire going off in the background just because it's going off. It only goes off when needed. Which I guess, I would see this as world building damage because it's convenient to the story rather than random occurrences going on, he's holding the rat in place until it goes off.
It goes off when they're just
That's
walking
true.
through the forest, but he's able to get through that because he's not dealing with anything else at that point.
No, but it goes off around them. I'm saying it does. It's not. You don't see it
you
going off
mean
in
like
the
going off around?
background.
Like got it. Okay.
Yeah. It's
You don't just hear
only
it
go
in the
off
background
when-
either.
when it's by them.
Like there's only one fire going off in the forest at once.
Yeah, I don't think that's true. I don't think it's one at a time. But I think
No, what I'm
they're
saying
not-
that I agree with you that there would be some, at least, if not visually in the background, you'd hear them in the background in the forest as well.
This is true.
to me, the fire seemed the most plot convenient of the three.
Yeah.
Considering
agree.
it saves them from the rat, yeah, I'd agree.
But he hears it and then rolls, which I guess fits. But he also didn't Also, Wesley has an eye of seeing it, so he doesn't see it while fighting to hold the rat in place. Wait for the ticks to then go off.
Oh, he said he doesn't believe in them. Clearly, I think to comfort her.
Yeah.
Because she's like, I don't think we're making it out of here.
I fully.
But
agree
I
that
don't know
because
why he
stared
turned his
at
back
two
to
of them.
them. Yeah, I don't know why he turned his back to them.
It's like a you know, yeah,
Don't mess with them; they won't mess with us.
Yeah.
Kind of thing.
yeah.
You know it's very aggressive, though. It's kind of the whole point of them being a danger to the forest.
Why do you gotta take a funny line and just turn it into shit? Come on, man.
Well, I mean, Crimson, his character.
I'm fine with him lying to her. I'm just saying the fact that he just turned his back to
it would
an
have been more believable.
aggressive thing.
It would have been more believable if he jogged away. Like he grabbed her by the hand and they just moved quickly away from them before they attacked. Like that would have been more believable because I know what you're getting. I know what you're getting at, Crimson.
If Buttercup's like,
I
why
know
are
he's
we
doing
jogging
that.
faster? And he goes, well, they're hunting us down. We got to go. They're on horses. Or,
Yeah, it's a dangerous forest. Oh, oh.
I'm just saying. I think for the joke to pay off, you have to take. But I understand what he's saying, that it sacrifices a little bit of his character. But I think it's an okay. I don't know. Whatever. It's something. I have to give him that.
I think that's all I got for the forest.
did anyone want to touch on the interjection of grandson about the kissing again?
I don't even want to get near it.
That they're having lunch before going to the fire swamp.
No.
Okay.
Yeah,
It's just also nice to show time passing as well for the grandpa and grandson while the story's going on.
Yeah, and the pages in the book seem to be fairly accurate to the time the movie's passing.
True. Well, that's probably accurate. I mean, it's based on the book. He probably actually has a physical copy of the book and is going to where he's describing next. So
maybe
probably fit in place. But then again, I guess I would fall onto a writer question since he's the author here.
Oh, he's
Have you
read
read the book?
I didn't even think it was actually based on a book. I thought that was fake. And it actually is a book. I don't think it's framed like the movie, though, where it's a son or a grandpa reading to the son. I think that's just...
No. I think that's added for the film.
Yeah, but it is like a writer narrating a thing or something.
If I remember correctly, the book, it doesn't really... Our story starts about halfway through it. Or am I talking about a different version? Because there's a whole preceding adventure that happens for Wesley. And I think that is his Dread Pirate Robert story, but it's been a while since I've read it, so.
I suppose also to touch on the music of earlier with Vicini and the whine of the violin cues, same effects here when he's stabbing the rat.
Mm-hmm.
Rodent.
Bing.
Sorry, I call it a rat. They never call it a rat.
It's a New York rat.
They do say rodent, yeah.
I wonder how many times people have said that, Crimson.
Oh,
there's
probably a
rats
few.
in the subway. Are you OSs? I don't think they exist.
I don't.
That. I was talking the other way around. Or people referring to these as New York rats. New York rats as rodents in the usual sense.
But it wouldn't be unusual size for New York. It'd be normal. Unusual size would be small, technically.
I haven't seen a New York rat in person, so I
guess the only thing I have left in the Force is we get Wesley's backstory to Buttercup. And we also get told how he's learned all these new skills that have helped him throughout the day.
Yeah.
I have a question about Swamp, and I guess I could just be easy enough to look it up, but I'll ask you: does Swamp have to have water to be considered a swamp?
Yes.
Yeah, it's a biome.
Yeah, because it would just be a forest then.
Okay.
So
I guess that fits a little error. That's called a swamp.
It's
and
a
there's
fire
Well, I mean, we
swamp.
only see a segment.
Oh, when they cross the log, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I was just curious on that. Like, how much water is needed for a swamp to be defined a swamp?
Well, it's not just like having water. It's also usually in a warmer area, which is the humidity.
Yeah.
Well, Sinister, the fire probably helps with that.
That's what I think. That's probably one reason why the fire swamp.
Also, for having a fire swamp, okay, and a lot of fire,
Mm-hmm.
it's interesting. There's so much foliage around that's not burned.
Well, maybe the plant life adapted to the environment and is fireproof.
That could work. And then then again, that's making reason in a fictional world.
That is.
The only reason we'll make in this one.
So we get Humperdinck catching them at the exit of the forest, right on time, unless they were just sitting there waiting for him to
No,
exit.
they were just.
Oh,
I think they were just sitting there
100%
waiting.
they believe they were waiting because remember the archers are there already, like spread out around them, like
Yeah,
hiding behind
already
different trees.
ambushed.
So they were definitely waiting.
The plan has failed.
Also, I don't think it's false, but Wesley's arm looks far more damaged and worse during the fight with RUS than actually of what happened. It's like one bite.
Oh yeah.
Because it's not fully healed. I mean, at the end of the movie, but man, it's like singed and bloodied, but
The
not
bite
actually
on his
that bad.
arm really doesn't manifest into anything.
on his
No.
arm, no, on his shoulder.
Well,
that's what I'm
hey.
referring to. Sorry,
This isn't Resident Evil, okay? He's not going to turn into like a monster.
no. But Wesley also didn't take some, first aid spray and just spray himself.
I mean, the albino guy healed
Yeah,
him.
he dabbed around the makeup is what he did.
He did. That was not good makeup at that point.
No,
What, the blood or the albino?
The blood.
albino just dabbed it.
Well, albino.
The bloody
was,
albino.
Yeah, yes. The shoulder during that scene was not well done. The shoulder in the forest, I think, actually did look good.
A question to writer for writing. Writer, do you like or do you dislike the reused line of "I swear it will be done" from Count Ruben reusing Humperdinck's words?
I like it. It's mostly because he's doing it in a tongue-in-cheek way to his friend, because it's clear that the two of them are friends later on. So
I was just curious.
all right.
And to incorporate you in conversation.
I do like that it's Buttercup who's noticing the ambush more than Wesley. Like she's the one that spots the crossbow people first, because Wesley's focused on the prince and the count.
You know the secrets of the forest.
And this could play into the character of Wesley more in defending Buttercup than other things around him, which I think helps with the thought we said earlier of him thinking about Dread Pirate Roberts being handed down.
What?
When we said
My
earlier,
question about
how much thought
Inigo.
processes does he have on Inigo or passing down the mantle now that he has Buttercup secured? I think this scene helps aid that he has just far more focus on protecting Buttercup before. I mean, he's also tense. He just came out of a battle. He's still on the hunt and run, and all these things going on. But to help that his focus is to defend Buttercup than other things on his mind that could be on his mind.
Okay. I don't. I guess I don't really have a comment on that.
It's also revealed here that Count Rugen is a six-fingered man. And I went back to check, and it's extremely hard to tell in past scenes of Count Rugen if he has six fingers.
Well, because they always shoot him from the left side, not the right side.
It
always got his right-
kind of hard to screw up that continuity.
That's true.
They
I
would just have a
noticed in some
glove with
is
6 fingers.
it's mostly from his arms up, so you can't see his hands. And on shots where you could, it's usually covered by a horse,
Yep.
like Humperdinck's horse or a guard.
It's meant to be a reveal.
We talked a little bit to Ryder last night about this. We didn't get too deep into it because we got the podcast. How convenient is it that the six-fingered man is even relevant? Because Inigo's whole storyline hinges on it.
I don't think you need him.
Well, the character being in, I'm fine. The fact that he's the six-fingered man, the one Inigo's been looking for 20 years,
I don't really,
happens to be him and relevant.
Now you're just splitting hairs. Come on.
It's a little
I'm not-
convenience sake, but I also
You
think
are.
it's nice to show that that he's never said Count Rugen. Inigo doesn't know it's Count Rugen. He doesn't, know he works for Humperdinck. He doesn't know these things. It's a little much that he's been searching, and when he was found by Vicini, he was at the Thieves' Forest, which is right outside of the castle, which is, that close to the Six-Fingered Man. So that's a little, on the nose there of being close. But I think it's
but
also
he's the right-hand man of the prince. You really wouldn't see him like out and about with people that often.
True.
Like,
I'm just saying he's that close.
Yeah.
To the guy after all this time.
The guy was also a Spaniard, so
I
you don't know how long he's been there.
Yeah. But I do think it's good that because of this, that the story's not just on Buttercup and Wesley. That it's also this whole other story of Inigo that plays out.
How dare this story have any extra layers to it? It's ridiculous. I want money back.
Well, Crimson, do you think it's that bad to the story as a whole? You think it's just tied to Inigo of the story? Do you think it weakens the whole thing of Wesley and Butter? I mean, what was your take
Out
on
of anyone in the whole world that could have had the 6 fingers, it was this guy. I just find it convenient.
You're right.
I think his place in the film as a character is fine. Just the odds of him being relevant to one of our random characters, being Inigo, is very slim.
Out of all the fictional kingdoms in the world, he had to work for this one.
Yeah, it's the same thing as freaking Casablanca. Of all the gin joints in all the world, why'd you have to end up in this one?
Also, I mean, another thing is he's not going. He's not. Six-Fingered Man, I don't think, is on the run or place to place to place. He's staying in Florin.
Yeah, he says like half his lifetime was spent building that device, so he's like 40.
Yeah, so he's been in this one set place
for half his life at least.
Yeah,
it might. Inigo might know enough about him to know that he was Florin. I mean, he did dealings with his father.
Well, he's definitely not a Spaniard.
Yeah, because he's not a Spaniard. So my guess is maybe Inigo knew he was Florin, so that's why he just spent his time in the kingdom, and that's how Vicini found him. Assuming that's not for that, just for for a particular job, not the first time they worked together necessarily.
I mean, I'm willing to admit it. Yeah.
But you keep pointing out being a Spaniard. Are you believing that Inigo's father's blacksmith shop is in Spain?
It would be weird if it wasn't, but we also, again, that's a geography problem where we don't really know. It's a
geography problem. They could have immigrated. We don't know. The point is that they're here.
Yeah. So he could. He's a Spaniard, but he doesn't necessarily have to have come all the way from Spain. I'll level up, but I'm willing to admit that it's convenient, but I don't really see the issue with it in any form. Even if it is convenient, I think that's my take on it. I don't really see where I don't see it destroying anything having him be the 6-fingered man just because he is a central antagonist of some sort. So it would okay, he's a 6-fingered man too. Awesome, double pay.
I agree. I think it works fine. It's totally fine with Inigo's story, and it does match up to what is being said. And it's probably hard looking for the killer if you're drunk on.
Oh yeah.
So what was it?
Brandy.
Yeah.
You couldn't even afford brandy.
Yeah. A funny little joke of the voice with the albino. Like dark, raspy voice, and then just totally normal.
Yep, I do find that funny as well.
There was a fact that supposedly he never saw the movie because the contact makeup for him gave him extreme discomfort throughout his scenes.
So he could never see the movie?
I think that's what I read, that he didn't see the movie or the final product because of it.
Like you mean he wasn't able
he chose
to
not to watch it.
He chose not to watch it.
Okay. I was like, did the makeup severely limit his eyesight or something, and he literally couldn't see it? Like, oh, that would suck. That would be like that freaking Tin Man Wizard of Oz thing all over again.
Or gosh, is it John Rhys Davis?
Depends on what you're asking. I don't.
For Gimli with his prosthetics. That.
Oh, yeah,
it
yeah,
was
yeah.
Johnny's
Also, yes.
I don't have much here for the albino introduction scene, unless
It's a
anyone
good
else
one.
does. But
Funny.
Nothing other than we have a machine that's set up.
I do like they just call it the machine. It's not like the nefarious torches. It's just we have the machine.
Yeah, I don't have much to say on it either. Other than no, we don't see the hideout yet or how they get inside.
No,
But we know
it's
that.
just
But we know that the threat is like you won't escape. There's only three of us that know where this is: the prince, the count, and me.
okay, I guess question for all of you: when it goes to the next scene here of Buttercup walking down the hallway somberly to then go to Humperdinck and Count Rugen, is this the start of the dream sequence?
I think it's set up for the dream, but it's not the start of the dream.
it's not that. No. It's
Okay,
just,
so this is real.
Yeah.
yes.
Okay.
This part is real.
Okay, because Humperdinck says, my father's failing health
Yes.
is what's upsetting her, and then it cuts to an outside of the castle where the grandfather says
Actually-
he died. Whereas we know
okay.
he did not die.
Yeah.
So is
Actually,
this
that might be part of the dream because he's
connected?
fine when they actually have the marriage.
Well, he might have failing health regardless. That's why the prince is running the kingdom. He's just
True.
old. So, I took that line as just him being tongue in cheek with the count, like that's the public excuse.
Okay.
Maybe.
I just wanted
It's
your
done.
thoughts on it because it would either be totally fine or it would help strengthen a thing I caught.
It's hard because it's so fluid, and I think it needs to be fluid to work. But
It's,
it also creates a
with
problem.
it being like this, it does lead into the dream sequence much better because it is open to interpretation. I just happen to be on the fence that this is not real. Like this is real, not a dream. Sorry.
Okay. So until the outside shot of the castle where the grandpa says the king has died,
Yes,
that's the
the
start of the
king
dream.
died that very night. Like continuing from what was real,
And
essentially.
it's
Okay.
kind of a funny line. The father's in failing health. We can do. The king
Okay.
died that night.
Then it's not a big thing, but it's something I caught that Buttercup's in a blue dress, Humperdinck's in red, and Count Rugen's in yellow.
Primary
so they're
colors.
all matched to primary colors. And to me, I think if it was a dream, it would strengthen that they're the only thing focused. It's the only thing
That's
in the dream to latch onto. There's no secondary aspect that it's like this is the only thing in her dream or mind of primary. Like they're the only things that matter and stand out. Being that if it isn't, it's still fine, but
Down to the queen of slime.
Boo. Boo. Oh, I forgot to mention this in the first time she walks out. I find it funny that she just walks out of like a fucking smoke machine room.
Pretty good.
well, yeah, they have that in Florin.
It's just funny.
It's just funny.
I do like the cut back to the grandson. He's actually now emotionally invested by being angry about it, the story.
Yeah. It's like you're reading the story wrong.
I like that he lets the grandson speak of what his thoughts are. He doesn't like cut him off and like lets him finish his sentence.
Well, until we go back to the fantasy world and the kid interjects and he says, "Yeah, you're a genius. Shut up."
Yeah, shut up.
That was funny.
I like the old man. I wish he was in a detective movie or something that we watched.
Yeah, something like that. I think he'd be a good one. I think he'd be a chick magnet.
Cheap Seat Critics, Season 7, Episode 1, The Cheap Detective. There you
Plug
go.
done.
Plug our own stuff.
Yeah. Who else is going to do it? Other people? Other people might. They might. Please do. Please. Please. Please plug our stuff. Sorry.
So,
I know the scenes almost match for match of earlier in the film, but still dream, which I guess helps with Buttercup's dream of like reimagining something already occurred in her life. But she now has a crown, so her outfit's technically changed, and Humperdinck has the crown, so he's also changed. So it's not shot for shot or outfit for outfit.
Oh, still the smoke machine bit. I did go back to see the original scene to see if the crowd was in the same spot. See if they just filmed it back to back like that. The people are different spots, so they at least moved around before
They moved
filming
around
it
there.
again.
A little bit.
Okay.
Cool. Buttercup's actress does a good job with acting the eyes in the scene when she's getting publicly shamed by a witch who's going to be executed by the king.
Robin, right? Yeah.
As befitting of the time.
Yes. But, it's a dream, so she gets it. The apparition lives, I guess.
It's weird that was in her dream, the whole killing his execution part. Honestly, that was a little weird, but we went with it. It's like, okay, cool.
I mean, no wonder she likes Wesley. Wesley kills people. He's a pirate.
Yeah,
That's why she fell for him.
We're like, man, Rob Reiner, he must have been watching some stuff.
Well, I think right before this, he did This Is Spinal Tap.
That's why Christopher Guest is in this. If anybody was curious,
True.
the
He's a good man.
Oh.
he's the count.
Oh, okay.
I was trying to place him and I couldn't figure out who it was, and I was like, yeah, it's Christopher Guest.
So, Buttercup wakes up, and then that's when we have the overlay from the grandpa and grandson.
Grandpa.
And the dream has driven her to fully commit to demanding the wedding be off.
It's a tall
I will
order.
be dead by morning. Then
And
Humperdinck proposes she write 4 letters to send off to Wesley.
For
And if nothing
ships.
4 facet ships. And if nothing comes of it, that she'd prefer to marry him instead kill herself.
What a weird number.
Which, 4 directions, right?
Oh,
I
that's
guess
right.
one-
Okay,
one-
yeah.
One
for each
goes
direction.
inland.
For whatever, I kind of missed that part, so I was just imagining just 4 ships all going in the same direction, just whichever one got there first.
Yeah, it's interesting they send a ship to Gilder.
Yeah, weird.
I'm sure he would have figured out something with that.
Well, I mean, he never sent any ships.
Yeah,
But, yeah.
Yeah.
What? He didn't?
But
That
does
bastard.
this scene of Buttercup talking to Humperdinck about still loving Wesley, is this taken that night?
Oh,
I'm just
just
curious
wrong.
when the time gets.
Yeah, the
I mean, we
exact
see her
next
wake up.
scene.
We see her wake up, get up, put on the clothes she is wearing, and walk to the prince's office, even with the narration of the grandpa and the grandson. Overlay.
Yes.
So I'm gonna go with yes.
Okay, because the next scene is Humperdinck and the Count walking to the machine, the secret room in the forest, in different attire,
Yeah.
which would tell me it's either the next day, or they changed outfits to go outside.
It is nighttime
well-
when she's talking to them.
Yeah.
Okay.
But also, royals never wore the same thing twice.
I don't
Is
believe
that true?
Yeah, I don't know if that's
don't-
true.
I don't think
Some pieces it is true. I would say that they never wore the same outfit. So quote, the same set of clothes
Same
every
pants
single
and
time.
shirt.
Yes.
Okay.
But
Okay, because something
and I might
else-
be imagining a specific royal. I think maybe I'm thinking of Marie Antoinette. Same thing.
Okay. Because I caught that because right you said the scene of her walking down the hall with the primary color thing. Those outfits that Humperdinck and the Count are wearing are the exact same ones now in the forest. If this is the next day. So they're wearing the clothes they wore yesterday.
I think that might have been a goof.
Because when she wakes up, they are in different outfits. Count's in red and Humperdinck's in a dark green. So it would be interesting if those are their pajamas that they changed into from that hallway scene talking about the king's health to her waking up and going to them.
I don't like saying it, but I think that might be a goof.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm pretty sure that's a goof.
Yeah, I think
Yeah, I
that's a
didn't
goof.
notice it, but it sounds like a goof.
You goof. You
Then
goofy
it's something
guy.
I caught.
You did. You caught it.
Congrats.
You caught the double clothes.
I really like the conversation that the count and the prince have outside of the
I
torture
didn't-
chamber.
it's weird. I don't because I haven't seen it in a few years, but I don't remember it being so like matter of factly like evil before. I
Very
totally
blatant.
forgot about. Yeah, I forgot about that.
I kind of like it in the sense that like they're friends and all the masks are gone when they're together, so they're just blatantly honest and open with each other.
Yeah, little jokes here and there, and totally just truth. I do think it's nice for the character, and I caught it here, that the character of Count Rugen is pretty much stone-faced the entire movie, like very straight-faced. He only shows emotion in his face of smiling, I think, when he's talking about death or torture.
No, he smiles at his friend.
I mean, he smiled at Wesley when Wesley brought
Yeah.
up the lies do not become us or whatever.
Oh yeah, because he had a little bit. I think he has a little bit of respect for Wesley.
Oh, do you think it was smile from respect?
I don't know
Yeah.
that he smiled.
Oh.
I think it was like game recognized game kind of thing.
Okay, I didn't take it as that. I took the smile as like a foolish comment.
I don't know. I saw it more like Sinister did.
Yeah, I'm on Sinister and Crimson's team for that one.
Not to say that you're incorrect. You might also. I mean, it's just
I just didn't get that interpretation at all from the scene.
Okay. I took it that he's higher than him, like, stronger.
That's it. I mean, I'm sure there's some of that in there too.
It's also an interesting little detail that when Count Rugen turns on the machine, or I guess for this whole scene of using the machine, he's only wearing the glove for his six-fingered hand and no glove on the other hand.
He's evil.
He's evil.
I think
Plus, it makes it easier on the art department to make a prosthetic finger, I guess.
I think that's the whole reason why he always has a glove on his right hand.
Yeah.
He's probably got it's probably like a little add-on finger in there.
Yeah, I do think as well. What is it called? Oh, I really liked. I already commented that. Never mind. Fucking ignore me. My brain's fried.
No, say it again.
Tyrone,
It's okay.
you know how
I'll-
much I love to watch you work, but I have my country's 500th anniversary to plan, my wedding to arrange, my wife to murder, and Gilda to frame for it. I'm swamped.
Honestly, it was worse. It was worse that
Good.
second one. Yeah, I liked it.
Oh, you're good. Something about the machine. Count
Yeah.
Rugen states that after its use on Wesley, that he took 1 year off of his life.
Mhm.
But the machine had to be changed from the 1 to 0 or 0 to 1 manually. So it's not set on time.
No.
Correct.
So if it was put to 1 and you're just torturing Wesley for 20 minutes versus 2 hours and then back down to 0, will they both still equal out to 1 year taken?
Is it literal?
Yeah, that was the other. It's not. I don't know how
I
literal
don't think
it
it's
is.
I've never read it
literally
as
taking-
literal.
No, because when it goes to 50, I don't think 50 years
I mean,
is taken off his life.
I think you are supposed to read it as literal, but I never took it literally because that just seems silly.
I think
I
it's
don't know.
a level of pain is simply it.
Because that's like one of those sayings, like, oh man, you keep eating like that, you'll take a year off your life, or you keep doing that thing, take a year off of 5 years off or something. I don't know. It's especially because he comes back to life. So then, basically, does that mean like all that time he took off doesn't exist anymore, or is he now still going to be like slowly, or is that time still off and he's just alive right now?
Because it's not like he's aging or anything either.
Would it be like
Yeah.
a year's worth of pain?
I don't know. It's
Well,
I like that it's
everybody's
ambiguous.
years of worth of pain would be different, though.
Yeah, I think it's
Yeah.
just an analogy to use.
I
And
like
then
that
it's
it's
actually just a set pain level.
Yeah, I like that it's ambiguous, but it's also a problem that it's ambiguous. 'Cause it doesn't
So
really.
if we took it the literal route, I agree, Sprinks. They're inconsistent with the time it would take for each level.
Yeah,
If
because
we
then the
don't do it literally, then it's in question of why he even said it. Because then, even if it's metaphorical, it doesn't really make much sense in context.
And he's asking Wesley for this. I don't know how many others he's tested the machine on. for
it's got
results.
a couple, right? He's writing a
I mean,
book.
the albinos
Them g-
kind of stated this place has been used before. So
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, the place has been used, but has the machine been used?
The machine.
He's been working on it for half his life, so I'm
Presumably,
sure
the
it's been
machine
used.
has had previous test subjects, but Wesley is the
Yeah, 'cause
first
he was
test
like-
subject for when it's now that it's completed. Like this is the official
Okay,
one.
to get the results of it. It's also interesting that Count Rugen, even into torture and everything, which I guess makes sense that he's not downright just blood hungry to murder. He says there's more than I didn't write down the actual line, but he doesn't think they'd go any higher than 5.
Yeah.
Or might go as
Really,
high
yeah.
as 5 one day.
Yeah. Might go as far as 5.
Even though the settings go up to 50.
I think. Well, I don't think he expected Wesley to survive through all those, and then the next person you'd get, they might get a bigger range and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Going up to 5, you don't think he would survive up to?
Because if Wesley's an early test subject, maybe even number 1, you'd start with the lower settings.
Yeah, and presume
You
he
have to have
doesn't.
a
He's
baseline.
assuming Wesley will not survive long enough for him to even get to the point where he wants to test 50.
Okay.
Because remember, he's note taking all this and articulating it all down. So.
Yeah.
Which adds
He's
to the
writing a book.
evilness. Yeah.
I'm writing a
don't
book
know.
on pain.
It's like having a crazy guy is always, it can be scary, but it doesn't usually have a lasting power. It's if you have a very calm, educated person doing really fucked up stuff, it's scarier.
Yeah.
So this guy's
that can be
infinitely
cute.
scarier, yeah, than if he was just a crazy dude.
He's more methodical.
Yeah.
I guess that answers my question.
Trying to think. Anything in the scene that
Done with the Pit of Despair.
I would just be complimenting the albino guy. Pretty good.
My only comment is liking how clinical the Count's approach is.
Yeah. He's a man of science, which I think we can all respect.
To a degree.
to a degree. I mean, I don't like what he's doing, but at least methodically. At least
At least he
keeping
knows
notes.
what he's doing.
Yeah. At least he's keeping a record. He's using a baseline. He's testing stuff out. He's got this X and Y variable planned. Now, that's a man you can get behind.
Then I think we cut to the prince.
I kind of get lost
Humperdinck
here because
with
there's a lot of
the
cutting
guard.
back and forth.
Is main guard, I guess.
His chief
God, that
enforcer
guy. Yellen.
guarded the gate.
Yelling,
His name is Yellen.
I think it's
and he's yelling.
funny the little interaction they have with the hand on the armrest to be removed, and then Buttercup comes in, they both stand, and then when she leaves, he goes back to kneeling position, and they sit down.
The little movements are funny. I like that Humperdinck's annoyed with him, because I actually took this scene to mean something much darker upon rewatch.
Oh,
With the whole, people are planning to murder my wife on our wedding night. I want you to cut the Fleece Forest. I legitimately think Prince Humperdinck is setting him up to get killed. Because remember, he plans to murder his wife on his wedding night, which means someone got through this man's defense.
yeah.
And
True.
that's why I think that I like how little annoyances that bother Humperdinck in this scene, because I think Humperdinck's planning
guess
to
that's
rid
true.
himself of him as well.
Yeah.
That could work. I also believe it's also fit of, have all the guards defending as much as you can. That way no one's around me when I murder her.
Yeah,
Like less guards in the hallway and whatnot.
Yeah, there's that, and there's also the aspect of double the guards in the front of the gate. I don't want anyone getting inside. So he's imploring to him how important this is. It adds more onto his shoulders once the princess is dead. He's going to be at fault.
It's one of those things where it's not stated and it's not really given in so many words.
Yeah, this
Things
is one of
like
the very
what-
subtle things.
yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's and then once you logically think about it, is oh yeah, if that happens, who's at fault? Not the prince, the royal guard, commander, or whatever.
It's either he's setting up to, eventually execute him for failing him, or it's set up to get the guard motivated to lead an army, to help lead an army to Gilder.
Yeah, is that I think a lot of people would prefer the secondary, but I have a feeling probably the first is more likely. But we have been shown later on that he's been doing a good job of getting rid of most of the men that his father hired or kept around and replacing them with his own, which is the sign of any takeover political.
And I thought it was pretty good for Yellen, what a great name, to actually refute the prince when he's like, I haven't heard anything about that with my spies. And then that's when Buttercup walked in.
Yeah.
He wasn't just taking it at face value, which I remember before watching this thinking he was like all buddy with the prince, and then watching it here, he wasn't.
Yeah, which is,
He was his own agent, and then getting told what to do.
Well, because he was actually competent. So.
Yeah.
Which I think kind of lends to the whole prince wanted to get rid of him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because the only people you want competent around you are people you want in on it.
Yeah, people you
can
trust.
Control. Yeah.
Yeah. Ryder, I agree. I think that fits well.
It's not said in so many words, but I think it's alluded to enough where you could make a decent argument.
There's enough context clues, I think.
Yeah. Former Brute Squad, then.
And he does.
And he does. We cut to the Brute Squad tearing up these forests, and the narration saying, "And the day of the wedding has arrived."
Which then goes to a question I have for those who are more well known with medieval weapons.
Okay.
Well, I'm sorry, I can't talk about this anymore. I've talked about it too many times.
All right.
I won't go into detail.
All right, Sinister. Oh, good. I guess I'll go to Ryder and Crimson that they have this. What weapon is the first Brute Squad guard on the horse carrying?
On the horse?
Can't even picture it.
Yeah.
I have no idea. I didn't pay attention to it.
I can't even picture it. Sorry, I was too focused on the cart and the chaos.
I couldn't tell what I think it's a hammer. Maybe
it could be a warhammer.
Small.
Send me a screenshot.
Warhammer.
Oh, it's so tiny.
Warhammers were small.
Warhammers are pretty small.
Oh, it's so tiny.
Send me a screenshot.
Real ones, not like video games, but real Warhammers were small.
You know why?
Well, I don't know if I can send you a screenshot, Ryder.
I'll look it up and see if I can see anything.
The only thing I took away from this part was the camera swooping under the bridge, going up, seeing the carriage.
The undercarriage?
Because that was pretty much like the only dynamic shot that I at least acknowledged in this film.
I will be right
All the
back,
other shots were.
All right. I think it's like a mace. It's like no. It's a. It's probably a warhammer, actually. Yeah.
But it looks so small.
Well, yeah, because it's not really.
So warhammers were small because they. Let me see. Yeah, that's a warhammer. Because they're supposed to focus energy at a small point. Because if it was a large hammer, it would lessen the impact. But with something smaller, it's more focused, and it's meant. There's the blunt edge, and then there's the pointed edge. The pointed edge is supposed to pierce armor. The blunt is just supposed to be direct damage, supposed to break bones. So, yeah.
Okay. I just thought it looked silly. That it's supposed to be all menacing, and he has this tiny little weapon.
Yeah.
Most weapons in.
But I don't know if this fits onto the purpose, like intentionally used to, like, hey, let's get a small weapon to, make Humperdinck not look so powerful, like, forming up a brute squad of like his guards, because even the ones guarding the gate don't exactly have weapons drawn or a bunch of like axes or bows on them. They just seem kind of like commoners, just standing outside a front gate.
True.
I don't know, because I think in order for his plan to work, he has to look like he thought of every single possible, reassurance as far as defense. So I don't think he would, give his men specifically lesser weapons to show their incompetence. You'd actually have to enforce like that they were very competent.
I am back.
Welcome.
We figured out it was a warhammer.
We've decided it's a warhammer.
That is a warhammer.
I just didn't know if it was intentional that the first weapon kind of shown for the Brute Squad is something so small that reflects onto Humperdinck.
Yeah, I mean, there's a
a
lot of weapons back then that don't look very threatening, like the Warhammer, the Morning Star, the flail. They don't look very imposing like a sword,
Like,
but
That's
I'm
the
picturing-
they
I'm
do their
picturing-
jobs of killing.
Yeah, I'm picturing this weapon in the melee. It worked well.
All right.
It is what it is.
So the comment of the Spaniard to Yellen kind of pretty much gives away who it is,
Yes.
which is nice. That it's a subtle, or at least an introductory entrance into the next scene of Inigo, and it's not just he's there.
Getting drunk off his ass.
Yes, but I do like that it's a little. It's not just sudden.
Yeah, it's not just he's not just there.
Yeah, it is sudden of Fezzik, but I think paired right with the same scene of Indigo, it still fixes a flow.
And remember, before we see Fezzik, he introduces himself with a rhyme.
It's true.
He rhymes off of something Inigo says. So it adds a little bit, I guess, in that same poetic flair, I suppose. Setup.
Do you remember the rhyme he says?
No.
Nope.
I'm waiting
Okay,
for Vicini is what Inigo says,
And then
and
something about
Fezzik
meaning.
says,
I think something
you
about
surely
He was
are
a
a
meanie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then, charming
So-
reunion, Fezzik knocks out the guard.
Yeah,
Right.
and then
oh, just
Fezzik.
uppercuts him, I think,
Oh, I think
with
it-
his hand.
Yeah, I think so.
I don't know. It could have been a slap, but it was an upward motion, so I think it
It's-
could have been an uppercut with an open hand.
It started as a slap and ended as a punch.
KO.
No.
We get Fezzik telling Inigo about the Count. Do we find out how he knew that?
Well,
I don't
he's
think
on
he
the Brute
said
Squad
how
and
he
hired.
came across that information. I mean, he's part of the Brute Squad, so maybe he saw him, but he is part of the Brute Squad, right? That wasn't
Yes,
just-
it
Yes,
is.
yeah,
It's
he's-
not
yeah,
a
he's
throwaway
part
line. The guy was asking for help because he has been helping.
So that's the only thing I could think of, but I feel like they should have made that more apparent if that's the case.
That Fezzik actually saw Count in a scene. Rather
Yeah.
than just word
Well, he
out
could
of
have seen
Krampus'
him
mouth.
when they were at like the rocks or what,
I mean,
As he-
presumably they met the Count when their group squad was just officially formed. The Count seems like the person that would oversee that partially.
okay. I thought you were saying when the prince hired them, he would have known. I'm like, that would have been really way worse if they had known from the beginning and didn't say anything.
No.
Yeah. Yeah. I that's a little bit of a misstep in there, but it's 50-50. It's fine. It's not great, but it's serviceable.
He also does he say anything about directly seeing the Count?
Fezzik,
No,
or
he just
the word
knows
is
about it.
narrated out from the grandfather.
Yeah.
It might have
So he doesn't-
it might have been that he also just overheard it from people in the Brute Squad, like a rumor about one of their higher ups. Something that's weird about them is he's got 6 fingers.
It's got 6
Could
fingers.
be. It's just something I wish they made a bit more explicit
Yeah.
because it's kind of important.
Yeah, there's multiple facets. There's multiple facets that in which he could have found out. We're just not given any. We're just told that he found out.
Well, Fezzik also learned about the death of Vicini, which he probably also heard through a conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Or he found his body on the hill.
After Humperdinck?
Yeah. I mean, I doubt they carried his body.
Well, do you think Fezzik left where he was knocked out to then be behind Humperdinck and his horses to then get to Vicini's body?
Could be.
Because Humperdinck
I don't know.
clearly, they didn't take Vicini's body. They left it.
Some say he's still there.
At least I think. Because when they came out of the swamp, the fire swamp, not every guard's horse is there. The body could be over the back of a horse.
They don't have a
still,
reason
but
to bring the body with
No,
them.
they have no reason.
There's no
Um,
cold case. There's no,
It's already dead.
fingerprints. Yeah.
Yeah, so he could have heard about Rossini. I think he more than likely just found his body. There's nothing pointing to that.
Do we have Fezzik sobering Inigo up?
And I
Makes him
like how Inigo actually contemplates if he can take on 20 men.
He counts his fingers to 10, and then he's like, "I have 20
Yeah,
to fight."
it's a little charming that he's using his fingers to count, but
you could be smart without actually being book smart.
yeah, I think it's more
Well, I
like
like that. Yeah,
he-
he doesn't
he-
think he
he-
can take on 20, but we
No.
do see later that he takes on 4 guards fast.
Yeah.
But, you know,
Which,
that was
I
manageable, and it's in a hallway. You know, he can't
Yeah.
charge a gate at that. You know,
But in real life, it wouldn't actually work. But yeah.
And he's also, I guess, determined mindset or something because he's face to face with the 6-fingered man at that point.
Mm-hmm.
my point is he could probably fight a lot of people if they were in a condensed hallway like that. Because getting past
But
the
it's
30
that
guards
wide
in
open-
Oh
open
yeah,
yeah.
because
field,
then
would be
it's
the
not
issue.
1v60, it's
Yeah.
1v4,
He's not going to be surrounded
1v4, 1v4.
yeah, someone behind him.
Little waves.
Yeah,
But in that courtyard, yeah, he wouldn't stand a chance.
Well, then it really isn't like 1v. I don't know. How am I going to get 10? And it's like, well, if there's 30, it's not 1 versus 10 and 1 versus 10 and 1 versus 10. It's like 1 versus. It's like 3 versus 30.
Then Inigo realizes, gotta find the man in black. He's smart enough to do it.
yeah, he has no gift for strategy, as he puts it.
There will be blood tonight. Which is true.
Which is very true.
And then it goes back to Yellen, reporting about the Bird Squad. And Humperdinck is sharpening his blade with a rock that I don't think is a grindstone.
It's a whetstone.
Whetstone. Thank you. Not grindstone. Whetstone.
Yeah, whetstones can be. Let's actually look this up so I don't fuck it up really quickly.
I didn't
think
pay
the-
enough attention to what type
I
of
think
rock it
the
was.
intent is for it to be a whetstone. But I think it's legitimately just a rock they found outside.
I think people use actual stones as whetstones, so I'm not too worried about that. I know today it's very specific, but back then I think people used stones still to sharpen their weapons. Like
And they didn't really know why a certain stone was better than another stone.
I'm just saying, to me in the scene, it did not look like it was doing anything to the
No, I mean, yeah. Guy also probably doesn't professionally, sharpen knives.
I don't think it was sharpening it, but I also don't think it was dulling it either because he wasn't using it on the blade end, maybe? It just looked like he was doing it on the flat surface of the back of the dagger. Or back or front.
Yeah, I didn't pay attention to that enough to have a piece on that.
Okay. And then Buttercup is in the blue dress again, which was the prior
Devil in a
one
blue
before
dress.
the dream sequence. Where the dream sequence, when she wakes up, she does not put on a dress, but a robe that's blue. So, 2 different outfits.
Yeah, and this would have been 9 days after that because this is the day before the wedding, right? Or
That's
day
the
after.
true.
wedding, no, it is
because
the
it
night
would've
of the wedding.
10,
The
and it
wedding's
is the
happening
wedding
midnight, I think.
day of the wedding, and she's in the blue now, and Humperdinck's also in the same outfit he was in 9 days prior.
They just recycled their wardrobe.
She also
They're not a very prosperous kingdom, you know.
I
They
think
gotta
it's fine with date change,
keep their outfits.
but at least they said the change in date by some form of the
Yeah, there's been time.
commemoration. That way it's not confusion of like, oh, this is still the same day.
and she also finds out that Humperdinck lied to her in this scene.
Which doesn't seem that surprising given the
Wait.
track record. But
I don't
No,
know
but
how he got
Humperdinck-
through.
I was just going to say, he could have kept up his lie.
yeah,
Yeah, it was pretty pathetic. He made it all the way up to this point with nobody questioning him and this plan working pretty well. And then he crumbles like that.
I don't think.
Yeah,
To be
it's
fair,
really
I don't think he cares enough to keep up the lie anymore. She's stuck with him long enough to get his job done.
yeah, because he literally, yeah, exactly.
But I agree. He does crumble quickly when she points out he forgot
Yeah.
the 4 ships, and she just kind of drives it home.
Well, this is before the wedding, so
Yes.
theoretically she could just off herself. She threatened that earlier to him. So
Yeah,
him dropping the ball here could have ruined his plan.
I don't know. It would.
Well, she's
Maybe.
hopeful that Wesley will still rescue her. So why would she off herself?
I'm just saying through his eyes, because he thinks he's dead. He has no reason at this point to fear him. When he dropped the ball. Afterwards, when she builds up Wesley, like, oh, he'll come for me, blah, blah, blah. Sure, he starts quaking in his boots a little bit. But before that, he doesn't really have any reason to just be careless about his lie.
Well, it's not even that big of a.
This is before Wesley gets turned 50, right?
Yeah, because he does it like right. Yeah.
He knows he's
As
captured.
Tony says, he said, I would not say such things as you, locks her in her room, and then goes.
Then just sprints right there.
Yeah.
But he knows he's captured regardless.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I just, it seemed like an easy thing to not get caught on.
Yeah, I would agree.
To be fair, she's also insulting him, so I don't think he cares so much that the lie was dismissed, but I think the insults started piling up too much for him to get annoyed. That's where he decides to lock her up. Because she calls him a coward, which is true. I mean, to a degree.
Yeah.
Who kills Prince Humperdinck?
Yeah, I think. Curious if that was. I think that's a fine thing to say from the grandpa. That he says he doesn't die.
Yeah.
And he spoiled the end of the book.
Yeah.
That's all true villains don't.
And I think that's a fine. I mean, it's one spoiler intentionally used, but on a first viewing, first viewing shown, you don't know what that fully means other than he does not die. You don't know what his fate still is. I mean, even if Wesley's like to the pain story did take place, he's still not dead.
Well,
mostly dead.
I'm
fine with it.
I think for the use of the story and still the cut back to show that it is a story at instances, I think it's fine.
I like how he calls her a silly girl, and she admits that she's a silly girl.
That's what I always. Yeah. Whenever I get accused of being a silly girl, I always admit to it. Yes, right, I am.
Obviously, I like the context of it, so.
It's good, yeah, it's a good...
I think in prior conversation we stated about the screaming of Wesley when it hits 50 could not be heard.
Yeah.
I think...
Oh, but...
sorry.
I was like, is that it?
No,
I agree.
The shots that occur of afterwards, it's the forest, which I believe would be heard. It's the guards outside the castle, which the forest is next to the castle, which is also to Thieves' Forest, or where the villagers reside.
Yeah.
But we don't exactly know how far into the forest the secret door is, which is directly down to the machine. I think the guards outside the front door could hear it. I don't think Buttercup could, being inside a locked room, unless her window was open. But we don't know. The shot of the castle by itself, I don't think would be a thing because of the distance of that shot. And I think that's simply just to show how loud it is. Bezic and Inigo in the crowd, I feel... to me, that's the toughest one because there's a lot of noise going on around them.
They're far, they're in a crowd, and even if they heard it, I don't know how they would even know that it's him.
That's what I lean more onto, of Inigo just grabbing at straws, just trying to make something up here that it is him because of true love and no one would ever make that noise or whatever. But the fact that they could hear it, I think, is fine. The fact that they know it's, the man in black or whatever, I think is just a shot in the dark.
Well,
Could be in it.
Even what Inigo says, it's pretty much a shot in the dark. That's pretty much what you get from Inigo's words. He's come to the correct conclusion that it is the man in black, but for the wrong reason.
The sound of ultimate suffering.
Yeah, he brought up about the true love and the marriage thing.
Yeah, well, the reason he gives that ultimate
he wouldn't know that.
Yeah.
Well, doesn't he say it's the same sound he heard the day his father died?
No, he says
Yeah.
it's the same sound my heart made.
Yeah.
His heart made. But after that, he brings up the true love and
His true love
The
is getting
marriage that
married
was coming
tonight.
up.
Yeah.
he wouldn't know that.
Well, if the princess is getting married, it'd be very well known. Or do you mean that Wesley's
No, his true love,
Yeah.
being the man in black's true love, is getting married tonight. He wouldn't know that. He doesn't know anything about the man in black.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
But the man in back knows plenty about him.
I guess another question to bring up right after this. Did Fezzik kill the albino?
They did
he
say
didn't
he
come
was
back.
under the wheelbarrow later, so he could have died.
Look, he was knocked out. They just finished him. It's pretty much all I know.
I'm like, he doesn't come back again.
There's a good chance he's dead. So when they talk about the wheelbarrow later, he's like, it's above the albino, right? So
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the albino's dead.
they just covered him up with the wheelbarrow.
And then, I guess I could have got it earlier, but the sunset kiss, Crimson, you touched on, being natural. I also like the natural lighting of the sun of Inigo holding his sword up, asking for his father's blessing.
Yeah.
That does
Which
look
must
nice.
have been timed and location shotted perfectly. Also, for not to make a glare in the camera lens.
Looks fucking good.
I mean, there's a little bit of a glare on the top, but I mean, they made it work.
Could have been worse.
One of my notes about the guttural scream is like, oh no, did Superman die again? Are the mother box awakening? No one's gonna get the joke, but
Good.
it's fine.
Nope, did not touch my memory.
Overhead.
The joke's for me.
And the
For
audience that might
For
get
you and the viewers who
the 5 audience members
Listeners.
who will get it too.
it. Yes. Because I'm sure it's a niche. Okay, so the father's sword bit. I guess there is spirits in this world of some sort.
Or you just got like ridiculously lucky.
All
You
right.
just take your
I'm
pick.
going to hope it's spirit and not just like. Is that what we are led to believe as a collective?
not I.
Not you. What do you think?
Nope, I go to luck. I say,
But
yeah,
I find that far worse.
His eyes closed. He was going around with a sword, feeling whatever he thought he could feel, and hit a tree. The tree was basically, I don't know, 15 feet to his right.
I go with luck just because I think he didn't feel like Vasily was the planner and everything and strategy and made the choice or whatever. He doesn't feel comfortable making that choice, so he leaves it up to the ghost of his father, and that way it's not really doesn't feel like he failed. It's like his father got him or something. I don't know. But then again, when he does it, he's like really like, oh come on, I hit a tree. Stupid. So I don't know.
I think him hitting the knot, I think that's lucky. But him just stumbling across it, hitting it with a sword, I can't believe that's luck. It's too much. What do you think, Ryder?
There's benefits to either, and there's drawbacks to either. I probably lean towards it actually being the spirit of his father. The benefit of being luck is just it adds to more that he's lucky in the fact that the 6 meter man is in the same kingdom as he is. And then it being his father, it kind of helps him later when he gets his second wind to beat out the count.
I'm glad you bring that up. I was about to ask a question. Were there any musical cues in this part? Like chimes? Anything like that?
No. It's just the music the whole time, and then immediately stops when he hits the tree. There's no added like direction and a chime hits, or like it builds up when he's getting closer to the tree. Nothing like that. It's just one continual track until he hits the tree, then it cuts.
Something I want to see again, because if there is, I think it definitely has merit. Because what the writer just said, that there is like a musical chime sound effect going on when he gets a second wind. So.
There's okay. there are a few similar notes that play between the two songs, but I don't know if it's the exact same. I recognize that some of the notes and I think the instruments are the same, but I don't know if
Could
it's
just be Inigo's theme.
sure.
Maybe.
I mean, if
Or
it's
maybe
same notes,
not.
it's fine. But I lean that it's not the spirit because it's so sudden. If it is, there's no prior asking. There's not before he fights Wesley asking for his father's help. There's no, him being drunk and waiting for Vizzini talking to his father. There's no other interaction of him asking for a blessing, speaking to his father's ghost. Nothing.
Okay, well, this is a point of desperation. The others aren't. As an explanation as to why he doesn't.
Yeah, there hasn't really been an opportunity for him to need it.
Yeah, remember, he's overconfident when he's about to face the Man in Black. There's no reason to beg for his father when he's about to die. It's already too late.
No, before the fight, not after.
Well, I mean, that's
Oh,
where he
well,
gives his father's
what?
story. I don't understand where you think that would fall in the scene.
Like right when he says, you seem a distant fellow, I hate to kill you. Like there, ask for his father's blessing. Because what if, he's not as good, trips, falls, whatever, and gets killed?
He's not a paladin. he can't call he can't call his father's spirit every single time.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. It seems too sudden out of the blue in this one scene. Yeah, it makes sense that he's asking because on the fact of his father, and that's what he's following with. But I don't see it as a spirit because it hasn't been touched on prior.
But it doesn't need to be.
It's a hard one because it's a problem if it's luck. It's a problem if
Yeah,
it's
no,
spirit.
there are drawbacks, and there are drawbacks to both. But I'm trying to get what Springs.
I could read it. I could read it as the spirit. I read it as luck.
Yeah.
The first time I saw it, but
I think it could also touch to being luck in the form of a miracle. Because even Miracle Max says that it would take luck. About the kill, it wouldn't take. Well, he says it will take a miracle, which means he tries his best, but he doesn't know the outcome of anything.
I mean,
So even this could be a miracle.
I mean, like in my stuff, I said Inigo trusts in a miracle, the Force, his father's spirit. I just listed out a bunch of other things what it could be. It's definitely the show. What is being portrayed is intentionally not supposed to be luck.
Yeah, we're getting like heavenly light and stuff.
It's definitely luck is not their intention.
Their intention is in Inigo's intention, or the
What's being portrayed to the
what's
audience?
Being portrayed to
portrayed
us, the audience. Yes. They clearly do not intend for us to interpret it as luck.
I'm not sure I fully agree with that.
Okay, well then what provides the intention for it to be luck?
The fact that, well, maybe not fact, but the showing of him kneeling down, asking for the blessing of his father, is his character showing of what his character would do in the moment to believe. I think act of luck it wouldn't fit his character of just going up to the tree and it's like, you know what, it could be anywhere. It could be anywhere in this forest. I haven't a clue where it came from. And he's just like, it could be this tree. And he hits the tree, door opens. It's like, to me, that wouldn't work. Him asking for the father blessing
I don't
after
know.
giving
I
the
think
story of
I
the
actually like
father,
that.
talking about the agony of his father's dying. I think it could work with Fezzik. If Fezzik goes like, I don't know, and like leans against a tree and opens it, and it's like, Fezzik, you genius, or whatever, and goes down the doorway or something. But Inigo asking for his father is playing to the story of his father before, talking about the agony of his death when he heard the scream. That fits because of his character was shown. Hitting the tree and looking disappointed, I think, isn't the struggle. Luck is him leaning forward and hitting it, being like defeated, like, oh, this tree. I mean, what did he expect the answer to be? That he'd open his eyes with a sword in Wesley, or at some hut somewhere, or he hit a tree 15 feet in front of him, like the first thing that stopped him.
Okay, he knows that their hideout is out here. He just doesn't know where the entrance to it is. The aspect of luck, the only one is that he leans against the tree on the knob. Like I concede that.
I agree with that.
But we're not talking about that though.
He knows the scream came from here.
Well, the albino kind of gives him a hint that something's out here.
That's true. albino is
Is there
out here
any?
for a reason. But they don't
is
get
there
an
any?
answer because
This is where the movie ends, right? There's no movie past this part.
Nothing else. This is huge. So are you implying, Sprinks, that he felt disappointed that his luck didn't go in his favor when he leaned against that tree? The disappointment that it didn't work, his blind pointing. I think it was far more disappointing that
I think he's
his
disappointed
prayer
that
didn't
when
work.
he opened his eyes, it wasn't what he thought an answer would be. That it wasn't immediate. He didn't open his eyes and be like, "Oh, I'm at the door of a house." He opened his eyes to a tree that he's already seen, and he knows, his surroundings.
I'm willing to toss a coin up and pick heads or tails for either. I'm not going to serve any master on this one. It could be one. It could be the other. You guys are saying you want.
Is there a spirit of the father in the film? I'm on no. Sinister's on 50-50. Sounds like Ryder and Crimson are yes.
Okay, so they go from there into the dungeon, and they found the thing. Coin toss up what it was, and they find a quote-unquote dead Wesley.
Yes.
And
of course
lost my notes.
The grandson.
Ah,
What, you lost your... What you say? You lost your notes?
Where I was in my notes.
Oh. They find a dead Wesley, and then, of course, the grandson interrupts because there's no possible way that he's dead.
He's dead. He's got to kill.
faking.
Okay, you're taking this a little bit too seriously.
think-
I'm going to let you rest a little bit.
I think as well, before we reach that line, Inigo says something. I don't remember what he says, but he says something kind of dark, or like the world's not just, or something like that. There is no justice.
It's not fair.
Yeah, something to that effect, and that's when we cut out to the.
Yeah, just is not fair.
Yeah. And then that's when we cut to the real world, and.
He's not dead, is he, Grandpa?
Man's invested now.
Very much so.
Jesus, Grandpa, what are you rating me this for?
I don't think I was ever that deep into a book as a kid.
We've commented on how you read things.
Well, I meant like
Good with
kid with like picture books. Like The Little Engine That Could, stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, this book does have pictures in it, as we see from reading it.
Well, those aren't called pictures. Those are
No, they're not called picture books, but they're illustrations to go along with.
Yeah,
nursery
they're
rhyme
called.
books.
What are they? There's a word for them, but whatever. I'm not gonna spend like 5 minutes trying to remember what they're called. But yeah, there's a word for what they're called.
Ryder, would you know?
For what? Sorry,
Because,
I'm doing screenshots.
And like the beginning, or like in between, like books where they have like pages that are like the
An inlaid
Illustration.
illustration.
yeah. What are those called?
Illustrations.
Okay, well there we go.
All right,
I thought they had a
there we go.
specific name.
They probably do.
They probably
There's-
do.
thanks for everything.
I don't know many technical terms.
I know there was a name specifically for like the stuff that people write on like those old medieval scrolls and stuff, like the pictures at the bottom and things. There's a name for that, but I don't know what that is. Can't remember. So where did they go? Where did they go from here? It's over, right? The book's over. The movie's over. Hero's dead.
And then the grandson apologizes and tells him to finish.
Oh, that's for the movie. Okay. I was wondering.
How
where
much
that's
money you got? 65.
Sheesh, never worked for so cheap.
Yes. Let's buy a miracle.
I kind of like that Wesley's just fucking ragdolled in
Yeah.
in his arm, not in Inigo's arms, but the giant's arms, as he's walking down to Miracle Max's.
Takes great skill to be so noodly.
I like that Inigo just bullshits him. Then Inigo tells him the truth about himself, and then we land
bullshit
on
was a
the
better
embarrassing
story.
Prince Humperdinck. It was pretty fun.
I liked your first story better.
Yeah.
It's interesting that Inigo knows who Miracle Max is and where he is.
I mean, it's in the Thieves' Forest, right?
I presume it's a sign that he's been here a while.
Well, yeah.
The job with Vicini wasn't his first job here with Vicini specifically.
Yeah, I do believe this is their first interaction with Miracle
Yes.
Max. Like Inigo and Miracle Max don't know of each other, but Inigo knows of Miracle Max because of his time working with Vicini, but has never met him.
I agree. I could be misremembering. Do they ever say why they hired Miracle X?
Why
Why
they
they
hired
hired
him? Or why they
the
fired
prince?
him?
Why did
Oh,
the prince
no.
fire him?
I assume it's just that thing of like whenever if you're planning on taking over like a government or something, you don't want any of like the previous people there because they're not gonna they won't like obey you. They'll have their own opinion.
Didn't
So you
know if there
only
was
wanna-
any specific thing.
No, they didn't say
I
any
think-
specific reason.
The only implied reason is that his miracles don't work all the time. Like it's implied, the mostly dead, all dead thing, and that he ended up hurting one of the king's friends or the prince's friends. Like
I don't
he
know
wasn't
about
able to revive them. I think is the implication, at least. It's a throwaway line where he's like, where he says is like, "Hey, I'll probably just likely kill your friend on accident," that sort of thing.
If Miracle
maybe.
Max is named Miracle Max from Miracles, and he's not giving that to Humperdinck being hired for him, it would make reason that he would be fired because he's not giving what he's stating.
Yeah, but it's I'd like to believe that because that would be kind of nice if there's like a really deep story there. But then the wife says that he doesn't have any confidence. Fired, and
His confidence was shattered after being fired.
Yeah, not like after he did that horrible accident with Humperdinck's friend. I
do know that I didn't look into it, but it's a fact I saw. Billy Crystal of Miracle Max and I forget the actress who plays Valerie, his wife in here, both came up with a full backstory on their characters.
Carol Kane.
So it's probably written in there about what happened with Humperdinck. But Humperdinck does seem like the character that if the miracle of what was offered did not occur, the firing would have been a one and done. It wasn't no second chance, especially with what Ryder said of his guard who seems loyal to him to then be set up to fail because he quote unquote can't protect Buttercup getting murdered.
But there's a difference between being loyal to being loyal to royalty and being loyal to the person. That's a very different thing.
You mean for Yellen?
Yeah,
Yellen,
like he's loyal to the king, queen, or whatever, but he's not loyal to specifically the prince. It's just the royalty in general. So his best interest is for the whole of the kingdom and not just the prince. And the prince wants him to be just indebted to him and not the whole kingdom.
Okay, gotcha.
That's what I was arguing. Yeah.
So Crimson, to answer your question, no, it's never told.
Nothing distinct.
Yeah.
He's mostly dead. He gets him to say true love with whatever is left in his lungs.
No, true bluff.
Yeah,
Yes.
to bluff. Game of cards.
To blave. Everyone knows means to bluff.
Liar! Get back, witch! I'm not a witch. I'm your wife.
What's the
Liar,
difference?
liar.
Very quotable.
Like the way she says it. Humperdinck suffers? I'm in. Give me the 65.
And they coat a miracle pill in chocolate because it makes it go down easier.
It would take a miracle, which I feel like they say to everything they do.
Yeah.
Quite possibly.
Now,
So
what the heck is
coating
in
it
that
chocolate, even though the guy can't taste it because he's mostly dead.
I have
I
no
think that
idea.
pill-
It's magic. It's fucking. I have no
Well,
idea.
I would say it's condensed wake-up juice.
Condensed wake-up juice.
Get him a pill of adrenaline.
Could be. Whatever it is. I mean, it's coated in chocolate to kind of hide whatever it's supposed to be.
Well, okay, I guess the question for you guys, was he dead?
He's mostly dead.
Or was he just, like, knocked out? Because in the
He's
real
not
world, you're
dead.
not mostly dead.
Yeah, but this
you're
we've
dead.
What is-
established this as a fantasy world, so clearly there's two
Remind-
states of dead.
Remind me, and sorry to spoil a different movie, Crimson, in The Illusionist, What is used to stop the heart rate to not kill someone?
I don't remember what that's called. That's in a lot of stuff.
Okay, I feel like that's the instance here.
I think the illusionist.
Not
In the illusionist, it was a drunk, or it was a drunk. It was a drug.
It's
yeah.
a drug. I just feel like it's somewhere around the veins of that. Now, if the contraption of the 50 setting on the machine is equal to the drug and illusionist, haven't a clue. I think that's near impossible to determine. But
Yeah, no.
the similarity of the two in the instance somewhat match up.
All right. I mean, I'll just go with writers. It's a fantasy world.
I mean, it kind of makes it's the only way it makes sense. So this is what it is. It's clear what the writers intended.
Yeah.
And it doesn't break
Well, I would
anything
say-
necessarily. So
What I say will break a little and is not fantasy is Wesley, Inigo, and Fezzik, especially Fezzik, on a wall directly in front of 30 plus guards who have a perspective of a P.
no, it's Assassin's Creed. Remember, they don't look up.
Oh, sure. Okay. I mean, they don't even have to look up. They're looking. If they look straight.
They have to look straight and up. It's the up part that's the problem for them.
Oh,
They have no peripherals.
Their armor's too heavy. They can't move their heads up.
Their vision cone is just out of range.
I think it's
they're in commoner clothes.
I think it's a little weird,
they're not.
like because they make a show of like sneaking up to the wall, and then they just stand up when they're done talking and conversing, and then they just walk off.
Yeah.
That's what threw me off the most. And like I would rather it be one way or the other. Like if they just walked up there, pretend everything was nonchalant, like they were just there to hang out because they clearly could do that if people can get up there. So, and then they just walk down. Like that would have been something. And then I would prefer they just committed one way or the other. I was confused because of the two different ways. Because the guards could have seen them and they just could have just possibly not care. I mean, theoretically, people can just go onto that wall all the time.
It seemed they didn't care either way. It's also not
What are
like
you gonna do there?
it's also like Inigo, or not Inigo, but like Humperdinck not saying like, hey, if you see a man in black, be alarmed or look out for these three, or there's nothing on that. Even though Humperdinck knows
Yeah, there's no reason
that,
for him to really think that.
No. He doesn't know of Inigo, but he knows that whoever lost is left from the fight. He knows the giant is gone. So he knows they're out and about who were hired for him somewhere out there. He knows Vicini's dead. So I don't know if Humperdinck's assumption would be that the giant... Well, his assumption
He
would
has no
probably be
reason
the
to believe
giant-
that they would be coming.
No. But would he know... Well, that goes into Humperdinck hiring Vicini. Because it would make sense if he only hired Vicini, because then Vicini went out and got Fezzik from Greenland and Inigo.
Yeah, I highly doubt that they had any contact with the prince.
The only
You would really
person,
only wanna have
the only person, who
The only
potentially-
contact I know I could think of is Fezzik being on the Brute Squad.
Well, yeah, but again, that would probably only happen if he didn't know he was hired to be the the kidnapping. Because
But the thing is, he doesn't know. I don't think Humperdinck necessarily knows that Fezzik got hired at the point of getting Buttercup, but he knows that a giant was gone on their way to track down Buttercup, and now there's a giant for the Brute Squad. So I think on the Brute Squad, Humperdinck never got the news that there's a giant working for it.
sure.
I think that lines up fine. Because if Humperdinck knew Fezzik was on the Brute Squad, I think he'd tie that together to either go question Fezzik about what happened and whatnot. Because he knows that the giant who was hired and escaped that he tracked, or while tracking Buttercup, was bested by Wesley, who was the Man in Black.
I would
though
like
he doesn't
somebody.
know what he looks like.
I would like somebody out there to make a roadmap of all the things that need to happen for all of this to occur, please.
Well, the easiest thing is Humperdinck doesn't know what Fezzik looks like.
I don't know why it would matter. That's my
I think.
point.
Well, I think if Humperdinck knew that a giant was on the Brute Squad, that he'd go and question the giant.
But he's not
For
on
what?
the Brute Squad. He is the Brute Squad.
No, that's a
But
joke.
why
made.
would he need to question?
Yeah. Why would?
Because the giant was bested by Wesley.
And he killed Wesley. So I don't know why he would care about Fezzik or Inigo at this
Well,
point.
Inigo, I don't think he knows.
He shouldn't care about either of them.
Yeah, they weren't. Neither of them were, like, neither of them have the information or were directly related or relayed the information. So it would all be hearsay if they knew anything, and it wouldn't, you know. And
he
to
didn't
kill
put
them
all
with-
these soldiers out front for them. He put that as a show for when he murders Buttercup. To
That's
show
true. And
that,
I mean,
this army's not
yeah.
there for them.
No, but Humperdinck. No, I don't. I know it's not for them, and he doesn't know that they're working together. But he knows that a giant was working for Vicini because of being bested by Wesley, and that if the information of a giant being on his Brute Squad got to him, I think he could connect the dots to check if it was the one who worked for Vicini to then do a follow up of what happened. But I'm going with the story that Humperdinck never knew Fezzik was on the Brute Squad.
I don't think he would need
I think
to.
that's-
He pretty much gave the entire task to the gatekeeper. Like he said, he told him to.
Yeah.
He delegated that
he
task.
purposely,
so.
he purposely delegated the task so that he would not be responsible. That's the whole reason behind it. And he's not going to tell the king, "Hey, you should be on the lookout for this really tall guy and this Spaniard who are, you know, like,
Well,
why?"
no. That not a lookout, but to go to him and say, "Oh, you know, don't worry, we have a giant on our side." And it's not like
No.
giants are, common everywhere. The only one is Fezzik that's
Yeah,
shown.
but he's
Which I think also, well, no. But Inigo, there's no when he's tracking him, he does go, "Oh, this is the foot pattern of a Spaniard in the ground." Like, there's nothing on Inigo he has other than some sword fighter lost. Someone lost a fight. The information that Yellen gets from a guard is that they're having trouble with a Spaniard, which he could relay to Humperdinck, but doesn't seem important to do so because there's no consequence afterwards of Inigo not being captured or whatever. There's no follow-up to that one guard that got knocked out by Fezzik. And that
Okay.
guard doesn't wake up and go to, Yellen and say, "Hey, I got the giant on the Brute Squad fought me and the Spaniard got away." Like, there's no follow-up to that to the guard here, which is what Crimson said. They're not waiting for these two because I don't think that was ever relayed, which could be that the guard that Fezzik whacked got killed from that hit.
So just so we're all on the same page, the prince specifically did not hire Fezzik or Inigo,
He hired
Inigo.
Vicini.
Vicini, who then went and hired two other people, so that the only person who would have legitimate first-hand contact with the prince would be Vasily. Now, both those people are no longer working with Vasily because Vasily's dead, and the prince has the royal guard, the head of the royal guard, go out and hire whoever he wants or pick whoever he wants, so that way that the prince has no direct contact with any of them. And if it fails, it's all on the head of the royal guard and not on him. All clear? Is that all good?
Yes.
Okay.
We find out here that the wedding is in 30 minutes. They have 30 minutes to plan how to stop the wedding. At this point, it is daytime. Very clearly daytime. And then once the plan's put together, it is pitch black outside.
Yeah.
It seems a bit too
Setting.
quick.
Seems a bit too quick.
Sun was setting. Sun was gone in a half hour.
Yeah, I know what you mean, Crimson. I'm
Yeah,
looking
yeah,
at
I
I'm,
get
look,
it's pitch
I'm,
black.
I'm looking at an angle from like the silhouettes of our characters and the castle in the background, like when they're leaving their platform up top.
Mhm.
It definitely looks like the sun is angling down, but I will agree 30 minutes is a little too short for that.
I
would
find it.
imagine. Go ahead.
No, that makes sense. The 30 minutes, sure. I go with you on that. I think Fezzik pulling out a cloak that he got from Miracle Max that's never shown or talked about is a bit cheesy.
Agreed.
Especially
At
it's
least he gives
right
a
after.
story, like about why he got it. At least there is that.
That's true, but it's right after what Wesley asked for.
Yeah.
I agree.
It's not like Fezzik goes, "Oh, I saw one of those at Miracle Max's place," or it's just something he already had on him for the time when it was stated,
Yeah.
which saves time in the half-hour time frame they were saying. But
It's lucky,
Still.
but at least we got a reason as to why he had it.
for all I know, could have been a deleted scene.
Could be. Ryder, I would imagine you liked Wesley listing liabilities and assets.
Oh yes, it was pretty great. I love that whole sequence. I love the whole sequence with the three of them up there. Just
It's good.
the interactions they have with one another, the way that the giant just fucking tilts Wesley's head and nods for him, like he does muscle movements for him, so he can pay attention to the two of them when they're talking. I love the banter between the three of them. It's great, and listen, the assets very smart. It adds to Wesley's intelligence. So
Hey, you moved your head. That must make you happy.
You really think that would make me happy?
I find it a slight interesting camera use and editing of the wedding that it's zooming in and cuts to a fade to continually zoom in.
yeah, I wrote this down in my notes. Sprinks is going to complain about the zoom.
It's just once, and it's odd.
Yeah.
It reminded me. I think they do the same. They use it in counts of 3, which flow better in Neverending Story. Because it reminded me of a scene of a shot in Neverending Story, but this is one and done. And I don't know if they thought it was just too lengthy of a zoom, so they used the fade to make it quicker. So I don't know if it was on pacing, but it did stand out.
And then
At
we are
least to me.
Would you
introduced.
prefer, if it was too long, would you have preferred it sped up instead of the fade?
I would have preferred if they cut the beginning of it to make the
Yeah,
same
you
amount
wouldn't
of
get the
time.
big setting look, though.
Well, I mean, for the zoom, and I mean, the fade was. What was the track of the fade from the start to end maybe would have been 2 seconds of zoom time, so 2 seconds from the start to where they wanted the camera to end. I think that still would have been fine, especially with the rest of the cameras around the whole shot showing Humperdinck and Buttercup and the rest of the setting.
Maybe.
Edge.
Marriage.
Yeah, yes,
we
Matt
are
Webb.
We are
introduced
gathered
to.
here today.
Whereas we are faked out
Nice.
with the albino, we are introduced to man with actual funny voice.
Yes.
The world famous, the land famous Peter Cook.
The Florin famous, yes.
Foreign famous Peter Cook. May he rest in peace.
The impressive clergyman was his name. The character's
Yeah, in
name.
the credits.
That's kind of funny.
It's kind of funny.
Now I'll go to. Well, I guess Crimson touched on it earlier. When Fezzik is in the robe to scare
Is he really in the robe?
guard. Well, yeah. Well, okay, for some shots.
Clearly a
I don't know
doll
how far
on,
one
for
of
the
the
Lang
face.
shots, yeah.
When he says he's the dreaded pirate Roberts, is that believable?
None of this is believable.
It's
Oh,
it's they rolled a nat 20 on their intimidation tactic is what happened.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what I like.
These
to go
are
with,
very
yeah.
cowardice or unloyal guards, which I do believe is still just commoners.
I think
They were just
yeah,
rounded up.
they just conscripted. I mean that could be a thing. They could be conscripted. We're just not really sure. Yeah.
My question is, what is percentage? Not just being scared of the event, like he's on fire and he's still coming at you. What is the percentage of the guards here who believe that this is the dreaded pirate Roberts?
Honestly, I
Hardly
think
any,
a
I would
lot of
imagine.
it really relies on the legacy or the legend of the Dread Pirate Roberts. Like, what would make this better is if Wesley was in Fire Swamp again. One of the stories he told to Buttercup was of a story where they used theatrics to try and intimidate people. And, like they convinced people that they were burning someone alive at the stake and then that person came back or whatever. Something to that effect, right?
Yeah.
I think that would help.
Byron survived. He was using stilts at one point to make him look taller.
Yeah, if he was talking about the tactics that they use to help add to their legend, I think it would work. Because the overly supernatural stuff that they would theoretically inflict, that in of itself could be a part of the legend, which would give these conscripts enough reason to fear them. But with what we have, I would just be confused.
I mean, Fezzik also is not wearing a mask.
Yeah, and also Fezzik. Don't get me wrong, super big, it really intimidating. It does look intimidating at distant shots, but obviously it's I don't think I would be afraid of something burning.
Also, wouldn't he be burning?
No, it's a really
No, it's just a cloak. Yeah,
It's specialized cloak.
it's called a Holocaust cloak.
Yeah, I didn't bother looking that up. I don't know what that means.
Fantasy. I don't know. I didn't look it up either.
It's somebody's fantasy. That's fucked up.
Certain type of cloak.
Villains of World War II fantasy, sure.
And I really thought that we would avoid that with this one.
Never.
Last decades, but okay.
Ah!
Every single one has it, apparently.
Was it Inigo?
Well, looking up at Holocaust cloaks, it's just the first thing I'm linked is a Princess Bride thing, so I'm assuming it's just
whatever.
specific.
Yeah,
Weird.
invented for the movie.
Inigo threatens Yellen that Fezzik will Chewbacca him if he doesn't give him the key.
Yeah, rip his
Tear his
arms
arms off.
There is one bad scene where the doll goes completely up in flames and guards run past him, like going out towards the gate where they come in, and the game is up at that point.
Yeah, they'd see him pushing him on the wheelbarrow.
No, they're in fear. They just ran. We already talked about the perspective. Remember, they didn't look left or right. They look straight.
Yeah, but their cones are facing straight this time. There's no height.
Yeah, it's not the Assassin's Creed rule can't apply here, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Inigo gets into the hallway. Well,
no. Before that,
the wedding gets cut short, in a sense.
The wedding gets cut short because people are screaming, and then there's a comment of like, "Why is there fear behind your eyes?" After Humperdinck says, "I killed them myself," that sort of thing.
True. I mean, this isn't. I'm trying to think what would go through Humperdinck's head of what's happening right now. Like, it's not Gilder attacking. The war hasn't started.
I mean, he would know something's wrong. He knows something is wrong. Maybe because Gilder.
There's people screaming outside, so
Something's wrong, and Buttercup built up Wesley. That's pretty much all we get, or what could be through his mind. Because he does know the miracle guy exists, so he might know that he could bring people back.
I don't even think he knows that Wesley's escaped, or he's or his.
No, I agree.
Yeah, he wouldn't. Yeah, he wouldn't know.
But in this world, it would be known that you could bring someone back to life if they're nearly dead, right?
I'm sure
At least the prince would know because he fired someone who could do it.
Yeah.
Connections.
I mean, he would probably also have times that Miracle Max is within limits of the kingdom.
Mm-hmm.
I guess. So he knows he's still around and has done it before. So yeah, I think that would play into it. And then Inigo takes out 4 guards real fast, as we stated earlier, of his fencing practice, and goes up against Count Rugen, who cowardly runs away.
I mean,
I love that.
I mean, wouldn't you?
Yeah, pretty.
You got 4 soldiers with you. You saw a guy just fucking wipe them.
I'm curious the use of the door of. I didn't look it up, but when Inigo's trying to break down the door, he's putting his whole body weight into it by jumping
No, it's
into
not.
it.
You see him hold back right before he hits it.
Okay.
So there's
curious
not
if
much weight getting pushed into it.
I'm curious if the door being knocked down was actually Fezzik's strength knocking down the prop door, or someone behind it holding it.
It's
And then
supposed
moved
to
out
be.
of the
It's
way.
supposed to be Fezzik's strength, but
I know that's what's showing. I'm just.
I
I'm thinking
can't
practical
tell,
use
to be honest. So I'll leave this one to you guys.
I can't tell either, so I'll leave this one up to you guys.
I think it's a okay. I think it's a prop door because there's no hinges when it was knocked down, so someone was holding it on the other end to keep Inigo from knocking it on his own. And
Okay.
Crimson, as you said, he's holding back his weight a little, so not to actually knock over the person holding it on the other end.
I agree with everything you just said. A person or something blocking the door, and then they moved it for Fezzik.
Fezzik loses Wesley.
As Wesley scampered off. Don't know if he crawled or walked.
Good thing
He seemed impressed that he stood up in the bed, so he might have just crawled.
Yeah.
I think it's more of a mystery and helps. Later scene of Buttercup almost, taking her life because of the scene, rather than seeing Wesley slither around trying to get into her chamber.
No, I don't know.
funny.
That would be like Wolf of Wall Street, where he's level on lewds and just like
you're trying to get in the car from
yeah.
I
don't know. That would be kind of funny, but it definitely would probably get old pretty quick.
It'd be funny.
And it would
definitely
undercut
break
some of the
tone.
payoffs.
Yeah.
But it would be funny.
Does anyone think it's a problem that Wesley knows where to go?
I did write that down. I said, lucky that Wesley knows
so
where to
many
go,
rooms.
but also could have a history of ransacking castles for evil people. I don't know. But
I think about it, but that's a fair.
Yeah,
fair
it's a fair
judgment.
one. Like I said, I definitely attribute that being a small issue.
He just was able to smell her perfume.
There you go.
I don't think she's wearing perfume, but okay.
How do you know?
Yeah, how do
Well,
you
I guess
know?
there's not a scene where she applied it to herself, so I have
That's
to.
true.
I agree. He wouldn't know.
The only thing I can think of is if he entered it and saw, because I don't think it's shown. Does she have like a robe or one of her like dresses somewhere on display in the room? Because when she wakes up from her nightmare, she immediately grabs a robe off the bed to go to Humperdinck. So if he enters the room to see that, I think that would help.
I mean, there's only so many rooms. He would be able to find it eventually, and it would be kind of obvious. It wouldn't be like a.
If he was able to run around, I would agree.
True.
But he's in a very weakened state right now. We don't even know how he actually got there.
Sheer willpower. What else?
Well, from where that hallway is part with the armor that he was attached to that Fezzik put him on, we don't know how close that is to her room. It could be literally down the left hallway and be like the first door on the right. We don't know the full layout of the castle.
Yeah.
It could be very close. It also could be right up to the
Opposite
point
end.
of time. So. Also, when Fezzik looked around, he didn't see him, so he can't like look down left and see Wesley's feet wiggle around a corner.
I have to call it here, unfortunately. So, do you want me to do my rating, or
Your
do you
rating,
want me
yes.
to? Okay,
Please.
I'll just do my rating and
So close.
real quick synopsis without spoiling the ending for everybody. I came into watching this movie again, and I really liked it. And I liked it probably more than I did when I was younger, which I was surprised by. I'm definitely going to admit, I know Crimson pointed out a bunch of stuff, and I think we definitely had a disagreement over that, of how much of it was believably on purpose. And I'm willing to admit that a lot of it probably wasn't on purpose. But I think it fed into that kind of what they were trying to recreate as far as old swashbucklers and fantasy kind of stuff, of it just being sort of not overly serious, and just kind of like, let the mistakes fill the world. And, they weren't, I don't think they were so awful that it took me out of enjoying the movie or anything. So I'll give a couple of those a pass, but there was definitely some that we talked about that ended up being You couldn't really escape them. Overall, the only other big problem was geography and a little bit on time, but I think we tacked on that a lot of the time was not too bad. It was better than definitely Willow, but the geography was about the same problem overall. Sure, I'm sure the stuff I'm missing that will get talked about by everybody else, but overall I feel comfortable just by my own enjoyment, and I think a lot of the stuff we brought up didn't necessarily ruin the film for me too badly, giving us an 8 overall. And maybe when I rewatch this on a recap, I could be talked down to 7, but I think 8 is pretty strong.
Okey-doke.
Alrighty. Well,
All right, and enjoy,
as always, Sinister,
guys.
thank you for being on.
I've been a character called Sinister Boy.
We'll see you
All right.
around.
See you around.
Bye. Enjoy.
And then
Right.
there were
Let's
3.
With the door bash, I will note we've talked about how music sync up with action, but I think this was the most blatant one for me.
Yeah.
Each time you hit the door, there was a sound cue. So
Yes.
throw it out there since we pointed it out everywhere else.
No, it matches. Yeah.
Princess Buttercup kisses the king on the cheek and tells her she's going to kill herself tonight in her honeymoon suite. And he just smiles. She kissed me.
Oh, he doesn't listen to her.
That was hilarious. One of the funniest things in this, which is saying a lot. Which, I don't know if they could do the suicide jokes in this today. They did like 3 in
I'm
this.
sure there's stuff that would be altered. Yeah. I think it's kind of surprising it doesn't have a warning at the beginning. You know, like an
on
added.
Disney Plus.
Yeah.
I don't think that's
yeah.
a joke. Well,
it's
What I'm
that
saying
was
is
supposed
not
to be a
intended for
funny
joke.
situation.
I'm not.
no, I mean,
Yeah.
it's the old king. I don't think it's being played for a joke. I think it's played for more like pity, I guess.
Pity.
What?
No, I didn't.
When
I
she
didn't,
says she's going to take her life, and he goes, "Isn't that nice? She kissed me."
Yeah, that was totally for humor.
All right. I don't know. It's fine.
Okay, I thought it was humor as well.
I didn't get humor from
mean,
it, but then again, I also
he
see this
is-
movie 100 times, so fuck if I know.
He
if
is
I ever agree with
Humperdinck's
you or not.
father, so could be. It's not how I viewed it, but okay. I also don't think Humperdinck informed his father, the king, about his plan to murder her.
No, I doubt that.
I think he's
Yeah,
pretty clueless.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
And Nigo caught up with the Count a little bit, which is a little interesting because he had quite a lead.
Yeah, I have a
The
time
whole
issue
time he
as
spent
well.
bashing the door down.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. The Count would have lost him. But we do see the setup of him grabbing a knife from his boot.
That
Which I guess took a
plastic
little
toy
time.
knife.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the one he pulls out of her boot actually looks pretty decent, but obviously the one that Inigo gets hit with is.
Oh,
Oh, it's just a classic.
But- him pulling it out looked like a plastic knife to me.
No, it looks decent. I have a screenshot of it now. I mean,
It's a glossed plastic knife. Looks very metallic and shiny. But yeah, just standard cut shot of throw to second scene of
To
already
stab.
placed. So yeah.
and then
Then
six finger
Buttercup's
gloats
almost about
a
to
bit.
take her life.
No, not yet. 6 finger
Oh,
man's gonna
oh.
gloat first.
Oh well.
That's
And,
the worst thing I've ever heard.
and Inigo's apologizing to his father for failing him. And then we cut to Buttercup about to take her life.
Which is interesting. She has a dagger in her room. Do you think that's placed there for Humperdinck to use? Because Buttercup doesn't know Humperdinck's plan to already murder her to begin with. But it wouldn't make sense why Humperdinck wouldn't just enter the room already with like sword on him or weapon to kill her with. But
I don't find it that weird that it would be there.
I don't think it's that weird. I did crack a joke, and I'm like, it's a knife that we haven't seen before, so it's a weapon she specifically ordered for this.
I'm like, do you think because she has continually said like I will take my own life, like he's like, hopefully I'm a better consideration than suicide, like he's brought it up and he knows of it, that it's placed there to already know as a means of way for her to do it herself so he doesn't have to?
Maybe.
Like,
No, because
she took her
it's
life.
supposed to be a setup. And
It
if she
is.
killed herself, it wouldn't be a setup anymore.
Well, I mean, he just walk in and then say that someone from Gilder murdered her. Same thing plays out.
So Crimson, in your eyes, when was that knife there? Has it been there the whole time? Was it placed there that day? Is it her
I
knife?
didn't
Is it
pay
Humperdinck's
attention
knife?
to it, but I don't find an issue with it being there at all. But in any regards, just it being something in her room.
I find it an issue that she's stating that she'll take her own life and there's a weapon in her room to do so. That if used for a setup shouldn't be there until the day where it's okay in Humperdinck's plan that it could be used.
Well, would you argue that he would need to board up her windows too or something? I mean, I don't find it much of an issue.
Okay. So if she took her life, let's say 6 days before the wedding, do you think Humperdinck would just come up with some story
He could
dependent on
spin it.
Gilder?
Yeah, he could
Okay.
spin it.
Okay.
I think Humperdinck is cowardly enough to not want to have to do it himself. I mean, he'll
Sure.
still
I think he's okay.
he'll still
Yeah,
go
he's fine
through with
doing
it, but
it.
he'd rather not. You know.
Yeah.
Sure.
All right. So the two of you
her choice of
believe-
suicide, though, out of anything, the way she was going to do it, that's rough.
Well, I get, yeah. It's also not directed at her heart, is it? It's just the center of her chest, like her esophagus or something, like where her collarbone meets.
Was it that high up?
That's where it looks like she's going to stab herself.
If it's that high up, then yeah, she's going to suffer a little bit.
I think the idea is she's going to stab herself in her heart, so theoretically be close to instant.
I think it's a little detail if you watch this with subtitles, that the scene next with Count, Rugen, and Inigo standing up, that the subtitles call him Tyrone by his first name.
That is true. He is referred to as Tyrone only once throughout the movie.
Yeah. Or called that, but yeah. But it's interesting that subtitles choose it here. Because beforehand it's just been Count Rugen.
Because
At
that's
least there's
interesting.
Then again, this is going viewing on the Disney Plus. Could be different on other viewings at other sites. Your own DVD copy, Blu-ray, what have you. There's a detail I caught in the Disney Plus version.
One detail I do like is Inigo deflects what would be fatal attacks, even when he's still leaning against the wall before he gets his second wind.
Yeah.
Yeah, his shoulder and then his
Top left shoulder.
bicep.
Yeah,
Right,
he deflects because even though those are deflections, they would be fatal attacks normally. So
Yeah, they were going center mass.
Also makes sense.
Then he
that,
gets a second wind.
makes sense that Inigo's using his right hand.
oh yeah, no holding back.
No.
One of the details I do like is when Inigo's methodically beating him. The first two cuts he makes are in the same places where Rugen stabbed him. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a nice
And
detail.
then
I mean, everything
as well.
was mirrored.
Yeah, so he does
Even
like,
the final stab in the gut was like the throwing knife.
Yep. This is what I like about it. So I like that it kind of shows off how good of a swordsman Inigo actually is, and he can methodically. Because he methodically chose to do that, obviously.
Oh yeah. It also shows him stronger overall match to Rugen then, because they've been wounded in the same areas.
Oh yeah, he over-prepared for this fight for sure.
Oh yeah.
The count was no Wesley as an opponent.
Good choreography though, for the most part, and I like the constant repetition of his speech.
Hello, my name is Inigo Montoya. You killed my father. Prepare to die.
Classic.
Stop saying that.
Yeah, one if not the most quoted line from this film.
It's probably
Yeah,
right up
that
there
or
with As You Wish.
Inconceivable.
Yeah.
Or As You Wish. Very
There's a lot.
quotable movie.
Yeah. I am gonna read out the final like.
To the pain?
Give
No.
me money, give me power.
Okay.
Yeah. Offer me money. Yes. Power too. Promise me that. All that I have and more. Please. Offer me everything I ask for. Anything you want. I want my father back, you son of a bitch. Very good. Yeah, very good. Loved it. Chef's kiss.
It was a satisfying kill.
It was. Which I think still works with this whole, I don't know if it's side story, I guess side story, but side story of Inigo with the six-fingered man.
It certainly is a side story.
Yes.
The main plot is Buttercup and Wesley.
And I do think the third act is strengthened by Inigo, and I still think he has my favorite part of the third act. But yes, I love the side story.
I believe it was also a fact that Christopher Guest, who, Count Rugen, was given training as well and choreographed for that fight scene, but he said he scrapped it all to indicate that he knew he was going to die, so his plan was simply to defend himself.
Interesting.
I don't like
So
that.
his moves were all defensive. I think that's what I read correctly.
That wouldn't be true because he does make offensive attacks, but I
Huh.
guess in the wider shots
Yeah.
he doesn't, because he does make a couple attacks, but it is mostly defensive as he's being backed away.
Yeah. As again, could be mistaken. It's something I read that I did not write down as an actual fact in my fact sheet earlier, but I think it does cross my mind.
To the pain.
To the pain. Was this? I mean, is this something that he had? This is something Wesley knows and has probably stated to other people before as the dreaded Pirate Roberts.
I would guess.
I don't think this is
Possible.
just off the cuff. Okay, I don't think it's off the cuff. Because the way he states and interjects Humperdinck's like follow-ups, like then my ears or then my and he says Ron and gives like exact information.
Yeah. I also think he's
smart and witty, so
I also think that he's also stalling to gather the strength to even stand.
I believe that's also true. And there's the possibility, very slim, but this is something that Ryan, it crossed my mind, Ryan, the past Dread Pirate Roberts, could have done to someone. That he's just reiterating to Humperdinck.
that's possible. I don't have anything to say on it. I would go with the legend.
Yeah, I think it would go with Wesley being one of storytelling and reiterating things in the past that has happened.
You warhog-faced buffoon. I think that's the first time anyone's insulted me.
Also, if anyone has seen the film The Perfectionist, To the Pain is quite close to that.
I don't know.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Don't have really much to say on this scene.
Yeah.
I think this comes up to my favorite shot in the film
Wesley
of
standing.
Wesley holding his sword directly at the camera, saying, "Drop your sword."
Yeah. I'm not
I
surprised.
think
It's a good scene.
It's somewhat symmetrical. It's framed well. the sword being pointed straight doesn't have to be in focus for its sizing. It shows depth. It shows determination on the actor's face and delivery of the line from Carrie Elways. I think it's just I think it's probably my favorite shot.
It's definitely a good shot. I like that.
Also, the lightings of candles. I know there's candle lighting for most things, and there's some, I'm gonna guess, artificial lighting through the window. But there's no way the candles are the only light source in this.
No,
It's got to be stage set lighting.
absolutely it is. Still worth it though.
Well, same with the hallway fight with Nigo.
Oh
That
yeah,
was a very well lit hallway.
I think all those hallways are. Even the banquet hall with the fire in the center.
I like that when Wesley orders Buttercup to tie him up once the prince surrenders. I like that. One of my notes is that hopefully Buttercup tied him up enough to cut off his circulation.
Oh,
Okay.
The reason I want her to do this is, one, it gives her agency. One, the prince does die, even if no one quote unquote kills him in the story, and it also prevents a war that he still wants. Because if he's alive, what about the story changes?
Well, the princess isn't dead to frame Gilder.
Mm-hmm. But he could still just move on to the next one.
Sure.
And this is assuming he
try
doesn't
to
send. This is
do
assuming he doesn't
something
send
else.
soldiers after them to kill them.
I mean,
That's actually-
it's a risk. That's for sure.
yeah. I mean,
It's not a guarantee, but it is a
Wesley
risk.
gives the mantle of dreaded pirate to Inigo, so Inigo's not around with them. I mean, they're not like, oh, well, I'll be a pirate crew for you, because I think Inigo then goes off, dreaded pirate. Fezzik, who knows, and probably Wesley and Buttercup settle back down, because at the end of the film they kiss on a horse. They're not actually at the farm.
But theoretically, that's your headcanon of where everyone ends up.
Yeah.
Because we know Inigo considers it, but we generally
Well-
don't know if he is going to be a Dread Pirate Roberts.
Do we know that their farm from the beginning of the film is in Florin?
Yes, the grandpa says that in the beginning.
Grandpa says that they're in Florin? Okay.
Yeah, it's in the
Yeah,
opening
but-
narration.
Because what if they move to Gilder? Would that defend them? In a sense, but
I don't know anything about Gilder, so
I wouldn't know.
other than that, supposedly it's the enemy in Florin,
Yeah.
or not, or
The world
exactly
building is,
enemy,
is,
but they
is
wanna-
quite lacking on that one.
yeah, want to make a war. Florin wants to attack Gilder, some reason, somehow. It the film kind of goes that Fezzik, as soon as he lost Wesley, he just went to go find horses.
And he shows
Pretty
up with
much.
four for the Four Horsemen. See? Sign of the war to come. A lot of people are going to die.
Could be.
Ha 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 ha.
I
No,
do
I don't actually
know.
believe that. So,
Looking at my facts, this was one of the most difficult scenes to shoot. They had to crane and lower Andre the Giant onto the horse to not damage the horse's back or Andre the Giant's back, because he had back issues throughout the film.
yeah, I heard about that.
Because
He's
I
a
wrote
big
down in
dude.
I wrote down in my notes. I'm like, I don't think that's Andre the Giant on the horse, because
it looks,
it
too
looks
small.
like a stunt. It looks too small.
Yeah.
But no, that is apparently him.
Poor horse.
I think the graceful fall, kind of the slow-mo fall, only works well in this scene because it's like the happy ending.
They earned it.
Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, it
It's
fits
a
the
little-
tone of the movie, I think.
Yeah, a little cheesy, but it's also like a little, fairy tale ending kind of vibe
Yeah.
I got from it.
I can agree with that.
I mean, it only occurs once in the film, so at the ending, I think it's fine. And then That's
Grandpa
the
in
end
the
of the story
book.
for the grandpa, saying that they got away safely come dawn.
And tries not to, and skips the kiss for his grandson, but his grandson's invested.
Yeah. I mean, if it's the last page of the book, I mean, that kind of helps. I'm sure if the grandpa had a couple more pages in the book, that the grandson being this invested, he'd probably want to hear it all. So,
Out of all kisses in the world, there have been 5 rated most passionate. This one blew them all out of the water.
Close enough.
left them all behind.
Whatever. I can't quote squat.
Yeah, you're fine.
We know this from our pre-recordings of trying to get the quote right.
All my notes said is 5 most passionate kisses.
Yeah, you got that right.
Yeah, you did. I have the full quote, which is, since the invention of a kiss, there have been 5 that were rated the most passionate, the most pure. This one left them all behind.
I got the essence.
You did. Yeah, like I said, you said close enough.
I'm slightly curious. What is the use of the scene? Because I guess they could have redone it. What's the use of the scene of the grandpa standing up and looking confused or looking for something?
I have no idea.
Was it his reading glasses?
No,
He
his
has
reading
them in
glasses
his
were in his hand.
No.
He's just feeling around for himself, like he got pickpocketed.
Yeah, like
and I was
he's
so
lost
confused.
something.
His bookmark. I don't know. I have no answer.
Yeah. Though it does, I think I still like the ending when he walks out and, he asks.
As
grandson,
you wish.
Yeah, his grandson asks him to come over again to read it again tomorrow. And Grandpa just replies, as you wish, with all the depth and meaning that the story conveys. So,
I think it's a wonderful last line.
me too. I really like it. And one of many reasons why I use that in my books to kind of pseudo-reference this story. So,
And then that's the end of the film with the credits.
I believe that is the end, yeah. Made it.
The credits. Franks, do you have anything to say on the credits?
The credits match the introduction, coloring, and font of the beginning of the film. That's it. Which
Anything
not
on
many
the
films do.
clips depicted?
Clips depicted? That is show?
Yeah.
I think there's one that I don't know if you have a screenshot of it, writer, since you're running that side of things today, of when Inigo's in the hallway and he's stabbing all the men. The last one he stabs in the gut, but he's doing it standing, correct?
No, he's crouched when he stabs that.
Okay, does he do like a Spider-Man pose kind of thing?
No, he's just crouched. And then he just stands up fully. But
Okay,
I
'cause
don't
in
have
the
the screenshot,
credits-
but it is one of my
in
favorite
the-
scenes, so I remember. Why.
Okay, in the credits, he stabs the guy again, but the angle shows like a Spider-Man, like leg back crouch thing. But I think the
And-
camera was different for the actual scene because it's stabbing him looking at the guard, like from over his shoulder towards the six-figured man. While in the credits here, it's from the guard's back.
There is a reason for that. You caught it, but you didn't realize you caught it.
Oh,
When Inigo stabs that guy, the sword is next to the torso, so you can see it doesn't go into him. So they cut that short and did the other point of view that you're mentioning in the actual thing.
interesting.
That's why I asked you about the credits, because I saw that was different in the credits.
Yeah.
Same with the sunset kiss in the credits. That's a different kiss than the one in the beginning.
Oh, that I did not catch.
More than one take.
Yes.
Interesting.
No, I'm
Anyway,
done.
well, that's Princess Bride
Made it.
Way longer than I was expecting.
for an hour and a half movie. Yeah. Well, there was 4 of us. So.
Courtesy of a scene by scene.
Courtesy of scene, there were 4 of us, and we.
Hey, I
we
thought
did-
it was
we-
a short
we-
movie. I thought it would work.
And we debated
I mean,
a
it
lot as
worked.
well. So
There
We
was
did
a
debate
lot of
lot.
debate.
There was a lot of debate. Well, we will now go into finishing summary and rating. Let us begin with, well, we got Sinisters, so let us go with writer.
All right, I'm gonna switch it up a bit. I'm gonna do my objective first.
Whoa.
Gasp.
I know, right? So I have as I say, a lot of love for the characters in this movie. Still, I think going through it with a fine tooth comb changed my rating a little bit, but not by much. It did go down about half a point, which is not bad. I think the movie has a few conveniences. It's got a few, in terms of its plot, it has a few conveniences in terms of its world building. I think the timing can be convenient sometimes as well. Overall, it is really the characters that carry this through. And I think all the flaws add up to about where I'm going to put this. But yeah, I mean, without going into detail, every character is so well realized, from Wesley to the prince to even the side characters like the gatekeeper and the middle-max worker and the albino that run the machine as side characters. Even though they're not there very long, you still get a very, very distinct clarity of what that character is, and you can kind of imagine their life off screen. And in that vein, I think I've settled on this being a 7 objectively. I could be talked down further, but I think that's where I am now. Or higher. Who knows? Subjectively, I love this movie. Still do. Nostalgia blinders are hardcore on. Whenever I'm watching this, not looking for flaws and things like that. So, I grew up on it. Hard to divorce that for me. I think I'm on a 9 subjectively for this. I've rewatched this movie many times of my own volition, and I will continue to do so, quite happily.
Wonderful. Crimson, you're up next.
All right. I will go subjective. As I mentioned in the beginning, I've seen this 4 or 5 times. I've always enjoyed it. I still do. This was the first time I ever analyzed this, and obviously I was the more critical one this time around, pointing out stuff, whether or not there's merit behind it or not. But that does not deter the enjoyment I had watching it. So I gave it an 8.5. The characters were fun and very memorable and unique. That's why they're still well known today. No one talks about Humperdinck, but everyone talks about everybody else.
Humperdinck's a fun character, man.
Yeah. Objectively, my score did change.
Oh.
I went in with an 8. It is a 7.5 now. I had a pretty decent-sized problem with Wesley chasing them in the first place, how he knew where they were. I liked Writer's headcanon, but
It's
that's all it is, unfortunately. So, without anything, I think that's kind of a glaring issue. The Six-Fingered Man...
Sorry, not to interrupt, but not without reading the book to know its statement.
Yes, isolated as a movie. The Six-Fingered Man, we talked pretty deeply about whether or not he's convenient, if so, what levels. I think he's pretty convenient. The fact that he is the Six-Fingered Man, his character being in this, I think, is totally fine and justifiable. Just the fact that he's the one Inigo is connected with, I find very convenient. Let's see, what else did I have written down? The scream being heard, I think, is too much. Inigo knowing who the scream is from, and that he knows it's true love and the marriage stuff. He wouldn't know that. Springs pointed out a couple outfit problems I didn't catch. I think it was good. Anything else that I'll leave any remaining stuff for Sprinks. Give him some stuff. So yeah, 7.5. Leave it at that.
Right. Lastly, me, I'll start with objective. Writing, I think, is tight and good. I really like the interjections of the grandfather and grandson. I think it takes out of that immersion fantasy to make it storybook and fairy tale feel, and it helps the flow of the film, and doesn't it doesn't bookend it, and I think that's very good. I think their characters are great. They fit. It's the grandpa telling a story to his sick grandson as a way to pass time and bond with this grandson, and the grandson getting more invested into a story that doesn't have to be about sports. So I think they're great. All the characters I think are really well. The acting's decent, passable. Some are better than others. I don't think there's a single bad actor, I think, in the film. Maybe some background character like one of the guards or something. Stuff like that. But like actual named characters, I think they're all fine. Let's see. Lighting, some of it's natural and really good, like the sunset or Inigo in the forest, asking his dad's blessing. Like those are really beautiful. Other things are definitely sets and stage lighting, but it's not breaking. I mean, we didn't really comment on shadows. Writer did at one point, but there's no shadow that doesn't look real or fake, or doesn't look fake. Sorry. It doesn't fit. There's a lot of candlelight and torchlight at points, and even fireplace light, but the stage lighting overtakes that, so it's more as a setting aesthetic than actual lighting use, which I think is still fine. Let's see here. Comedy works. There's funny bits, but it's not over the top. All the genres hit. The romance works. The action works. Let's see. The makeup department's fine. I think it's fine. Could be better, but it was also a movie supposedly on a lower budget, so where they put their money was their choice. I think Wesley's arm going from burnt, crisp, rodent bitten to pretty much fully healed by the end of the film, which takes place of a difference of wedding was 10 days, so about 10 days. Is my bag at 9-10 days? Pretty fast healing. Let's see, choreography, beautifully done. Best one I think is Inigo and Wesley fighting. It was all their own. Took a week to film. Looks amazing. Inigo fighting the six-fingered man also looks good. It's fine. That's very well done. The music, I think the music's great. It's a background choice of just background music at parts, but then also tailors to what the visually seen with Vicini and the poison, with Wesley stabbing the rodent, with Inigo hitting the door, like all the set cues to give more of a instrumental connection to the audience, I think is great. Costumes look fine. The flaws to it are there's a little bit of that history question, which I don't know. I wouldn't consider a full flaw, but it's in there, which sprinkles in realism into the fantasy world, which I think help connect to the. I know I started this as a flaw, my mistake. It's another thing to praise. The grandpa and grandson of the cut back to the real world, I think it helps establish a thorough line to it. Puppeteering, I think is fine. The rodents aren't exactly puppeteering, but the shrieking eel looks great. So the sets, they passable sets. The father's spirit, I don't see it, or I don't believe it from my point of view. Could be dreaded pirate Robert's intention for Legends. I wish it was stronger on actually saying stories from other people besides Wesley, of stories other people have heard of it. I think that would have given more of a belief to their break into the castle. I think it would have been more to I don't know, maybe Humperdinck figuring out about Dread Pirate Roberts, or even Six Finger Man when they get him captured and tortured. Because then they could have been like, oh, this is the end of the Dreaded Pirate Roberts now that we have you, or something like that, even though we know the story that it continues and ended out may have you. Combining all of that, objectively, I give it an 8. And to save some time on subjective, it's a 9. I mean, what can I say? It's not a perfect movie, but damn, is it entertaining. It's really funny. It's very good. Its pacing is amazing for its time length. It gets what it needs. It's tightly written. Yeah, it's enjoyable, and I'll definitely see it again. I'll share it with people. I am content and happy that the movie we chose for 80s of Decades is Princess Bride. After my 30 plus choices of it being narrowed down and agreed upon to Princess Bride, I'm okay with. So that is our ratings on the Princess Bride 1980s Decades Season 8.
Blowing through the decades.
Rolling through.
I think we have 4 more in this season, and then the recap.
That recap's going to be a juicy one.
Well.
All right. Shall I read us out, gentlemen?
I believe so.
All right. Well, thank you for listening, whether you be on Spotify, Anchor, Amazon, Castbox, Google Podcasts, and Pocket Casts, and Samsung. As always, we have our visual side of things on YouTube with our PNG tubers. Feel free to like, comment, subscribe, and tell us how much you hate our opinions or how much you love them. Tell us whether it was, Inigo's father's spirit reaching down from the heavens or whether it was luck. And let us know in the comments, and we'll get back to you in the recap. As always, I have been a Geeky Writer.
I'm Crimson Maroon.
And I'm Springs.
And we will catch you next time. Later, everybody.
Bye.
Toodaloo.